going to do. But then they always manage to get some of these games. So do you agree with that?
Honestly, I remember like the first fight the most because that's where I think the game swung the hardest at Grubs. And I think we just got like mega outplayed by River. He just buffered the Alistar Q with my ult. And he did it like so last second that I threw my ult at him and it missed. And he ulted Quad, so Quad died pretty fast, I think. And I don't know if we got sucked into their game because I think that fight should have been advantageous for us, but I think they just outplayed us.
Yeah, I think we played bad, like when T5. Also, first group, I make big mistake, like I waste combo and then they just free going to me and then kill me. And then when just Aura TP mid when second Drake, also I can call more like a shot call more, Aura wants TP, and then maybe I can push top. Also, maybe just make some mistake.
I feel like whenever I talk to you all as a team, you're always really self-critical in these moments, right? So it's like, okay, we're not going to necessarily focus on, in this case, what 100 Thieves are going to do. We're focused on the mistakes you make. Do you feel like that's also why you're such a strong team?
It's got to be why we're strong individually. I think why we're strong as a team is separate from that, but I think that's why the players on our team perform well individually. And my take on 100 Thieves, why we got sucked in, is because it's almost impossible not to when they have priority on multiple lanes and they click on an objective. Like, how can you not match them and try to win 5v5 if that's what your comp does too? So like, we were playing like a Scion front to back comp. Difficult for us to make plays on side lane against Vi. So, you know, when you play Xin Zhao Scion, you kind of are forced to match them. And I think that ultimately that's why we got sucked in a bit, because I don't think we saw other options in the game.
Okay, that makes sense. Bwipo, you got Player of the Series.
My first one ever.
How does it
really?
feel?
My first finals MVP, yeah.
Do you agree?
Yes.
You
Yeah, I
think
agree.
it
I mean, it was insane.
I learned from Quad last week.
What did you learn from me?
Good glaze, good glaze.
Lane gap.
Lane gap?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't know lane gap. Oh, last week, like a match, right? Oh.
Yeah, you were lane gap.
Hey, you won Player of the Series last week.
Oh yeah, I mean, last week I was insane.
That's why I said I learned from your
Oh,
brother.
I see. I thought you said scrim.
That too.
Yeah, okay.
What do you feel like you guys did best today as a team?
Honestly, I think we were kind of shaky. Like, I actually felt like we were not like that on point at all. I think we gave them a lot of opportunities. Even me, like game 4, like I was dizzy. Like I was playing Gragas to his fullest potential, drunk. So a lot of fights I was quite drunk. No doubt about that. I think, you know, game 1 we had definitely some jitters as well. Like, I felt like we weren't like on our engages. Game 2, same thing. Like when we caught someone, I didn't feel like that guy got one shot because we layered our CC well. I feel like definitely some jitters. So that's how I felt playing the series. But we're a strong team, so we stay in it and we try our best to find ways to win anyway.
Yeah, I think we were pretty sloppy. I think especially myself, like I got too sucked into my own head, so I can't even like say for the rest of the team. But we were just getting gapped pretty hard, so it was definitely a rough series for me today.
I think today, kind of hard for me because I think first game, first thing also we have to lose, I think. but I think Casper win, Inspired to win every Smite fight. I think that was really big.
True.
We get fit and then also we get Atakan even we lose fight. So it's make we can play the game.
I agree.
Yeah, and then second game was, I think really just hard. And then, third game I don't know why do they give me Casio into Rise because it's like favorite matchup. But maybe because like we played against Thieves in Scrim, we played that matchup and then I give him solo kill. So maybe I give him fake information, maybe. So I was really happy.
Good job.
So game 3 was fun and then game 4 was, I think they went a bit. I think they mental boom or something.
Has there ever been a game, because you guys are self-critical, and I actually think that's like a really good quality to have. I do think it's one of the reasons why you are our top team. Has there been a game this year where you're like, yeah, we absolutely crushed them? No notes. I mean, there are never no notes, but you know what I mean, as close to that as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you mean like important games or regular season games?
Regular season.
mean,
Yeah, I mean, any, yeah.
There's for sure some there where I feel like we all, I mean, there's always notes, but I definitely think there were some moments where we like across the board won all lanes and jungle got ahead and the game was just too easy to win. I remember the Swain game I played. This is the first game I played.
That was a fun one.
That was like, I just felt like we couldn't lose. There was nothing the enemy team could do. It was a draft into just a well-played game, I think.
I think our first game against Lyon was pretty good. I think we had a pretty good swap, and we kind of got like a really huge lead early, but I can't say it was a perfect game because then we weren't able to hold it, and I wasn't able to convert that lead into something more meaningful or snowball it. So, but I think that early game was probably my best.
Honestly, I don't really remember like this split, but just this split for me, I try to change my play style because I always learn from people because he like to like die if we play like the other side. So I try to just like play aggressive and then try to die or just try to kill him and then die and then see how situation and then how was the other lane situation. I learn from people a lot. So actually I die a lot this play, I think.
No.
But you know, if I die like I learn from die. So sometimes I don't die next time, and sometimes if I die, it's more good situation. So yeah, this split 3 for me.
In game 4, game 3, you killed the Nafiri top. That was huge for the game.
Oh, this one just is I just don't think they gank me like that because I forgot how Napiri work, I think.
Yeah. He dashed behind your tower or what?
No, he just like dash. Like I just stand in line and he just E and ulti, so he can catch me. It was just a mistake.
I thought he like came behind your tower or something.
Oh
you know?
no, it's just a mistake. But it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it ended up being a great outplay, right? So
Yeah, I mean sometimes you make outplay, sometimes you make.
Yeah, because I mean you've had Whippo do the same thing, also in top lane, with the 1v3 outplay when they tried to dive you.
The enemy Karma deserves to lose after that. Like, I was giggling because like he could not have played it worse. I mean, I should have died there by all intents and purposes, and I think they would have had a very real game. Like obviously, like after I get that 1v3 kill, and I literally pushed out the wave 1 versus 2 after she respawned, walked top. I won my lane 1v2 after that because she walked into my combo again. And at that point, it's like I'm so far ahead of Jax that's been suffering the entire time that there's not much really he can do about it. Like his bot lane just completely dropped the ball, and I think I did utilize my advantage to the best of my abilities, which is something that is on me. But the enemy top laner had no choice but to feed that game. Like there's just nothing you can do there. There's nothing you can do there.
Yeah, I mean when I saw 3 people on your screen and then you got the kill, I don't know what happened.
You just look at the minion map, you're like, okay.
Yeah, because their Jax is not farming a minion. He's like 1 HP, trying his best, and then I just see Karma die, and it was pretty hard for them after that.
Yeah, so Rise always like try to help like Jack's line.
Yeah.
It was really helpful for me.
Yeah. Rise was like moving back and forth, trying to break the freeze. It was a rough situation.
I mean, it's same because if he try to help like Jack's line, he gonna lose 1 mid, so it's the same. So shouldn't.
Great for you.
Yeah, good for me.
Looking at 100 Thieves as a whole, how much did it surprise you that they were your finals opponent?
Honestly, I'm not because when I play against them in Scrim, I think just Steve is better than the other team. So I didn't get surprised, actually, for me.
I was pretty surprised before this week, but I think like their series against C9 Shopify and then against us today, I think they got a lot better throughout the split. And yeah, now like I could see why they made it to the finals, even though I think them and C9 are still like relatively close. But yeah, it's not that surprising.
I mean, yeah, I think they played really good League of Legends today, actually. I think this is the only thing that could have gone wrong for us is losing. But in terms of like looking at our own weaknesses as players and like trying to do better as a team, like this was a very good series for us, I think, to realize that like where we are flawed and like also our drafts, etc. I think they played really well today, and nothing but props for 100 Thieves for locking in and making it this far because it's really impressive.
I have to turn to the team that you already brought up, Masu, which is C9, just because it feels like they were the flip side of 100 Thieves making it to finals is that the expected team was, I think, in most people's estimations, I'll say in mine prior to this week, was that it was going to be C9, even with the disguised series. So from having, like, I don't know how much you were able to watch that series, but from scrim results, from kind of what you were able to see, what do you think happened with Cloud9?
Yeah, I have a pretty strong opinion.
Go ahead.
I think the reason why, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, but people don't like me right now, based on something I said about Cloud9, but that's all right. I'll double down here. I think joy is fundamentally the biggest reason why a team performs well over the long term. I think that it's extremely important to bring joy into your team and you want to have people come into the office, look forward to scrimming, look forward to finding solutions, and look forward to working with each other. Mm-hmm. And obviously, I don't know everything about C9, and this is all from hearsay from people that have been on the team, etc. But I think that their schedule is extremely rigid, and this is the team they are. If you're not familiar, they have like a workout every morning. They have, they have a workout where they expect you to show up and perform. The whole JoJo situation where he didn't do that, for example, that is a problem. So my point is, I think if you're not winning as a team and you're doing that, from my experience, if it doesn't come from within yourself, to want to wake up and exercise every day, to want to, have that kind of structure in your life, I find that can drain you rather quickly. And you'll start asking questions and doubting yourself, like, why am I even doing this? I'm working so much harder than everyone else, but I'm not seeing results. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's kind of like a real issue. That's a real issue I would have if I were on that team. Obviously, it's one of the reasons why I haven't worked with C9, and that's why I don't see me as a culture fit there. I think that's why over the last 2 years they have kind of faltered going into summer, because the results they were looking for weren't quite there coming into summer, and I think a lot of their players there was no joy there was not enough joy coming in and too much effort going out on things that I personally think, especially imports, can't really handle that well. Again, I could be wrong. I obviously have no idea what exactly goes in C9, but I know for myself, if I went to join that team and I had to do that and I didn't win, I would really feel bad about it. I'd be like, damn, I'm trying so much harder than everyone else in this league and I just don't see results. Not enough joy.
I don't know, I think in the last, I guess just like their game against 100 Thieves and DSG, I guess ever since they lost to Shopify, it looked like their players were tilted, at least from the outside. I think their bot lane, usually they would have a good matchup, and then they're able to leverage that with Volking moving around. Sven is pretty good at playing on his own, and then they get Thanatos ahead, or they just play with their support on the map somewhere with their support jungle. Mm-hmm. And I think they found leads that way, and in their last few series, I feel like their lanes just weren't going well at all from what I saw. Like Thanatos was losing matchups a lot, Loki was, and so was their bot lane. And then I feel like they do have a issue of like choking the later games. I feel like sometimes they make decisions that they don't need to make when they're in a good position in the game. And I think that happens a lot in game 4s and 5s for their team. I'm not exactly sure why. Yeah, that's what I think about it.
Also, I don't know.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know about C9. Just more easier than split 1. When we started split 1 and then I faced C9 and Loki, it was kind of hard. He was good, but now he's easy now. That's all, yeah. Maybe I'm grow or he getting nerfed, I don't know. Or both.
Maybe you're just that good now.
Why not both?
Yeah, it could be both. I did want to change that into a broader thing of like, just because so much has been said about, you kind of touched on it with the culture fit, but also specifically varying ideas of like scrim culture. Mm-hmm. So I did want to ask you guys, obviously starting with you, because I think you just brought this conversation up in the community, but to you, what is a good like team and scrim culture?
Like I said, I think there needs to be joy. You got to look forward to playing together, and I look forward to when my teammates make mistakes because, oh, okay, I don't look forward to it, but I look forward to the opportunity to discuss and how we can improve. You know what I mean? Like whenever Masu does something that I notice him doing several times in a row, like I can tap him on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, brother, I noticed that you're doing this, and I think you can do better." And that's an opportunity for me and him to connect, build trust, and also when next time he actually does that, I'm really happy for him. So, for example. Masu kept throwing his Q before a cannon wave would show up bot lane. He kept throwing his Sivir Q at the enemy champions, even though he knew he wanted to recall. So I noticed this when I was watching Gagos playing, and coincidentally he was playing Sivir in most of the games that happened. And I noticed, and I told him, like, hey Masu, you keep throwing your Q here, and it's stopping you from one-shotting that minion wave. This means that you're delaying yourself 5 to 6 seconds on tempo. That could make a big difference. When Masu doesn't actually holds his Q now and one-shots the wave, it makes me happy. I feel like I made a difference, even though it's such a small thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that when you're in scrim culture, still celebrating those small things is really big. I really believe that. I think that that's joy, that's trust, that's something that you can share between you and your friend, so you and your teammate. Something you can look forward to. Same with like Quad, for example, whenever he makes a side lane play and he 1v2s them, I always celebrate it. I have to celebrate it because that's something that usually I would do. And I can tell that he tried to learn and pick that up. So I have to make sure that he knows that I really celebrate that. And I think in any functional team, celebrating those moments is super important.
I agree with him because we can review when we make mistake. Also, it's really good. But when we review our good point, it's also review we remember it and then we can do it again. So I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I've only been on this team so far, so I don't even have enough experience to say how other scrim atmospheres or cultures are. But having a team where everyone trusts each other enough to give feedback, knowing that person will at least entertain the idea, and then there's a discussion that can happen, that will always, I think, create a better team because people are having a discussion, their ideas are being shared, and then their ideas are also being challenged. And that kind of helps you realize, oh, I might be wrong about this, or it helps you realize I'm right about this because of this, and that. So I think just, a team where you trust each other enough to have open conversations is always good.
Nice.
I have something to add to that, actually. I think that having the capacity to forgive your teammate for something that you know he's bad at, or a strength that he has that he just tries to use, but it fails often. Love using Masu as my scapegoat here, so I'll use it again. Masu loves to fight on mid-wave, even when we as a team do not like doing that.
I mean, honestly, what AD carry doesn't? I'm just saying.
Oh, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. And in this team, this is not a strength Masu can use because we don't like to use our tempo to help him fight around mid-wave. So whenever he's scrimming, this is a meme I've coined. It's called high noon. It's high noon in the mid lane, and Masu has to fight the enemy AD carry. 1v1, got him down, or the other way around.
I mean, usually it's like a Jhin Varus, and then usually the Jhin is opening his last bullet, and I'm queuing, and then that's the high noon.
That's high noon right there. So what I'm trying to say is being able to look at Masu and tell him, hey, we know you do this. It's okay. It's not a big deal. For whatever reason, you're still doing this. I don't get frustrated when he dies on midwave. It's more like something to laugh about because I know that he has a tendency of doing it. Same for me. I'm not a ranged top lane player, for example, and if I pick a ranged top laner and I mess up my lane and I start feeding, I want that to be something we can all laugh about. I don't want that to be something the worst thing to do. Why are we doing this? Or when you review points and it's someone really feels bad about the fact that they made a mistake. I think that's where I think a lot of tilted teams start crumbling really quickly.
Okay. It sounds like, actually I heard it a lot more when I was a journalist and interviewing players a lot more frequently, but I think the best teams always have that kind of push and pull in terms of feedback. It's more of a collaborative effort, so you guys sound like you're in a good spot. I am going to look ahead a little bit. I'm not gonna expect you guys to know anything about the Southern teams. However, I will say the last time we had cross conference play, the LTA North did not drop a series. Do you expect the same thing to happen this time around?
The format is best of 5 or best of 3?
It is a best of 5.
That definitely makes it harder, I think, for the South teams.
I'm not sure, honestly. I haven't been keeping up.
I think it depends on the matchups. How does the seeding work? Third seed plays first
So
seed?
the bracket's actually set. So it's basically, the 2 3s play each other, and then you're seeded into the upper bracket against Cade Stars, who is their...
Oh, so we have 2 lives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who is their #1 seed.
Okay.
If we win, we just go final, right? And then waiting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
think that's a bit
We
unfortunate.
go final instead?
I think that's a bit unfortunate for them, honestly, because
Oh,
I feel
maybe
like.
no.
Wait, what? We
Yeah,
did?
you
She
do.
said, yeah. She
You
said,
do.
she said, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
We were two
Here, I
best of
can show
fives,
you.
and we're the goats.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean,
Oh my gosh, there are so many.
it makes sense. We did. We deserve an
But
extra
yeah,
life. We
so
did
you're
win.
there.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
if you
that-
beat
the extra
Kate,
life
you're
makes
seeded
sense.
into
If
final.
we win
Yeah.
against BKS, and then we just
Oh,
go
Lee.
final and then wait.
So we're playing in Texas even if we lose.
Yes.
Yeah.
You made it to Texas. You're the first. You're the first team
Oh,
that
yeah,
can
no,
we
say
make Texas.
you made
Some
it to
people
Texas.
told me yes. Some people told me no. I don't know. I'm happy
But
to. I'm
we
happy to
had
play
like
there.
2 weeks ago, people were saying they're going to Texas, and we were like, no.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think honestly, like it's a bit unfortunate for them because I think that they're going to have to play us, the best team of LTA North, and then they have to play the second best team out of everyone else, which means that for winning a series, that's just a war odds. Now, assuming that they're better than us or better than the second best team that will come out of the gauntlet, because that's basically what it is, right? Then yeah, great for them, but. For the small win there, I think it's actually a worse format. I think they would have rather played the third place team or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't kept up with the LTA South at all this split, so I don't know anything about like their strength level or how they match up.
Yeah, I guess it's more of a like, how much do you guys believe in Shopify and 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves style should be very good against teams that probably want to scrap as well. I obviously don't know if LTA South has any like side laning teams, because I think if you have strong side laners against that team, that's the best thing you can have. Like people that are winning their matchup one-on-one and making 100 Thieves group on bad timings because that's what they want to do. I think that was also a big key as to why we had good positions in games 3 and 4. With that in mind, if they do, then I think that could be very interesting. Like I saw, for example, Vivo Keed, they were playing. Like their top laner, I saw he had a very strong performance on Jax, and like that's kind of what you're looking for, is like a guy that will pick a side laning champion that's stronger than the enemy top laner, push side in, and then be hard to kill while simultaneously forcing him to TP early or something. So kind of creating that situation there against 100 Thieves is going to be important. And against Shopify, honestly, it's quite similar. I think Shopify and 100 Thieves play very, very similar. I think 100 Thieves just a bit better at team fighting. But I think that's why 100 Thieves also 3-0'd Shopify, because, 10 players are going to spawn on that screen in that matchup, and the better team fighters will win.
Yeah, you guys believe in Shopify and 100 Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, Bupo pretty much said it. I think if all you can do is meet them 5v5 at an objective, then that's like their best. That's their forte, pretty much. So if they're better at team fighting, maybe they'll beat them. If they're not, then it's gonna be tough.
Also, when I watch LTA South, I think they like to fight. So I think Thieves is gonna win a lot, I think. Yeah, and then Shopify, I don't know. Maybe.
Depends on the day.
I think so. Depends on the
I
day.
think Quad's opinion of Shopify is a bit different from ours.
God. One last thing, just what was the most, I guess, what was your favorite moment from this split? And did anything like surprise you? I'll start with you, Quad.
Last week was really good, but what I remember, I played Yon into, I don't know into who, but I make good play on both sides. Just I remember, and then so I remember like against Team Liquid, and I played Talia, and then I was like 0-3-0, and then we both play Shinjet. So I die a lot this game, but our coaches say to me, "You did good. Like when you die, there's a reason, and then I can keep dying and for like make a play. I mean, make a play." So I remember that my Talia 0-3-0 game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the most memorable game is probably the Singed one.
Yeah.
We were completely losing that game, and then we went off a Singed flip on a Ziggs. So that was pretty memorable, yeah. That was a good one.
I guess the burger flips were pretty memorable. It's hard for me not to say the finals. I felt pretty good in the third game. I felt like I really used my advantage well, and I think that was probably the best game I've played in NA, like almost ever. I think I've never really like put someone in the ground 1v1. I mean, obviously he was screwed because of reasons that were not his fault. Like, don't misunderstand me. he definitely did everything he could that game to try and stay in it. But I think that's exactly why I feel like I played that game really well. And I think that, as much as resistance as he put up, I still was able to run away with the game and create some good situations for my team and made that game very easy.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Congratulations. I heard you guys have a KBBQ appointment to get to now. So enjoy the food.
Thank you.
Thank all of you for watching Pros and listening on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you next week for the LTA Regional Finals.
Huh? Also, I mean, I agree with Masu, but I think this mood is like we are really friendly each other, everyone, and then I mean sometimes too much.
Whoa, what do you mean by that?
I mean.
Welcome to this week's episode of Pros. I am happy to be joined by Bwipo, Masu, and Quad after your victorious, conference finals. Not LTA finals, but conference finals. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
First question, a little bit unserious, but when are you guys releasing the mixtape? What's with all the singing?
At the
Oh,
start of the game, I also hit the craziest bar, and we all just had to jump in and celebrate,
we just like singing, I think.
There's good vibes. Yeah, singing brings good vibes to the table, you gotta.
I don't know if there's a mixtape coming. That might go bankrupt.
No.
If you do it.
What do you think, Quad?
I mean, it's fun. I mean, when people are nervous, I think it's make not nervous. I think, kind of. But I don't know. Just do it.
Yeah.
That was kind of one of my personal favorite teams of all time, the old Flash Wolves team. They used to always sing in draft too. And I did want to talk to you guys about vibes because it seems like vibes are really good on the team right now. Kind of where is that coming from and how worthwhile, like how valuable is that to have on your team?
I think for me, our vibes are pretty good right now. And I think usually you build that with building trust with your team. I think it would not be right to say that we have good vibes all the time. It's natural to have like disagreements in a team, or we have weeks of scrims or days of scrims where we just don't align and then kind of the vibes are off. But I think what creates the good vibes is when you come out of those weeks as a better team and then you kind of gain trust in each other. So I think we've had that like a fair amount of time. So I think that's why our vibes are good.
Nice. You agree, Quad?
Huh? Also, I mean, I agree with Masu, but I think this mood is like we are really friendly each other, everyone, and then I mean sometimes too much.
Whoa, what do you mean by
Sometimes,
that?
I mean, sometimes too much friendly, but
Okay.
it's good. Yeah, it's good.
What's the story behind that?
I don't know. I mean, all good.
What is he talking about?
You know something I don't?
I don't know what the mid jungler are doing, but
All right.
Vibes are important. I think it's important. It's very important. You need to have a happy team. I think joy is the #1 proprietor of success. And I don't think that's just League of Legends. I don't think that's just like esports. I think that's everywhere. Like I think a workforce that is happy to be there, wants to find solution and celebrates finding solutions together is the best way to go about anything in life.
What do you think it's, because one thing I give you guys really big credit for is even when it looks like you're in very disadvantageous positions as a team, you end up finding the angle or finding the fight. Is that because you kind of go through all of this in scrims previously, or like, is that what makes you such a strong team?
Well, I think it's really important to recognize the strengths of your own champion. And I think ultimately pulling the trigger on like, this is where my champion shines, and then other people kind of play off of that is really important. Like I think game 1 we were able to claw back because I realized ultimately on best into Rumble when you get those items, side lane is where you shine. He can't really catch waves on side. He's a big, bulky, immobile character that loses to you 1v1. Very easy to snipe him with the ult. If you catch him, you should beat him. So we were able to pull off, I was able to pick a fight there one-on-one. He died, they panicked, started Baron, got chased, Smolder ended up dying. It was really close, but that's born from the fact that like you are problem solving why your champion isn't performing in the game. And I think that actually comes from solo queue more than scrims, from just knowing your champion really well and like just putting yourself in a position where you know your champion's going to perform very well in this team fight or in the side lane skirmish, whatever it may be.
One thing, so I'm kind of going to talk about how you guys recovered from game 2. One thing that Nuke Duck told me is you got sucked into 100 Thieves craziness. Do you agree with that assessment?
Hey, what I played for second game?
First game. Like we came back because we got baited to play their game.
He was talking about first game, but I'm talking about second game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What I played?
Oh, second game.
Second game.
I played Varus.
Talia, you
I
played
played
Talia.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Think
Because
both-
Nuke Duck said you guys got like sucked in. Like, is there, because I feel like everyone says this about 100 Thieves. They're like, oh, 100 Thieves. They're so crazy. We know exactly what they're going to do. But then they always manage to get some of these games. So do you agree with that?
Honestly, I remember like the first fight the most because that's where I think the game swung the hardest at Grubs, and I think we just got like mega outplayed by River. He just buffered the Alistar Q with my ult, and he did it like so last second that I threw my ult at him and it missed, and he ulted quad, so quad died pretty fast, I think. And I don't know if we got sucked into their game because I think that fight should have been advantageous for us, but I think they just outplayed us.
Yeah, I think we played bad. Like when team fight. Also, first group, I make big mistake. Like I waste combo and then they just free going to me and then kill me. And then when just Aura TP mid when second Drake, also I can call more like a shot call more. Aura wants TP and then maybe I can push top. Also, maybe just make some mistake.
I feel like whenever I talk to you all as a team, you're always really self-critical in these moments, right? So it's like, okay, we're not going to necessarily focus on, in this case, what 100 Thieves are going to do. We're focused on the mistakes you make. Do you feel like that's also why you're such a strong team?
It's got to be why we're strong individually. I think why we're strong as a team is separate from that, but I think that's why the players on our team perform well individually. And my take on 100 Thieves, why we got sucked in, is because it's almost impossible not to when they have priority on multiple lanes and they click on an objective. Like, how can you not match them and try to win 5v5 if that's what your comp does too? So like, we were playing like a Sion front to back comp. Difficult for us to make plays on side lane against Vi. So, you know, when you play Xin Zhao Sion, you kind of are forced to match them. And I think that ultimately that's why we got sucked in a bit, because I don't think we saw other options in the game.
Okay, that makes sense. Bwipo, you got player of the series.
My first one ever.
How does it
really?
feel?
My first finals MVP, yeah.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Do you
Yeah, I
think
agree.
it
I mean, it was insane.
I learned from Quad last week.
What did you learn from me?
Good plays, good plays.
Lane gap.
Lane gap?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't know lane gap. Oh, last week, like a match, right? Oh.
Yeah, you were lane gap.
Hey, you won player of the series last week.
Oh yeah, I mean last week I was insane.
That's why I said I learned from your
Oh,
brother.
I see. I thought you said scrim.
That too.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you feel like you guys did best today as a team?
Honestly, I think we were kind of shaky. Like, I actually felt like we were not like that on point at all. I think we gave them a lot of opportunities. Even me, like game 4, like I was dizzy. Like I was playing Gragas to his fullest potential, drunk. So a lot of fights I was quite drunk. No doubt about that. I think game 1 we had definitely some jitters as well. Like, I felt like we weren't like on our engages. Game 2, same thing. Like when we caught someone, I didn't feel like that guy got one shot because we layered our CC well. I feel like definitely some jitters. So that's how I felt playing the series. But we're a strong team, so we stay in it and we try our best to find ways to win anyway.
Yeah, I think we were pretty sloppy. I think especially myself, like I got too sucked into my own head, so I can't even like say for the rest of the team. But we were just getting gapped pretty hard, so it was definitely a rough series for me today.
I think today, kind of hard for me because I think first game, first thing also we have to lose, I think. but I think Casper win. I mean, inspired to win every smite fight. I think that was really big.
True.
We get fit, and then also we get Atakan even we lose fight. So it's make we can play the game.
I agree.
Yeah, And then second game was, I think, really just hard. And then, I mean, third game, I don't know why do they give me Casio into Rise because it's like favorite matchup. But maybe because like we played against Thieves in Scrim, we played that matchup, and then I give him solo kill. So maybe I give him fake information, maybe. So I was really happy.
Good job.
So game 3 was fun, and then game 4 was, I think, they went a bit. I think they mental boom or something.
Has there ever been a game, because you guys are self-critical, and I actually think that's like a really good quality to have. I do think it's one of the reasons why you are our top team. Has there been a game this year where you're like, yeah, we absolutely crushed them? No notes. I mean, there are never no notes, but you know what I mean, as close to that as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you mean like important games or regular season games?
Regular season.
mean,
Yeah, I mean, any, yeah.
There's for sure some there where I feel like we all, I mean, there's always notes, but I definitely think there were some moments where we like across the board won all lanes and jungle got ahead and the game was just too easy to win. I remember the Swain game I played. It was the first game I played.
That was a fun one.
That was like, I just felt like we couldn't lose. There was nothing the enemy team could do. It was a draft into just a well-played game, I think.
I think our first game against Lyon was pretty good. I think we had a pretty good swap, and we kind of got like a really huge lead early, but I can't say it was a perfect game because then we weren't able to hold it, and I wasn't able to convert that lead into something more meaningful or snowball it. So, but I think that early game was probably my best.
I don't really remember like this split, but just this split for me, I try to change my play style because I always learn from people because he like to like die if we play like the other side. So I try to just like play aggressive and then try to die or just try to kill him and then die and then see how situation and then how was the other lane situation. I learn from people a lot. So actually I die a lot this play, I think.
No.
But you know, if I die like I learn from die. So sometimes I don't die next time, and sometimes if I die, it's more good situation. So yeah, this play 3 for me.
In game 3, you killed the Nafiri top. That was huge for the game.
This one just is I just don't think can they gank me like that because I forgot how Napiri work, I think.
Yeah. He dashed behind your tower or what?
No, he just like dash. Like I just stand in line and he just E and ulti, so he can catch me. It was just a mistake.
I thought he like came behind your tower or something.
Oh
you know?
no, it's just a mistake. But it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it ends up being a great outplay, right? So
Yeah, I mean sometimes you make outplay, sometimes you make.
Yeah, because I mean you'd had Whippo do the same thing, also in top lane, with the 1v3 outplay when they tried to dive you.
The enemy karma deserves to lose after that. I was giggling because like he could not have played it worse. I mean, I should have died there by all intents and purposes, and I think they would have had a very real game. Like obviously, like after I get that 1v3 kill, and I literally pushed out the way 1 versus 2 after she respawned, walked top. I won my lane 1v2 after that because she walked into my combo again. And at that point, it's like I'm so far ahead of Jax that's been suffering the entire time that there's not much really he can do about it. Like his bot lane just completely dropped the ball, and I think I did utilize my advantage to the best of my abilities, which is something that you know is on me. But the enemy top laner had no choice but to feed that game. Like there's just nothing you can do there. There's nothing you can do there.
Yeah, I mean when I saw 3 people on your screen and then you got the kill, I don't know what happened.
You just look at the mini map, you're like, okay.
Yeah, because their Jax is not farming a minion. He's like 1 HP, trying his best, and then I just see Karma die, and it was pretty hard for them after that.
Yeah, so Rise always like try to help like Jack's line. It was really helpful for me.
Yeah. Rise was like moving back and forth, trying to break the freeze. It was a rough situation.
I mean, it's same because if he try to help like Jack's line, he gonna lose 1 mid, so it's the same. So shouldn't.
Great for you.
Yeah, good for me.
Looking at 100 Thieves as a whole, how much did it surprise you that they were your finals opponent?
Honestly, I'm not because when I play against them in Scrim, I think just Steve is better than the other team. So I didn't get surprised, actually, for me.
I was pretty surprised before this week, but I think like their series against C9 Shopify, and then against us today, I think they got a lot better throughout the split. And yeah, now like I could see why they made it to the finals, even though I think them and C9 are still like relatively close. But yeah, it's not that surprising.
I mean, yeah, I think they played really good League of Legends today, actually. I think this is... The only thing that could have gone wrong for us is losing. But in terms of like looking at our own weaknesses as players and like trying to do better as a team, like this was a very good series for us, I think, to realize that like where we are flawed and like also our drafts, etc. I think they played really well today, and you know, nothing but props for 100 Thieves for locking in and making it this far, because it's really impressive.
I have to turn to the team that you already brought up, Masu, which is C9, just because it feels like they were the flip side of 100 Thieves making it to finals is that the expected team was, I think, in most people's estimations, I'll say in mine prior to this week, was that it was going to be C9, even with the disguised series. So from having, like, I don't know how much you were able to watch that series, but from scrim results, from kind of what you were able to see, what do you think happened with Cloud9?
Yeah, I have a pretty strong opinion.
Go ahead.
I think the reason why, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, but people don't like me right now, based on something I said about Cloud9, but that's all right. I'll double down here. I think joy is fundamentally the biggest reason why a team performs well over the long term. I think that it's extremely important to bring joy into your team and you want to have people come into the office, look forward to scrimming, look forward to finding solutions, and look forward to working with each other. And obviously, I don't know everything about C9, and this is all from hearsay from people that have been on the team, etc. But I think that their schedule is extremely rigid, and this is the team they are. If you're not familiar, they have like a workout every morning. They have like they have a workout where they expect you to show up and perform. The whole JoJo situation where he didn't do that, for example, that is a problem. So my point is, I think if you're not winning as a team and you're doing that, from my experience, if it doesn't come from within yourself, to want to wake up and exercise every day, to want to, have that kind of structure in your life, I find that can drain you rather quickly. And you'll start asking questions and doubting yourself, like, why am I even doing this? Like I'm working so much harder than everyone else, but I'm not seeing results. And I think that that's kind of like a real issue. That's a real issue I would have if I were on that team. Obviously, it's one of the reasons why I haven't worked with C9, and that's why I don't see me as a culture fit there. I think that's why over the last 2 years they have kind of faltered going into summer, because the results they were looking for weren't quite there coming into summer, and I think a lot of their players there was no joy replacing, like there was not enough joy coming in and too much effort going out on things that I personally think, especially imports, can't really handle that well. Again, I could be wrong. I obviously have no idea what exactly goes in C9, but I know for myself, if I went to join that team and I had to do that and I didn't win, I would really feel bad about it. Like I'd be like, damn, like I'm trying so much harder than everyone else is in this league and I just don't see results. Not enough joy.
I don't know, I think in the last, I guess just like their game against 100 Thieves and DSG, I guess ever since they lost to Shopify, it looked like their players were tilted, at least from the outside. I think their bot lane, usually they would have a good matchup, and then they're able to leverage that with Volking moving around. Sven is pretty good at playing on his own, and then they get Thanatos ahead, or they just play with their support on the map somewhere with their support jungle. And I think they found leads that way, and in their last few series, I feel like their lanes just weren't going well at all from what I saw. Like Thanatos was losing matchups a lot, Loki was, and so was their bot lane. And then I feel like they do have a issue of like choking the later games. I feel like sometimes they make decisions that they don't need to make when they're in a good position in the game. And I think that happens a lot in game 4s and 5s for their team. I'm not exactly sure why. Yeah, that's what I think about it.
I mean, also I don't know.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know about C9. Just more easier than split 1. When we start split 1 and then I face C9 and Loki, it was kind of hard. He was good, but now he's easy now. That's why, yeah. Maybe I'm grow or he getting nerfed. I don't know, or both.
Maybe you're just that good now.
Why not both?
Yeah, it could be both. I did want to change that into a broader thing of like, just because so much has been said about, like, I mean, you kind of touched on it with the culture fit, but also specifically varying ideas of like scrim culture. So I did want to ask you guys, obviously starting with you, because I think you just brought this conversation up in the community, but to you, what is a good like team and scrim culture?
Like I said, I think there needs to be joy. You got to look forward to playing together, and I look forward to when my teammates make mistakes because, okay, I don't look forward to it, but I look forward to the opportunity to discuss and how we can improve. You know what I mean? Like, whenever Masu does something that I notice him doing several times in a row, like I can tap him on the shoulder and be like, hey, brother, I noticed that you're doing this and I think you can do better. And that's an opportunity for me and him to connect, build trust. And also, when next time he actually does that, I'm really happy for him. So for example, Masu kept throwing his Q before a cannon wave would show up bot lane. He kept throwing his Sivir Q at the enemy champions, even though he knew he wanted to recall. So I noticed this when I was watching Gagos playing, and coincidentally he was playing Sivir in most of the games that happened. And I noticed, and I told him, like, hey Masu, you keep throwing your Q here, and it's stopping you from one-shotting that minion wave. This means that you're delaying yourself 5 to 6 seconds on tempo. That could make a big difference. When Masu doesn't actually holds his Q now and one-shots the wave, it makes me happy. I feel like I made a difference, even though it's such a small thing. And I think that when you're in scrim culture, still celebrating those small things is really big. I really believe that. I think that that's joy, that's trust, that's something that you can share between you and your friend, so you and your teammate. Something you can look forward to. Same with like Quad, for example, whenever he makes a side lane play and he 1v2s them, I always celebrate it. I have to celebrate it because that's something that usually I would do. And I can tell that he tried to learn and pick that up. So I have to make sure that he knows that I really celebrate that. And I think in any functional team, celebrating those moments is super important.
I agree with him because we can review when we make mistake. Also, it's really good. But when we review our like good point, it's also review like we remember it and then we can do it again. So I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I've only been on this team so far, so like I don't even have enough experience to say how other scrim atmospheres or cultures are. But having a team where everyone trusts each other enough to give feedback, knowing that person will at least like entertain the idea, and then there's like a discussion that can happen, that will always, I think, create a better team because people are having a discussion, their ideas are being shared, and then their ideas are also being challenged. And that kind of helps you realize, oh, I might be wrong about this, or it helps you realize I'm right about this because of this, this, and that. So I think just, a team where you trust each other enough to have open conversations is always good.
Nice.
I have something to add to that, actually. I think that having the capacity to forgive your teammate for something that you know he's bad at, or a strength that he has that he just tries to use, but it fails often. Love using Masu as my scapegoat here, so I'll use it again. Masu loves to fight on mid-wave, even when we as a team do not like doing that.
I mean, honestly, what AD carry doesn't? I'm just saying.
Oh, I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. And in this team, this is not a strength Masu can use because we don't like to use our tempo to help him fight around mid-wave. So whenever he's scrimming, this is a meme I've coined. It's called high noon. It's high noon in the mid lane, and Masu has to fight the enemy AD carry. 1v1, got him down, or the other way around.
I mean, usually it's like a Jhin Varus, and then usually the Jhin is opening his last bullet, and I'm queuing, and then that's the high noon.
That's high noon right there. So what I'm trying to say is being able to look at Masu and tell him, like, hey, we know you do this. It's okay. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, for whatever reason, like, you're still doing this. Like, I don't get frustrated when he dies on midwave. It's more like something to laugh about because I know that he has a tendency of doing it. Same for me. I'm not a ranged top lane player, for example, and if I pick a ranged top laner and I mess up my lane and I start feeding, I want that to be something we can all laugh about. I don't want that to be something like, the worst thing. Why are we doing this? Or like, when you review points and it's like someone really feels bad about the fact that they made a mistake. I think that's where I think a lot of tilted teams start crumbling really quickly.
Okay. It sounds like, I mean, this, actually I heard it a lot more when I was a journalist and like interviewing players a lot more frequently, but I think the best teams always have that kind of like push and pull in terms of feedback. It's more of a collaborative effort. So you guys sound like you're in a good spot. I am going to look ahead a little bit. I'm not gonna expect you guys to know anything about the Southern teams. However, I will say the last time we had cross conference play, the LTA North did not drop a series. Do you expect the same thing to happen this time around?
The format is best of 5 or best of 3?
It is a best of 5.
That definitely makes it harder, I think, for the South teams.
I'm not sure, honestly. I haven't been
I think it
keeping
depends
up.
on the matchups. How does the seeding work? Third seed plays first
So
seed?
the bracket's actually set. So it's basically, yeah, the 2 3s play each other, and then you're seeded into the upper bracket against Cade Stars, who is their,
Oh, so we have 2 lives.
yeah,
Okay.
who is their number 1 seed.
Okay.
If we win, we just go final, right? And then waiting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
think that's a bit
We
unfortunate.
go final instead?
I think that's a bit unfortunate for them, honestly, because I feel
maybe
like.
no.
Wait, what? We
Yeah,
did?
you
She
do.
said, yeah. She
You
said,
do.
she said, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
We're 2
Here, I
best of
can show
5s,
you.
and we're the goats.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean,
Oh my gosh, there are so many.
it makes sense. We did. We deserve an
But
extra
yeah,
life. We
so
did
you're
win.
there.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah,
if you
that-
beat
the extra
Cade,
life
you're
makes
seeded
sense.
into
If
final.
we win
Yeah.
against BKS and then we just
Oh,
go
Lee.
final and then wait.
So we're playing in Texas even if we lose.
Yes.
Yeah.
You made it to Texas. You're the first. You're the first team
yeah,
that can
no,
we
say
make Texas.
you made
Some
it to
people
Texas.
told me yes, some people told me no. I don't know. I'm happy
But
to. I'm
we
happy to
had
play
like
there.
2 weeks ago, people were saying they're going to Texas, and we were like, no.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think honestly, like it's a bit unfortunate for them because I think that they're going to have to play us, the best team of LTA North, and then they have to play the second best team out of everyone else, which means that for winning a series, that's just a war odds. Now, assuming that they're better than us or better than the second best team that will come out of the gauntlet, because that's basically what it is, right? Then yeah, great for them, but. For the small win there, I think it's actually a worse format. I think they would have rather played the third place team or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't kept up with the LTA South at all this split, so I don't know anything about like their strength level or how they match up.
Yeah, I guess it's more of a like, how much do you guys believe in Shopify and 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves style should be very good against teams that probably want to scrap as well. I obviously don't know if LTA South has any like side laning teams, because I think if you have strong side laners against that team, that's the best thing you can have. Like people that are winning their matchup one-on-one and making 100 Thieves group on bad timings because that's what they want to do. I think that was also a big key as to why we had good positions in games 3 and 4. With that in mind, if they do, then I think that could be very interesting. Like I saw, for example, Vivo Keed, they were playing. Like their top laner, I saw had a very strong performance on Jax, and like that's kind of what you're looking for, is like a guy that will pick a side laning champion that's stronger than the enemy top laner, push side in, and then be hard to kill while simultaneously forcing him to TP early or something. So kind of creating that situation there against 100 Thieves is going to be important. And against Shopify, honestly, it's quite similar. I think Shopify and 100 Thieves play very, very similar. I think 100 Thieves just a bit better at team fighting. But I think that's why 100 Thieves also 3-0'd Shopify, because, 10 players are going to spawn on that screen in that matchup, and the better team fighters will win.
Yeah, you guys believe in Shopify and 100 Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, Bupo pretty much said it. I think if all you can do is meet them 5v5 at an objective, then that's like their best, that's their forte, pretty much. So if they're better at team fighting, maybe they'll beat them. If they're not, then it's going to be tough.
Also, when I watch LTA South, I think they like to fight. So I think Thieves is gonna win a lot, I think. Yeah, and then Shopify, I don't know. Maybe.
Depends on the day.
I think so. Depends on the
I
day.
think Quad's opinion of Shopify is a bit different from ours.
God. One last thing, just what was your favorite moment from this split? And did anything like surprise you? I'll start with you, Quad.
Last week was really good, but what I remember, I played Yon into, I don't know into who, but I make good play on both sides. Just I remember, and then so I remember like against Team Liquid, and I played Talia, and then I was like 0-3-0, and then we both play Shinjit. So I die a lot this game, but our coaches say to me, you did good. Like when you die, there's a reason, and then I can keep dying and for like make a play. I mean, make a play. So I remember that my Talia 0-3-0 game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the most memorable game is probably the Singed one.
Yeah.
We were completely losing that game, and then we went off a Singed flip on a Ziggs. So that was pretty memorable, yeah. That was a good one.
I guess the burger flips were pretty memorable. It's hard for me not to say the finals. You know, I felt pretty good in the third game. I felt like I really used my advantage well, and I think that was probably the best game I've played in NA, like almost ever. I think I've never really like put someone in the ground 1v1. I mean, obviously he was screwed because of reasons that were not his fault. Like, don't misunderstand me. He definitely did everything he could that game to try and stay in it, but I think that's exactly why I feel like I played that game really well, and I think that you know, as much as resistance as he put up, I still was able to run away with the game and create some good situations for my team and made that game very easy.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Congratulations. I heard you guys have a KBBQ appointment to get to now, so enjoy the food.
Thank you.
Thank all of you for watching Pros and listening on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you next week for the LTA Regional Finals.
So don't you tell me about no tears, no pain, no fear, no gain, 'cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom. But when the time is just a moment away, live another second wasted. You make it count so you control what you made. No, no, I know tears, no pain, no more excuses. So don't you tell me about no tears, no
It is do or die. This is an elimination series, and the loser, unfortunately, their season will be over right here.
Well, keep running, keep running.
I will have Wait, they want to get the bottom break.
What the Titan body blocking for his support, does not want to allow the headshot! But FBI dials it in!
Brother just got a solo kill as a Jin in mid lane there bends the bullet around Titan.
I'm that guy. I'm that guy, bro. Don't worry about me.
I use Mikhail's,
I need flash ulted. Yeah.
Okay, Corky, nice. No,
40 gonna be G8. 40 gonna be G8.
I'm better no.
And that's on L, yeah. Okay. 40 on this side, guys.
Nice.
fine.
Look, focus on Bessa. Focus on Bessa.
Let's flash it. Let's
On
flash
Bessa, on
it.
Bessa. He's a damage.
First net flash, guys. We can
Corky, Corky. Oh,
holy shit, guys.
Nice, good fight.
we're just trolling guys.
Yeah.
And with one fell swoop of a team fight, 100 Thieves are going to match point.
Take it to Chanel. 5K. Yeah. Oh, we're standing up.
Wait. Look at Varus.
I got demo. What's Gwen?
Need help. Only Gwen.
100 Thieves are going to take it straight to the Nexus. They will eliminate Pain Gaming from contention for Dallas and Worlds, and they will earn themselves a 3-0 victory.
Hello and welcome back to the waiting room, and welcome Trimby from Vivo Kate Stars.
Special
Well, happy to
guest.
have you on, special guest. You're going to be playing next week as you're the #1 seed from the South, but we have you here today to hang out at least at the beginning of the day and talk about the matchup today, because it's going to be Shopify versus the Red Cannons Kalunga.
Yeah, Red Cannons Kalunga are here. And honestly, I like the transition. Not only did Brazil nab you from Europe, we nabbed you from Brazil. Now you're ours.
You're Mr. Worldwide now.
Mr. Worldwide. So
True.
first off, how's your experience been in LA so far? What's the first thing you did when you got in?
We were thinking about going in and out. That was the first thing.
That's all we need.
Classic.
We
It's a
definitely
classic.
were, because last time we came here, we didn't try it, because we didn't know that, the players didn't really know that we can't really order it, right? It's quite of a special
It
thing.
doesn't. That one doesn't have delivery.
Yeah, it's quite of a special thing in California, right? So we almost did it, but we just went home and just took a shower. Sadly, some rooms were not ready, sadly, for us, because we were a bit too early. So some of us took shower and just went straight to arena, and honestly, we just played League of Legends, I'll be honest with you.
Well, I'm going to show you a quick
Classic.
cheat code. We can actually ask the PAs, can we get some in and out in the studio, please? I don't
What
know
are
if
we doing?
Yeah, what?
Actually, I'm just going to ask it nebulously
That's a
out
great
there.
request. That's a great request. The real question for me is how is it kind of acclimating to Brazil? Because that move was a big one for you.
No, definitely. Culturally, it's completely different, right? And as well, I'm just on the other side of the world, right? Everything is just so different. But yeah, it was back and forth, I'll be honest with you. If you look at our competition results, they were a bit shaky, especially first and second split. But after inquiring Miro to our team and just trying to figure things out a bit more, I feel like we became such a better team. And I did think in scrims particularly, right, I think we were doing quite all right. It just never came to the point where we actually showcased it in competitive games.
You kind of talked about this in your post-game interview after the win, but what has been the biggest differences between LEC and Brazil in terms of gameplay, and what do you think you've learned as a sport? Because you kind of talked about how you didn't really expect to learn as much as you did.
I think at first I knew it's gonna be challenging for sure, just because of the fact how different the culture is, as I said. But then it just came out more about how the project was, the vision of it, and I felt like the players themselves were. I just expected different things, you know. So at first it was very challenging to come here and just try to be, because my role was to be a leader, right? And that was something that before I tried to do, but it was not really a thing where I have to do it, otherwise it's not gonna work, right?
Yeah.
And this time it was more like this, at least first splits, and it did overwhelm me for sure. Where it just felt like I was just hitting the wall over and over and over again. So for sure, first split was very challenging, but then later it just went smoothly, right? I felt like I got very comfortable with all of my teammates.
Well, it worked out for you. You are the first seed. Let's actually take a
Hell
look
yeah.
at the bracket here, because that way we can highlight what's in your future, but then also what's going to be happening today. So FlyQuest, Vivo Cade, you're on the top side of the bracket. You're already locked for Worlds and Dallas. It's just seeding from that position. We saw 100 Thieves versus Pain yesterday. That was a 3-0 for 100 Thieves, but now it's Red versus Shopify Rebellion. First off, what are your immediate reactions from the series yesterday, Trimby?
Honestly, I did think at first that 100 Thieves would just 3-0 Pain.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I think, even though I really like Pain, I think you should be respectful to them. I did feel like they were the most shaky performing team from LTA South. But when I saw the games, I was like, maybe they can actually get 1-2 games. Maybe they could even win. And it
was
did
close.
feel like it. It did feel like it at some point.
Especially game 2.
For sure,
Especially
yes,
game 2.
yes.
But now it's going to be Red Canids Kalunga coming in here. So I'm happy that we have you because you
Yeah.
got to compete against them this whole year. So what should we expect from this team, and kind of what are your expectations from what you've seen on the Rift versus them?
Yeah, the most important thing, like comparing Split 2 and Split 3 in LTA South, is the changes that were made, and especially these two teams. I mean, Pain didn't make any changes. I mean, more like Red and Loud.
Yeah.
And since Red is now here, like the fact that they decided to go for rookies, like they got the AD carry who's a rookie, Django who's a rookie, and mid laner who's like fresh, right? And
Yeah.
he was playing before in like the LLA, I think it's called. And honestly, he was the shining star for them, right? He was
Yeah.
the one who was making the plays, making the aggressive moves. And even though they lost to us, it's so respect. Like, you have to give them so much respect for the fact that they bounced back and they won against Spain. They won against teams that they were not supposed to win. And I think it's something that I hope they will showcase today as well.
It's actually crazy because watching them outside looking in, those rookies look so fearless.
Yes.
They're the most aggressive players I've seen,
Yes.
especially Kaze. Like the assassins that he kind of plays.
Yeah.
What's the most surprising thing for you watching Red Canids play?
Yeah, I feel like when you play against them and you like try to figure out what they're doing, you're not gonna for sure know, because there will be plays that you think, nah, there's no way he's gonna go for it. And he just goes for it. You know? And it can be, I think with them, it's like, sometimes you feel like it's such a bad play. I mean, I'm not saying they're playing bad, but sometimes there's games that are like, the concept feels so bad, but they do it all together immediately.
Yeah.
And then it's like, it works, you know? It just works out because you're not ready for it. And I think it's so, I actually think it's incredible how they play. And I do think versus us, there was like the bracket was a bit hard, right? They had to play 3 best of 5 back to back to back. So it was, they were not that like comfortable to play them. But I do feel like now with like some rest and now maybe getting some scrims off versus some other teams, I hope that they'll be able to show what they did in LTA South.
I want to watch a little bit, talk a little bit about that kind of fearless approach also to their drafting, because some of their drafts have been absolutely wild, especially some of their red side drafts. So like in preparing to face them, was that something you looked at all?
Yeah, for sure. I think since they also got a new coach this split, right? Talkers, who used to be like a very like big icon of Brazil, Brazilian league. So he has a bit different idea of how to draft, I feel like, and also his players, I think they also like try to contribute to it. So I do think they're trying to focus more on like how to win lanes, how to like make sure you have comfortable matchups to actually snowball to fight back on every single occasion. And I do think it's something that is scary to play against, because if you give them those angles and you give them these gold leads, they'll make sure you can't like step up anywhere, right? And that's something that I do think Shopify plays quite fast game from what I saw. Like I think we played them in the bootcamp previously, like 2 months ago. We played them a bunch, and I did feel like they were like the fastest playing team outside, like of the ones we scrimmed against.
Yeah.
We didn't scrim C9 or FlyQuest, which was kind of sad at the time, but they were at MSI, right? we were chilling 4th place in LTA South, right? So I was happy we got any scrims, but yeah, they did feel like the fastest team to play against. So I'm really curious to see how this matchup is gonna face.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Trimby, and giving your thoughts on the matchup.
Thank you.
Competing
Thank you
against
so
them.
much.
But Emily, you actually caught up with Seos earlier today, so let's hear what he had to say about the matchup.
Hello, I'm happy to be joined by Seos before your match today against Red.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling? Because I know you've talked a lot about the kind of, I guess, internal conflict between going up against your home region, right?
Yeah. I'm feeling really excited, to be honest, because I already play against some players on Red Candidates, and I know they are really good. And this is like my first time ever like playing like kind of international event against a Brazil team. I never thought this would be possible, but yeah, I'm just happy, to be honest, yeah.
I talked to you closer to the beginning of the split about you coming over here and like what the greatest differences were. What's been kind of the best thing and the most challenging thing about moving up to the LTA North?
I think for me, like, especially on the starts, was kind of like everything, like even like outside the game, you know, I still had to like adapt my whole life, you know, everything changed, not only like teammates and coaching staff, but like everything outside of league. But I feel like after that, I think just the teams here, I think especially the supports, when I came here, I feel like they were way like smarter and faster inside the game, you know. I feel like they look to do way more plays than like Brazilian teams used to do in the past. So I feel like when I arrived here, I was like kind of behind, like when we play against the top support. So I feel like I need to like catch up to them, like be more smart and faster on the map.
It's kind of interesting to hear you say that, because you said that before. But when I watched you previously, like before Kaboom on Loud, and then talking to a lot of the casters and analysts last year, they were like, when Seos left, it was like Loud lost like a little bit of their brain. Like they gave you a lot of credit for knowing the map really well. So do you feel like you did have that? Like, do you think that was a reflection of your play? And like, were you able to at least bring that here and be a voice on Shopify?
I think like it's hard to say because I feel like every team has like different needs. Because you know sometimes one player talk more or one player talk less. So I feel like on my career I always was able to like kind of feel like what the team needs. You know, if the team needs someone to play like more slow. You know, I feel like on Loud I was the guy that. If you compare me with the other players, I feel like the others were crazy than me, so I kind of need to like, you know, chill, like kind of be like the voice of the reason, you know, like let's just chill and do this now. But every team is different, you know, you need to like adapt and know what kind of player you need to be so your team can success.
Well, good luck, boa sorte,
Thank you.
and we'll see you on stage.
Yeah.
All right, two big surprises. First of all, Emily speaks Portuguese. Second of all, Azael is here randomly. But yes, we did get to hear a little bit from Seos. The entire 17 minutes remaining of applause. But no, it was great to hear from Seos and like just echoing the sentiment of like, when Seos moved over to North America, you were moving basically the best support in the region. The reason why they found so much success, like 3 titles with Loud, without Loud, they didn't really find that level of success. And of course, Trimby spoke to them a little bit and how they're finding that new kind of rejuvenation with some of the players. They're not here, obviously, but just talking about how important it was for Seos, for that region, for that team in terms of just winning.
I mean, he's one of the goats of the region, for sure.
Yeah,
right?
And now he's playing against Red Candid, so there it is.
Big moment for them. And I think we got to remind everybody, they got a little rocked last week. Shopify Rebellion did not have a great series versus 100 Thieves. They did get swept in that one.
Yeah, and I think this, for me, was a little bit of a clash of two teams that kind of play a bit similarly, right? In the way that they like to look for fights, or when they succeed, it's because they're all kind of pulling the trigger on those fights at once. And when there's a team that I think knows the map a little bit better, is maybe playing a little bit of a higher level, it actually is going to look like even more of a mismatch, in my opinion. And I think that's kind of what happened here.
I mean, one of the things that makes me nervous for Shopify, you know, playing really in any match, is the fact that they really do play up or down to the level of their opponents, right? They don't seem to be able to kind of cleanly close out games against teams that are below in the standings.
This is a crazy
It is. Teams that are better than the standings, 4 and 5. Teams that are worse than the standings, 4 and 5. And so, you know, they are playing a team that, like, on paper, they should be a lot better than.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like they get sucked into, you know, whatever the other team is trying to do. And just the fact they're 8 and 10 and the 3rd seed.
It's amazing.
They win when it matters, so we can say that, you know, they're able to clean it up in the matches that are really important.
I feel like they could beat Gen G and then the next day lose to the worst team in Academy.
That'll happen. It'll happen. It's like, and it sucks too because I'm like, all right, I'm basing my predictions on how they did in pick and play or just during the regular season. No, during playoffs, wrong. They play well during those situations, so it is pretty crazy to see. That being said, Kobe is standing right next to Fudge in the interview, so now he can keep him accountable.
All right, so first off, we did get a look at your scrim board, and yesterday, or the last day of scrims, whatever the last day of scrims you guys had, only 2 people rated themselves. It was you and Juan. You rated yourself a 9, and Contracts gave himself a 10. What went down in those scrims? 2v8?
We did not scrim. So we just troll rated. I mean, we had a good day, you know, of chilling and watching the Pain 100 Thieves series, and then did a draft meeting. So it was a 9 and a 10 for me and Juan. The rest of them forgot to do it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, what did you think of that series?
I thought that it was pretty close, a lot of the games, honestly. It was kind of, it showed that they definitely have the chance to beat any of the teams. And we have to take them seriously. They're pretty good, especially early mid-game and skirmishing. I think they're pretty good at, so we just have to watch out for that. And yeah, just take them seriously, respect them, and we can win.
Did your coaches give you anything specific to keep in mind when you're playing red over here?
I think only thing I can really remember, I'm sure he gave me a lot of things, but only thing I can really remember is that they like to like drop side waves to go to objectives and kind of just don't really care too much about the side waves. They just go to the objective no matter what. That tends to be their, their play, and we just have to watch out for them, cheating, not really going for the wave like we'd expect them to, and just running into a fight in mid lane or something like that.
Okay, so we'll be ready for team fights. That's all the prep we need. You have won the most improved player twice in a row now. Like, how high is the Fudge improvement meter gonna go? Are you gonna go for the triple?
I feel like most improved is like they thought you were bad into they think you're pretty good. So I guess that happened twice in my career, 2021 and now this year. So I'll take it. I ain't complaining. I hope I get a trophy. Please give me a trophy. Yeah. Or some money. I'm down for money too. And but I'm happy to win it. I'm happy to win anything. So that's nice.
You actually, directly from Thanatos, I interviewed him a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about it as well. And he specifically was like, yeah, Fudge, he kind of, viewed you as one of the bottom top laners, but then he was like, yeah, he is top 3 with me and Bwipo. So your direct competition also is really giving you that respect now. Do you feel like there has been anything significant that did change in your play this time around, as opposed to your most improved, the first time around a long time ago?
I'm just having a good time now, It's the vibes. It's all about the vibes. That's why 100 Thieves are winning, and that's why we're going to win.
Good strat. All right. He said they're going to win. Take it away, Lounge.
You're going to win.
My real question is Fudge going to run it down in spring next year so he can set up for the triple most improved?
The 3.
Yeah. I also want to know, what is a 10 out of rating yourself 10 out of 10 on chilling and having good vibes?
You're having great vibes.
What kind of days does that look like?
He had a burger in one hand, boba in the other.
Oh, that sounds like an amazing time.
The chair is like a bad
the chair is completely reclined.
All the way back.
You're just it's super reclined as you're eating your burger.
But obviously, Shopify Rebellion, we're going to have a lot of people, I think, from the North expecting a lot from them based on historically how the North has performed against the South.
Yes, but before we get to that, Otacon has been a big topic, and I've developed a new game called Who's That Otacon?
Whoa!
So we're going to have these 3 here.
That's terrifying out loud.
We're going to have you 3. So you have to guess. Talk me through it. Who do you think this could
there's
be?
been so many Otacons. Okay, so they're starting it up. First of all, Nami.
We have a Lucian Nami.
They don't have vision control yet, right? Like they're getting vision after the fact.
I'm cheating just because of the Lucian Nami.
And then they engage onto a Rumble.
Oh, I remember this game.
Wait, I remember
It was C9 Shopify.
Yeah.
This is C9 Shopify?
I think this is C9 versus Shopify.
Do you remember who's which side though, Raz?
Well, it was the Rumble. The Rumble side is the C9 side.
No, it was not.
You did get the Shopify.
You got that side. Okay, but now there's multiple of these, right? This looks like the exact same.
Fully revealed. Yeah.
This is the revealed. Okay.
Yeah, this is exactly. This was the Gekko's game. This was Shopify, the ones were starting it up, and FlyQuest were able to come, barely survive, wipe them up. So pretty good. You guys got Shopify. I'm impressed. But remember, they could come from anywhere, north or south.
Okay, well, this one is on the north side of the map right now. Okay, so wait, Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai was not played a lot. In jungle, though. Jungle Rek'Sai, not top lane.
This has to be from the south, because we haven't had a Rek'Sai jungle on blue.
I think this is red candidates only because of the, Rek'Sai and Silas as a combination.
Yeah, Silas, Kaze, really known for that
pick. It's a red combination.
Red versus who, though?
I agree,
Look at that sick equalizer, though.
I'm gonna go Vivo K, just because.
Cooking them.
I don't know. Maybe this was in the finals or something.
I'm going,
No.
Lock it in. What are your guesses?
I'm locking in red cannons Kalunga. 3, 2, 1.
Red versus Pain.
Let's go!
It was Red starting it up.
Fire for half.
Yeah. Raz is totally carrying our
I can't guess the enemy team.
FMB was going crazy on his Rumble, by the way. I feel like this. I was so impressed with him and his team fighting. Yeah, I do think he plays an excellent Rumble. And I think this was like a good Otacon where they started up to draw their enemy to them, and then they peel, they take the fight, and then they're able to go back to the Otacon and actually secure it. So to me, that was like a really well played Otacon.
That makes sense
to
me.
Okay, but is this the last one?
Yeah, this is the last one.
So number 3, again, it's on the top side.
Morgana,
Teemo, jungle. What?
This is just not a real game.
This is not a pro game.
This is not a game at all.
Your solo queue. I'm gonna say this is Azael playing League of Legends. Azael's probably on the side.
Oh no, this is my game! This is my game! No! No, I I saw this game. I was like, wait, this is my Pike. This is my Caitlyn.
This is your
Yunara. Raz, what's going on here?
I don't want to even talk about it. I may have rage started it because this game was not looking good,
Raz,
guys.
watch out for the team.
Heard his explanation.
No, get
It
him.
will shred
No.
your resistance armor.
Why is the Mumu going for the Teemo? Just go for that damn objective.
True damage on that shroom because Raz is tanking the abilities.
Oh my god.
Dashes right into it.
Well, hey, Raz was 3 for 3. Honestly, good. He
I actually got that. The moment I saw the
press.
Teemo game, I was like, this is a suspicious game. Suspicious gameplay. Oh, I can't believe it.
Amazing.
Well, thank you for that, Azil. That was
You guys
great.
did way better than I expected.
That was really good. That was really good. But we have had so many Otacon throws in the north, and also, I mean, it's a big thing in the south
to
as
the
well.
best of us, even Raz.
Sure.
Even Raz.
Look, I thought that game was doomed, all right? I think that's the good Otacon start. Is the game doomed? Just rush Otacon.
That was like you're protesting your teammates.
Yeah.
You're like, I want to leave this game. Let's go, Otacon.
I think that was C9.
Did you already ask for the surrender vote
It's the
or
coin
something?
flip. It's the coin flip to int. Let's see. If they int, the game is winnable.
I think what we learned, though, is that it's easier to be the one inting if you're the one with the resistance is shredded. So maybe factor that in next time also.
That is a fair point.
Teemo's looking strong versus
Teemo's looking
negative
good.
DMR.
We'll have to keep that in mind for big
The
advantage this
shrooms
next
hit a lot
series.
harder.
Oh my God, that was heinous.
On the flip side, we have seen some good Otacons, though, as well. Emily, I know that we were casting, and you were highlighting some of that before. So, yes, good and the bad.
We have, but we have Kobe standing by with Frosty, so we'll get back to that after the interview.
Frosty, this is your first international, so I first got to ask you, how has the travel been and how has the practice been going for you guys?
This experience is really good for us, I think. Everyone wants to be here and play against the LTA North for the first time. I think it's a really good experience for us.
Now, you are playing against one specific player on the LTA North team, Seos, that you know very well, a 4-time CBLOL champion. How well do you know him and how excited are you for this match?
I played against him many times just. I think he's really good and I hope I can win today.
Well, good luck in that. How confident is the team in winning today?
We are really confident today. We haven't not como é que eu posso dizer que tipo assim, não tive muito tempo.
They don't have a lot of time to practices and to prepare for that, so yes.
All right, well, good luck today. I'll let you get back to the team. Take it back, Lounge.
That is an interesting note on how much time and preparation they end up getting. Because in terms of getting here earlier, a lot of them, of course, came in I think on Wednesday or really early on. Yeah. And they're practicing in the studio and stuff. But this getting scrims with the limited amount of partners that are still available is tough.
Luckily, we heard from Fudge in his interview, they didn't scrim on Saturday either. So
True.
Maybe this is just going to be, equal footing. Equal
Then what are Red's vibes?
Yeah.
We need to see how they rated themselves.
Is anybody a 9 or a 10?
I mean, in split 1, they had the home field advantage, and in split 3, we kind of get that home field advantage. And Shopify also has the advantage of having a lot of veterans, a lot of experience in playoffs, whereas Red has these, not 3 full-on rookies, but basically 3 players who are a lot newer to the scene. You can see as far as total Tier 1 BO5 games that they have played, there's a lot more on the Shopify side. So not only do they have the experience advantage, but they do have the home field advantage. You're going to be more comfortable playing on the stage that you're used to, playing on the setup that you're used to, being at home. So I do think it is a pretty big edge for Shopify.
Yeah, and even talking to some of the LTA South commentators, a lot of their opinions are they have full confidence with the team, but they're if there's something that happens, it's the inexperience. It's maybe nerves that come on stage or coming into the North, what they view as international competition for them.
I mean, talking to a lot of the LTA Southcasters yesterday, a couple of them were telling me that they are predicting 3-0 for Red today.
I heard that this morning.
That is a lot of confidence in Red. But, I mean, we already talked about, Shopify, they can play to the opponents.
But 3-0 is crazy.
That is crazy.
We can't allow it.
That is
It
crazy.
can't be allowed.
I won't stand for it.
I'm going to slap my knee, too. Yes,
Thank
Emily?
you.
Wow. I was
Slap your knee too, Emily.
Slap your knee, Emily.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ow, actually, I hurt myself.
She's like, I'm just too
I
jacked.
slapped myself harder. Look, I've been working out.
I'm too
okay?
jacked.
The interesting thing to me is hearing from Trimby on Red and kind of the difference in promoting these 3 players and the 3 new additions. that they have had to the team. Because I also think, in his words, like the thing that makes them so strong is this willingness. It's kind of like how we talk about 100 Thieves, this willingness to all go in together, even if it looks like it might be a bad play. So that's why I'm really curious to see the team fighting coming out of both teams.
That's where the surprise comes in for me, because this was the same storyline when we were talking about Furia, like earlier in the year, of like Tatu coming in and the confidence from your younger players to be like, no, I'm gonna do this play, even though like people will be like conceptually like this shouldn't work. This play is like you guys are not in position for this. No, we're taking the fight as a team and we're winning as a team because we are confident in our mechanical ability. Exactly.
Hey, I mean, everybody committing to the same play, even if it's not the best play, if they all commit to it, magic can happen.
True. Hey, there's a level of anime magic. FMB brought up like what was the anime again?
Haikyuu.
Like the Haikyuu.
Yeah. They watched it together as a team, and since then it felt like things were vibing. And I got to chat with one of the unofficial English broadcasters for the South, RMC. They have a co-stream where they watch the games, they cast the games, and I was asking kind of his opinion on like who the star players are, and he was giving a lot of credit to Kaze in the mid lane, saying like this guy is like a top 2 mid laner in the region and has really been stepping up, and he is one of the ones with a little more experience from the 3 newer players that they signed.
Especially to me, he plays melee champions really well. I think like Akali, Silas, he's been very strong on. Rebello really impressed me. FMB I talked about earlier. I thought, watching throughout their playoffs, I thought he was by far the most impressive top laner that I had seen there. Really was looking strong. So I do think they're a strong team. I don't think that you can underestimate them. But also talking to a lot of the LTA South guys, they're saying to them they felt like the Brazilian teams can be very emotional, and that like when they are riding high, they can really be incredible. But if they get down on themselves at all, they can really start to struggle. And that's what they were attributing some of these kind of like up and down performances to. Because you think about Split 1, Isurus was top seed. Then the round robin in Split 2, they're 8th out of 8. Then you have Furia, winning Split 2 and almost beating G2 in best of 5. Everyone's thinking they're going to go to represent at Worlds for sure. They don't even make the top 3, right? And they were kind of attributing that to really kind of emotional players.
Sorry, Adele, I did not mean to laugh in the middle of that. I was just watching this weird like little flex competition going on between B-Boy and Fudge.
B-Boy's doing like the old-timey like bodybuilding flex.
He's like doing something. Meanwhile, Contracts is literally just stretching. He's like, guys, what are we doing?
Well, to your point though, Azale, like if the emotions are good for Red right now, they're a scary team. And part of the reason I bring up the mid lane, I'm happy you highlight the champion pool, is I think if anybody's looking at where you can try and beat down Shopify Rebellion, mid lane is one of the places that you could look to. So that brings up then, where do we think the series is going to go? Yeah, let's talk about predictions here. What does everybody have?
Who has Red taking the game?
We've got faith.
3-1,
3-1, 3-1, 3-2.
Trimby put in 3-2.
And like I said, the LTA South talent, 2 of them told me that they thought it was going to be a 3-0 for Red. So we are pretty split across the broadcast on this one. I feel like Shopify definitely should win. I just think that individually they're a stronger team. I think they play the map better. But that being said, Shopify, when they're down, are pretty down. I don't think they're going to be clean enough to sweep them.
That's similar for my reasoning as well. I'm curious yours, because we all had the 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that Red can kind of drag you into meeting them at neutral objective fights and the way that they instantly go in on you could catch Shopify by surprise, draft depending in a game. I think that's how Red win. I do think Shopify have a better understanding of side waves, and I feel like we also kind of saw that from 100 Thieves Pain yesterday, right? A lot of where 100 Thieves were getting some of these incremental advantages was through their side lane play.
Yeah, and a lot of what you're saying is why I actually just think it's a 3-0. I think that Shopify, if they are behind, can play to the opposite side of the map and trade well. Like, of course, that being said, we've seen them when they go up against 100 Thieves or when they go up against the lower tier teams like a Dignitas or something, that they can just be messy. But I think during playoffs, when the spotlight's bright, when the eyes are on you, that they perform.
They got to perform. Hey, on the bright side, either way, Brazil wins. Caseos wins or Red Cannon Kalunga wins.
And you know what? We all win when we get to the games. Let's start winning. Go!
Let's get to the games!
Winning this Cross Conference playoffs would solidify us as the best team, no question.
What I'm about to say is something that you need to listen to. Hold on, give me your attention.
It's the North versus the South. Last time there was Cross Conference play, the North dominated in terms of results, but I actually thought it was much closer than what showed on stage.
Significa muito pra mim, assim, porque os primeiros splits foi bem difícil pra nós, a gente foi amassado, como eu falei várias vezes. E ganhar deles vai ser tipo uma sensação assim, de superação.
Vai eliminar, hein? Vai eliminar sim!
Acho que pra eles é bem mais fácil dominarem porque eles têm a FlyQuest, que é o time, provavelmente o time mais forte do Ocidente no momento.
Então, acompanhar, ver que os times do Norte no momento estavam bem mais fortes que os do Sul, fez a gente ter essa motivação para voltar e dar o golpe de volta.
Of course, I was really happy when I won CBLOL. It's a great accomplishment, but I feel like if I win right now, it's the whole America, you know, you're like the best in the Americas.
I've been known as on the fringes, I guess, of the top lane pool. People just disregard me and be like, oh, he's just another guy. And in this playoffs, I'm going to show why I belong here, and I deserve to be here, and I'm a threat.
Eu quero há muito tempo esse título para conseguir jogar um internacional, um Worlds, que é o meu sonho. Então, conseguir essa vaga seria estar realizando um sonho. Então, é tudo que a gente mais quer e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor para isso também.
Quando você fala de Brasil, você sempre fala de uma paixão muito grande pelo jogo. E acho que a gente transmite isso.
Acho que os palcos, sendo aqui ou na LTA Sul, a gente vai jogar o jogo da mesma forma, vai viver com intensidade, então podem esperar a gente comemorando bastante.
Even when I was not on international, I was cheering for Brazil, you know, to Brazil do well, so our community will be happy. But, you know, right now to be honest, it's a weird feeling, you know, because I want to do well, you know.
We're fighting for, me personally, revenge against FlyQuest, a spot at Worlds. And it's always nice to be remembered as the first champion of anything, so making sure that we're the first ones to do it.
Com certeza eu tô pronto, o time tá pronto. Se eu não estivesse pronto, eu não estaria aqui.
LTA Cross Conference playoffs. The South teams join us in studio on the road to Dallas and the LTA Championships. Please join me in welcoming to the stage for a high-stakes elimination match from the North, the third seed, Shopify Rebellion! In the top lane, Fudge. In the jungle, Contracts. In the mid lane, Palafox. At AD carry, B-Boy. And at support, Sayos! E diretamente no Brasil, uivando até os Estados Unidos, a matilha chega forte, Red Kenny Tskalunga! Na rota do topo, FNB, Doom na selva, Kazé na rota do meio, Rabelo AD Carry e Frost Suporte! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena, here for exactly as Kangas said it, a high-stakes elimination match. Today, it is the North's #3 Shopify Rebellion going up against the South's Red Canids Kalunga for a chance to keep their dreams at Dallas and Worlds alive and continue to compete next weekend. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Jat for this one, and we're about to hop into another best of 5.
Absolutely, and yesterday's games were the #2 seed from the North 100 Thieves versus the #3 seed from the South. It's flipped today with Shopify being the 3 seed and Red Canids being the 2 seed. And it is a young and confident team. They brought up 3 players from their academy team that led to an extremely strong finish to their split in the South. So yesterday's games, even though they were 3-0, were very close in gold and kills until the end. So we'll see what they can bring today.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are a little bit nervous for this matchup, seeing as how 100 Thieves almost dropped some games yesterday. Coming in here for Shopify, though, talking to the players, they do seem very confident. Same can be said on the other side, though. And now hearing that a lot of the South talent are predicting 3-0s for Red.
That's a little wild.
That's crazy.
I feel like that's obviously you got to hype up your region. I respect the loyalty, but 3-0 is a bold prediction indeed. I was also seeing conversations online just among like the fans of the South teams having more confidence in Vivo Cade Stars, in Red Canids versus Pain, who had a strong start to their split, but then a weaker finish. Red Canids and Vivo Cade Stars seems to be the one that they're really putting their money on. So let's see how it goes here as we are into the draft. Shopify blue side. Game 1, they'll ban out Silas and Galio.
So that is some good, prep by the coaches here for Shopify, banning away the Silas from Kaze. That is one of the biggest champions for him. Everyone's always talking about. Some of the South coaches that played against Red even had to apologize for leaving up Silas for him later on to play against them. And so good job there by Revan. Of course, Revan definitely very well aware.
I mean, I want to call that out specifically, though. 4-0 this split with a 17 KDA on Silas for Kaze. So
pretty good numbers.
You would have to apologize.
I feel like we're going to have to continue talking about that throughout the rest of the series, because when Shopify goes red side, the bans become a little trickier, and we'll see if they're willing to let him have it.
Yeah, Kaze is cool, though, because he also, has played these mid-Zed games. He does like to play melee assassins, but also Orianna is a very good pick for him as well. So he could just go regular mage. Orianna is left up at the moment, and in the current meta, that is one of the primo mid lanes.
Well, speaking of primo picks, here in the North, Pantheon has gotten through exactly twice all split long. Out of 62 possible games, he's gotten through 2 times. One of them was yesterday, where it got let through in the cross conference play. And so far, it's only been River that's been allowed to play it. North teams just do not want to play against this champion. Obviously, it doesn't have that same level of extreme priority in other regions. The South teams are going to let it through, and Shopify are happy to lock that in first pick here for contracts.
And Pantheon, does combo really nicely with stuff like Talia, the point and click stun to set up the seismic shove, which Palfox really does like that champion as well. So we'll see what they combine that Pantheon with to have some global. But looking at the other side here, the Rumble priority is still there despite the nerfs. And they're going to go with the Trundle right into the Pantheon.
Yeah, the Trundle makes sense to me. That is what the North teams played into it when they did let it through anyway. Not to mention the South teams have let Pantheon through a lot more. We saw when it was locked in. It's got a 5-5 record across both conferences this split. So I think Red considers that essentially a jungle trade so they could get Rumble priority.
I would also say the Trundle here kind of dissuades you from picking the Ornn. Ornn is a very common answer into Rumble. But if you have the Trundle already kind of pre-picked, it kind of dissuades you from the more tanky option.
Okay, on the Shopify side, we are going to get the Yone locked in for Palafox. This is historically one of his best picks. Also, the Aurora locked in there for Fudge. A lot of Northern top laners have been shy about playing the Aurora in that flex position. Fudge is one, even on the lounge. When we were seeing the clips before Raz's solo Q1, we did see a clip from a Shopify game where Fudge was piloting the Aurora.
Yeah, and there also has been some extra talk as well. Talkers, the new coach on Red, does kind of have a theory of in your playing Fearless in a best of 5, leave open a lot of power picks early on and get them out of the way so that you don't have to ban them down the line. So if you're looking at Shopify, though, you're thinking, hey, these are a lot of power picks for them to be able to play side lanes and be able to look to collapse for some of those pincer team fights. But we get one of those melee assassins for Kaze, the Akali.
Yeah, this is definitely something they're okay opting into if they've done their prep, because if you watch the playoffs in the North, Palafox wasn't really allowed to play Yone. As Flowers has mentioned, it's one of his best champions. Kaze does love the melee matchups though, and they're gonna throw down a bunch of hands checks at the start of this game. Rumble into Aurora is gonna be a very aggressive lane when the Aurora tries to push the Rumble in, and Akali versus Yone can be very snowbally. I like having the Pantheon on the Yone side personally.
And if you want to talk about hands checks, they want to remove B-Voy's hands from being allowed to pilot that Lucian. This is one of his best champions.
Remove his hands, holy.
Yes, there's no hands allowed on the Lucian in this game for B-Voy. That one is taken off the table by Red Canids here in the second half, with the Alistar also being banned away by Shopify's side. Everybody's focusing on these bottom lane duos since the solo laners and junglers have been locked in for both sides. I do believe that might be a graphics error, or Red Canids may have missed their 5th and final ban.
Looks like a graphics error. They banned the Rakan. We'll just have to wait for that to show up. But yeah, it is Lucian Rakan banned, Alistar banned, and currently waiting on Shopify's last ban. So hopefully that one locks in correctly.
Yeah, thinking about how quick can they get the engage, because Shopify have so much dive potential here with their first 3 picks. So I think that is a wise Rakan ban from Red. Get it out of the way. Bottom lane still trying to take out the Corki here as well.
Smart that Shopify takes that out of both AD Carry's hands.
Yes!
We were looking at some stats earlier. For as much as B-Boy has a 7-0 record on Lucian, he's 0-7 on Corki somehow. So just get rid of that. Don't need the Rebello or B-Boy to have it.
His Lucian is the absolute value of his Corki. The Corki is very far here in the negative, the Lucian very far in the positive, and Red Canids are going to go with some powerful AoE engage, the Rel that'll combo super nicely with this Rumble.
Yeah, one of the classic combos there with the Rumble, and you do need some engage on this squad since Trundle is their jungler and Pillar is good for slowing people, but you really do need that team fight that's going to bring it all together. So Frosty's going to try and do that for them. Plus, it kind of takes away the possibility that Shopify could use it as well. It's another really good combo with Kai'Sa, but they could just go like Nautilus or something here for the Shopify side, get their point and click ultimate, or something AoE and respond here with also a stronger lane.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more Kai'Sa-Nico pairings, I think partially because sometimes the Kai'Sa, if you're going to blind it, can get outranged by things like Varus, but if you bring Nico into a melee support, you can still get some lane prio while still having the Kai'Sa, which they really want to combo with Yone, Aurora, Pantheon, and have the Kai'Sa mobility to dash around and avoid the Akali and the Rumble, who will be shooting for her in team fights.
I will say the last pick Varus here is bold because you're picking a Varus into an Aurora, Pantheon, Yone, and Nico, all looking to dive you. So, you know, good luck, Rebello. Trying to stay safe there.
Probably lethality Varus. He's probably going to try and stay really far back.
Cross-screen arrows.
There's literally zero reason to do on hit. There is like no health tank on the enemy team. So yes, I would say you are free to bet all of your money, Jack. Your entire network.
Are there any takers on hit Varus?
That is going to be lethal.
There's got to be somebody in Twitch chat who'd take that gambit. There's a lot of them in there looking to press their luck. But how do you guys feel overall about how the compositions match up here? Is it edge to Shopify or is it pretty even?
I think it's edge to Shopify because personally I really like dual divers with Aurora plus Yone, and then just going even further on that, I really do think their bottom lane, rounded out the comp quite well. So I think game number 1, the draft is in their favor, and we'll see if those things not being left up later in Fearless, will have ramifications later in the series.
With that being said, though, Kobe, the burden of execution is on Shopify. It is 5 engaged champions in a lot of ways that have very few tank stats. So if they fall a little bit behind, or if they don't have crisp execution on their engages, I feel like the red composition is going to be easier because the Rel is a very telegraphed, tanky engage in the front line, not to mention the baseline of Trundle if things get messy. I think the red composition has a lot of pros as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's just that there's 2 people in particular. Playing Trundle here and playing Varus here don't seem like the best positions for those champs. So we'll see. Yeah. They can outplay though. They definitely have a lot of outplay options. Just have to keep in mind the Pantheon semi-global at all times too to worry about those picks.
So for a lot of North American fans, I know that when we see Brazil each year, when we go to international competition and face them, for a lot of North American fans, when you think of Brazil, you think of high-octane, in-your-face, frequent PvP types of games. Yesterday for 100 Thieves versus Pain, game number 1 was actually a pretty slow burn at the start. So I'm curious if Red Canids are going to want to play this first one slow, kind of get a feel for what Shopify is bringing, or if we're just going to get super fast-paced, pedal-to-the-metal League of Legends.
I think usually whether you want to play fast or not, the first game in a new environment, especially in Elimination Series, is going to be a little bit slower. But I also want to introduce us a bit to Red for the fans in the North here, because they did have a very interesting road here and some more history about the team. So they have been a team since 2016. As we mentioned before, they are the 2nd seed from the LTA South, but then also 20 years old, 19 years old, 21 years old, and 20 years old after you get past FNB, who's the veteran, the top laner. And because they had a rough start to the year is actually why they added all these young players from their academy team that led to their big resurgence.
Yeah, and their academy team did win first place in Tier 2 in order to earn this triple promotion. They had Doom subbing in a couple games first, and then committed fully to having all 3 of them, and it really has just completely changed the look of the team, especially their mid laner. A lot of focus on Kaze here to see what he can do, especially on Akali.
Okay, so tracking our junglers, we are starting on opposite sides of the map here, both of them beginning in their respective red quadrants. Contracts just ticking level 3 there as he clears past the chicken camp. Doom at a very similar pace, moving towards that bottom side of the map, but it is Shopify Rebellion who have controlled the push down here in this bottom lane, and this is kind of just showing what you were talking about earlier, Jat, like when you have the Varus, you don't want to constantly be outranged just because you're playing Kai'Sa, so the duo with the Nico just allows you to have that extra control and maintain priority over the wave.
And I feel like there's going to be a lot of confidence from Shopify Rebellion in these matchups as well, based off of what's happened North versus South so far this year. It was 8-1 in Split 1 when the North teams went down to Brazil, and so far it is 3-0, even though those games were close. So until proven otherwise on stage, Shopify and the North should be playing with a lot of confidence in these matchups.
Yep. Okay, current count 11-1 then.
11-1. That's some powerful stuff. That's greater than 90% win rate. It's like a 92 or something.
I'm still going to predict 3-1 in every single series.
You just have a default plan.
I mean, I just feel like there's so much variance that can be injected in these games by teams from the South, especially with the way that Red play, taking so many fights that are confusing that they're taking them, but it's because they always think they're going to win the fights, which if you're not prepared for and playing a disciplined game, can definitely punish you.
All right, well, Palafox on his first back had enough for his refillable, plus no magic mantle here, getting the early magic resist against Akali. For once Akali starts to get level 5, she tries to soften you up and prep you for possible plays on her ultimate on level 6, and so he's got his defenses in place.
I also want to talk about the top lane as Seos is getting a little cheeky with the recall interrupt, but this top lane where FNB, we have some Rumble stats from his time in the South.
Pretty good.
I believe he's been pretty good on Rumble. Actually, my broadcast stats button is unfortunately not working for this one, so I trolled you. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen. 13-3 on Rumble. But Fudge is doing very well in the Aurora. He's had him pushed in this entire time and is applying a lot of pressure.
And this is kind of one of the things that I mentioned back in the draft. There have been a lot of Northern top laners who have been shy about taking the Aurora into that lane in particular. Fudge is not one of them. He has had some games on this champion before. We know how powerful and oppressive it can be into a good matchup just because it is one of those ranged top laners with huge amounts of burst. It's deceptive and hard to lock it down and actually be able to punish it. So if Fudge can keep playing this aggressively while avoiding whatever the counterpunch is from Red Canids, life is going to stay pretty difficult up here for FNB.
Okay, so we've got both junglers here actually, just out of vision. Yeah, Doom hovering to make sure that Kaze finishes his push in. Contracts was coming by to make a little swipe at him, but those minions do start dying to the tower, so dropping a couple there for Palafox. Now he's trying to pull these other ones here to make sure they don't crash in.
And there they go. Easy peasy. Little ranged minions paused right outside that tower
aggro range exactly where they want them. You can see biggest individual gold leads so far during these first 5 minutes of play are there for Kaze in the mid lane with his Akali, and bottom side down there for B-Boy's Kaisa. This is going to be a big one, I think, for Shopify Rebellion. Whenever you see Kaisa, you know you are going to get action-packed AD carry gameplay because she's joining the divers. B-Boy's going to be jumping in there, and I really want to see him lock in, have the right positioning, the right timings going in with Palafox, with Seos for these big pop blossoms, because Shopify Rebellion has so many engaged tools. I want to see them picking fights.
I kind of like this from Doom. They're bottom lane pushing in, so he's able to start up the dragon here. Meanwhile, Contracts is kind of on the top side of the map looking. Does get a solo flash here. Good job from Fudge.
Yeah, Fudge making sure he can aggressively use that Aurora ult there as soon as he sees the opportunity. FNB now without the flash. His teleport was already used earlier and he's down to 1/3 HP. FNB has to fall back.
Yeah, it's an uncontested dragon they're giving up for this though, because Pantheon was topside and Trundle just started this very early. So Contracts is going to hope to get something done, at the very least making him recall and lose this whole wave top lane, which will hopefully pay off for Shopify later in the game, because giving over an early Mountain Drake when there's such an engaged burst-focused team, it's a really nice Drake for Red to have.
Yeah, I like the fact that they went for it that early, seizing the opportunity, taking control over that, using the bottom lane priority to just guarantee that Shopify Rebellion doesn't have anything to say about it. And they get it so early that it also means you're not compromising your possible position on the grubs afterwards either. It's still about 60 seconds until those grubs spawn. Plenty of time for everybody on Red Canids to go back, make their purchases, get their resets, and get back out onto the map in time to contest for that highly contested neutral objective. Palafox again, though. These trades in the mid lane, that Akali damage is rough.
Yeah, good job there from Kaze. Nice little trade from him. Palafox chugging away on his refillable potions, but he's going to be dry. Both of his charges will be used, and Kaze still has both of his ready. So we've got the swap going down here for the grub fight. Both of the duo lanes heading up to the top side, as we're only 15 seconds away from the spawn of these. The mid lane trades are kind of meaningful for the setup for this fight.
Now, one thing that's also worth noting, both top laners, because they have moved into that lane swap state, neither one of them has their teleport coming back off cooldown in any reasonable amount of time. It's still going to be a couple of minutes on both of those, so that means that Fudge and FNB both cannot participate unless they take a long walk up here for this grub fight. Doom is going to pass by mid lane here. He sees the opportunity on Palafox. The Fate Seal is going to get blocked by Kaze, and it's first blood for Red Canids Galunga.
Great job from Kaze there. Gets right in on Palafox. He goes back where his soul is unbound from, and then he's able to get in there, invade the ultimate. Contracts.
Doom having to flash away from that one. Did not want to get caught out there, but now Contracts could be in some danger. The Subjugate has already been used. Chains of Corruption here for the follow-up. Contracts gets picked, and Red Canids working some magic.
And Red is always willing to fight. Also got to say, very disrespectful move by Contracts there. They were down a player. Palafox wasn't respawned yet, can't teleport back when he's still dead, so it is a 4v3. Palafox is engaged, just gets flashed out, and Red has all the time in the world to turn it back around, so they take a nice early kill lead in this game.
Palafox and Seos now looking to see if they can get any punish here on Doom. Nice little binding as Contracts jumps in here too. A little bit more damage, seals the deal. Palafox taking the kill on that one as Shopify make their way onto the board. They will catch the Red Canids jungler as he tries to finish off the last part of the grub pack. So Shopify keeping this game close.
Yeah, people were expecting a bloody game and going to keep these fights going. Again, the Pantheon ultimate that we mentioned, the tool that's enabling Shopify to get one back here in terms of kills and in terms of grubs, but Red still up here with 2 objectives, with getting the 2 grubs means that plus the Mountain Dragon, setting them up for the objective feats and ahead in the kills as well.
But interestingly enough, Shopify is ahead in gold. So the wave that...
A lot of fudge.
Yeah, the wave that
Yes,
Fudge got
sir.
enough, but they're going for Palafox again. Soul unbound.
He ought to be fine. The Shuriken flip tags him, but he's too close to the turret. Immediately, if Kaze tried to jump in there, would have taken a lot of damage from that.
Yeah, he rushed into the Hex Drinker to try and deal with all this burst damage from Akali, but Kaze is feeling so good on Protobelt, plus the Dark Seal, triple stacks for him.
Oh, Palafox again being forced to use that defensive Fate Sealed. The Yone ulti never being available just severely limits Palafox's playmaking.
Yeah, as you mentioned, big item disadvantage for Palafox right now, and if there is a a window for Red to be winning this one, it might be through the mid lane. And these are obviously conference-specific stats, so take it with that grain of salt. But Kaze has been performing at an extremely high level, especially that gold difference at 14. So the early game, the laning phase, has really been his strength, and I think we're seeing why so far in this game.
Palafox is going to have to lock in, make sure he's ready for this Akali as the game keeps going forward. We do have 45 seconds until that next Drake spawns. Remember that it was Red Canids taking the first one, no contest out of Shopify. If they get one more neutral objective, they will also secure that progress towards the feats of strength. As Doom is hanging around up here, seeing if maybe there's a move to be made, but you're also going to see the Nico clone from Seos doing a little bit of scouting, making sure that Red Canids doesn't have anything planned. Palafox wants to step up, try to continue these short bursty trades with Kaze, but Kaze's just waiting in the smoke on the Soul Unbound. Sure, he can flip, find some burst. Palafox has already lost the Hex Drinker shield, but Kaze has to flash away. Now Seos wants to follow this up, see if he might be able to catch this out, find the full punish. Kaze's still walking, he does not have his flash. One more auto attack's gonna do it. Seos gets the kill, and that's another one for Shopify Rebellion, but now FNB's made his way up to the fight. Palafox is already cooked, and Seos is next on the menu. Frosty jumps towards him. It's a double kill to FNB. Back in the mid lane, we're not done yet, as Rebello has to try to get away from Contracts, but Doom is right next to him, and he's ready to turn this play around. Red Canids, 5-2. Shopify Rebellion is made to look foolish as Brazil came to play.
The teleport from FNB. Rumble gets up there and collects both of the kills, taking down Palafox, taking down Seos, and really boosting this gold lead for Red.
Any advantage that Fudge may have accumulated over FNB in the laning phase has been reversed with that teleport play. He gets plates after the fight as well. Now 600 gold up on the Aurora, and as you mentioned, Flowers, 5 kills to 2.
Okay, so we're going to look at it again. Again, these trades, Kaze has been whittling down Palafox, kind of prepping him for a lot of these plays, and this is going to be his attempt on the tower dive.
Yeah, you can see lands the E on the Soul Unbound, but then really tries to get the angle, probably takes one more turret shot than he wants to. The chase here from Seos is very telegraphed, and I'd say worth it to go for the kill, not worth it for Palafox to back this up. He's already flashless, altless, and on about 300 health, so they're extremely vulnerable once the teleport comes in.
Yeah, I mean, the teleport right there, channeling in the Pixel Brush the entire time, and they just walk right up. But then we have a further skirmish in the mid lane,
Yep.
and we know that the junglers still do not have flashes. So when you all commit like this, you know, and the barrier is there for Rebello, so he was just fine in it.
And when Trundle can walk up to you, press R, and start chomping you, you evaporate. Contracts use the early. Another fight,
We're
though.
not done. Red Canids trying to fall back into their own jungle now as Shopify Rebellion press forward. Focused onto Frosty here for the start. Subjugate comes in from Doom. Frosty is already down. Shopify have found 2. Rebello also dead. Kaze tries to get away, but B-Boy is on the hunt. Seos cuts off the escape, and Fudge has Doom trapped underneath the turret. It's 3 kills for 1 for Shopify Rebellion, and they're right back in it.
This time it's Shopify teleporting in. They teleport Palafox in. They force the fight. They collect the dragon in the aftermath. And just like that, they deleted the 1,000 gold lead.
Let's go. And this is exactly what it was like when I was checking out the Red Cannons games over in the South. There'd be a replay, you'd come out, and they'd be fighting again. So we're getting exactly that full experience right here. Let's see how this one actually started. As Contracts is camped on the control ward, and him and Fudge get the jump on the Trundle, knowing he's flashless and altless, which is a good start to the fight, Kobe.
Yeah, Kaze actually does a decent chunk on Fudge there. He gets out a good amount of damage. Then he has to go over the wall with his ult. His E Shuriken follows Palafox to kill him, though. But up on the top side, Seos and B-Boy already deleted the Varus, and B-Boy knows that he can then flash to clean up that Akali that just took down 1.
And the big thing there is the teleport that FNB used earlier to get the 2 kills. He didn't have for that fight, and it meant he couldn't make it there. It was a 5v4 the whole time.
All right, we are seeing plays from both sides rapidly in this game. Remember that fans can still cast their ballots for the Kia Player of the Year, Kia Rookie of the Year, and Kia All-Pro teams using the QR code on your screen right now. So if you're liking what you're seeing, if you're liking some bloody League of Legends, particularly in the mid lane, the race for that All-Pro is coming down to the wire. So make sure you get your votes in now. I'm honestly really impressed that I was able to finish reading that out without another team fight occurring, because I feel like both teams are just just so ready to keep going. We still do not have the feats of warfare awarded. It's credit towards the kills for Red Cannons. Nobody's got the first turret. Red Cannons have 2 neutral objectives. Shopify only have the 1, but the Rift Herald is on the map.
Okay, right now, too, Fudge was kind of hovering through the jungle, thinking if Shopify wanted to make play on mid or not. They call off the play on mid, and Fudge just goes back to the bottom wave. But his teleport is ready, so both him and FNB will have easy times joining this fight. Kaze as well has his ready, so if they decide that they really want those feats and they go for the Herald fight flowers, then it could be another 10-person banger.
Yeah,
all right.
Kaze a big threat, but you look like Palafox is going for one.
Yeah, they want Rebello instead. Contracts tries to make his entry, but a nice chains of corruption from Rebello slows it down. Contracts still surviving for now, but it is a 1-for-1 off to the side. Palafox going to be focused at the same time. B-Boy's already down 2. Shopify Rebellion have already lost 3 men, and Red Cannons aren't done yet. Kaze looks for a little bit more, but Fudge gets him back. The Aurora trying to be the hero. Fudge still here with the front line. A double kill over to Fudge. It's going to be another one dead. There are so many dead bodies on Summoner's Rift. It looks like a graveyard.
9 down. Only Doom is still alive because Doom was focusing on the objectives. Doom wants those feet flowers. He wants those shoes upgrades.
He's got them.
Classic jungler experience. Guys, let's focus the objective. As everybody else in the whole game dies. Let's watch this.
Dive.
I mean, the engage was okay. Contracts gets one shot. I'd say Kaze extremely clean, dodging out of the Nico ultimate, but the fight could just be over here. Huge win for Red. They continue to want to fight, though. Fudge does a great job turning this one around with the Aurora ultimate. Again, it should probably be done here, and they go for it again.
Yeah, FNB flashes under the turret to get both of them. He does kill them both off.
Worth.
But ends up dying, and the team grabs the objective. So the Herald.
My goodness.
That a 9-death team fight at Rift Herald.
That wasn't even at Rift Herald. That was in mid lane, buddy.
At mid lane while Rift Herald was alive.
Yes, and while someone's doing it.
All right, Doom now in a little bit of danger here. He gets rooted by Seos, but he'll just continue walking away. Contracts and B-Boy aren't close enough to follow up on that as FNB clears out the wave, keeps protecting that tier 1 turret down there in the bottom lane. Red Cannons have their powered up shoes, so it's not like the first turret means anything more than just the turret itself. It is still about a 700, 800 gold lead here for Shopify Rebellion, and it's less than a minute until the next Drake spawns, which means it's less than a minute until the next team fight.
Yeah, maybe faster with how it's going. But I would say the execution from Shopify does need to be clean, especially with all the gold that's in the pockets of Red now. If Frosty gets a good ultimate onto a group, and now the 5-kill Rumble who's stacking out items throws something down on top of that, they're going to take everyone into execute range for Kaze's Akali. So I really think that Shopify need to look fairly diligently for these side lane picks because there are still squishy champions on the side of Red. They have the Pantheon ultimate, but if they end up fighting into the Trundle and the Rel, I think Shopify is going to have a hard time.
Yeah, I think, too, they really need to mark this Akali. Kaze was kind of running circles around him. Jukin Seos' ultimate out there. If they can actually mark the Akali, then their chances will be a lot higher.
Okay, 1 minute until Otacon. I'm sure that one is going to become a very eventful affair in this game as well, but that Drake is currently up, so we'll see who decides to prioritize that first as FNB ganked by Contracts here. Fudge providing the extra burst, and the redemption will not heal him in time. Shopify get the pick.
One of the reasons why people highly prioritize this Pantheon, those picks in the side lane, able to use it and take down FNB. The Rumble had just gotten a very powerful 2-item power spike with the Bloodletter's Curse finished, and the stacks on his Dark Seal really starting to stack up. So they take down the stacks, and they start up the objective.
They probably should be able to take this one, but Akali's on the way, and Palafox is still pushing top, so Red might fancy their chances trying to contest this.
Doom was standing by the blast cone. Red Cannon stepping up. Seos goes in, finds the Pop Blossom, but it's only onto a single target, and it's Doom. He hops into the Rift Herald trying to get away. Kaze assassinates Seos in the backline at the same time. Red Cannons in a 4v5 are winning the fight. Contracts dies too. Kaze's still alive. Palafox at least gets one back, but the One can't get away. He tries to flash over the wall, but he misses the mark. The blast cone knocks Doom back over, and now Palafox running the damage onto Frosty. Shopify Rebellion are getting killed back. Fudge is back into the pit trying to kill Doom. Palafox gets flashed on over the wall as Doom escapes. It's 15 to 13, 20 minutes into the game.
the Rumble as well.
That is League of Legends right there. Fudge gonna circle around with the Aurora double. He's on a ward,
they see him.
He's on a ward.
Oh, he gets equalized. He tries to go across the veil. He's trying to get away from this one. He should still be alive. Seos is alive.
Okay, so the problem for Shopify there is that when Seos went for the ultimate on Rebello had a good flash disengage. It only caught Frosty, and then Contracts used his stun on Frosty as well, on the Rel. And so a lot was used on the Rel, but Rebello had flashed out and was able to actually win versus B-Boy in the backline as well.
Well, it's because Doom flew in the Rift Herald to join the fight as well, so it ended up being a 2v1 for B-Boy in the backline. B-Boy had an early advantage, but he's falling a little bit behind here. They really need him to be strong. So when he ults in these backlines, he's able to get a kill. Dragon's still up. The teams have actually redeployed to the waves temporarily, but we're going to get a fight at any moment. Make sure you're catching your breath and drinking your water flowers.
Yep, don't worry. We've got 3 different waters here. I'm making sure that I'm staying hydrated for this one. B-Boy, though, he gets caught out by Frosty. The chains of corruption to follow it up from Rebello. B-Boy tried as hard as he could, but nice catch there from Red Cannons, and now they're going to take the Drake, too.
I think he felt safe because Contracts had just passed through River and gone up to this position here. But he didn't check the brush that was the line brush between River and mid lane, and so there's a control ward and a Rel sitting in it, and he gets engaged on. That's going to be Dragon for Red as well. Another objective cleanly earned.
So clean. So clean here in game number 1. You know, coming into this, we were expecting game number 1 to be the slower paced one.
They have started the Otacon.
They're warmed up.
Oh boy, yeah, we're already going in on this.
Only Palafox.
Palafox is having an honorable 1v1 with Dark Souls boss Otacon, but he's immediately deciding to just walk back through the fog on that one, as Shopify do not want to overextend at the Otacon here.
It's kind of nice. It drew everybody up towards the top lane to let Fudge take that turret uncontested. He's now clearing another wave. So with being 3 kills down, Shopify still even in gold. So we still have a lot of League of Legends to play. Like, despite there being 29 kills, this by no means resolves anything. We have no idea who's going to win game 1.
It's a close game, man. 500 gold, 22 minutes into the game. Whether the score is 29 kills or 2 kills. Here we go. All right, Palafox deciding it's time to try out the boss fight once more. Kaze is still hanging around up here. You can see the Nico clone being used for the powerful vision that it provides. Palafox just trying to keep Otacon dragged as far to the left as he can without making him fully lose his patience. But Otacon also hit the minion wave there, so that means that Red Cannons are probably going to have that automatically keep pushing forward. Palafox once more deciding he does not want to keep up this duel with Otacon.
I mean, he's got a Bork too, so he can heal most of it back on the wave. He's about 1,000 health down at the moment, though, so definitely a little questionable, but he's, you know, he's buying time for Fudge. Technically, there's still no one matching him in the bot lane.
He was seeing if there was a sneak angle, and there has not been a sneak angle.
There were security cameras on the Otacon. He could not sneak in, but he goes in for the fate sealed on Kaze now. Kaze and Frosty both trying to escape from this one. As Contracts arrives, Frosty with a defensive crash down into the Magnet Storm. A little bit more burst should do it, and the Redemption can't keep him alive. Fudge goes on a killing spree. Now Fudge popping the stasis to survive FNB's counterattack, and FNB's down 2. Rebello is assassinated by B-Boy off to the side. That's 3 kills for nothing. Shopify Rebellion.
And most importantly, Palafox can now take down Otacon.
Yes,
he's practicing. I mean, but honestly, this was a really good play by Shopify. Palafox saw that angle and just absolutely went for it before Red was grouped up. Shopify starts the fight before Red is ready for it and get a very easy 3-0. The thing I want to shout out in this fight is actually a beautifully timed Seeker's Arm Guard activation by Fudge to stop the re-engage, but an easy fight win for Shopify.
Yeah, so Palafox moves on up here. They're going to start channeling their teleport as soon as they confirm that his ultimate did hit Kaze, and they let loose with the Pantheon ultimate once again so they can go for the full chase. But here is what you're talking about. Fudge gets hit by the Varus ultimate, and you think, oh, he is just cooked right now, but thankfully for him, he does have the Arm Guard activation.
And then on the bottom side of the fight, B-Boy essentially gets a solo kill onto Rebello. That's what you want in the Kai'Sa versus Varus matchup. You want to be able to close to melee range and just 1v1 duel him. And I think because they pulled everyone up towards Fudge, it gave B-Boy that angle.
Yeah, when everyone is looking up at the fight that's taking place in transition, they sometimes get caught there unawares. And now Shopify with the Otacon buff as well as increasing the gold lead here, are looking to spread the map. This is from Champion Select, what we thought was going to be one of the big strengths here for this comp for Shopify. They've got the Yone and the Aurora to split push, and Pantheon Ultimate here to look for picks. But Palafox seems to be the one getting picked.
Yes, Palafox now finds himself on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, and FNB and Doom are on the hunt. Palafox wants to use the teleport to get away, and he successfully makes enough distance to do it. He's joining up with the rest of Shopify, who have started the Baron. Doom is on the other side of the map. The Baron is already down to half HP. Red Cannon's coming in as Kaze goes through the Hex Gate. The Baron's still down to about 2,000. Red trying to steal it away, but Contract secures it. Kaze looking for the back line, but instead he's going to be locked up by Seos. Contract's trying to do a Frosty off to the side, but now he's got to flash away just to survive. Bevo's going to be the next target. Doom hunting him down. FNB with a flash over the wall. He's ready to look for more. Fudge still running. Palafox wants to turn it around, and Doom takes a lot of damage, but it is not enough. The Q3 does not connect. It's Baron over to Shopify at the cost of Bevoy.
That's still a good play net for Shopify, and it's all kicked off by Palafox pushing like a maniac in the sideline, drawing all the pressure and giving them time to burn the Baron. There is a bit of a rule, like when it's past 25 minutes, if your jungler shows bottom lane, you can lose Baron. So that's what happens here, and Shopify started immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that is the jungler, and from the indicator, that is the Rumble with no teleport. So they committed 2 people that have no way of getting back to the Baron to try and pick off the split pusher that's furthest away, and then Shopify, the call is clear. You definitely burn it here. Yes, there is a Varus, but you got to hit those smites, and Contracts does.
Man, gets the stun onto Kaze at the end, but they can't quite execute him. We got a lot of action coming up very soon, though, with the next Drake being up.
Yep, the Nico clone going to check the brush. Red Cannons, you can tell they want to fight for it. I don't know if there's been any objective that they don't want to fight for so far in this game, but it is a 3,000 gold lead, plus the extra power from Baron for Shopify here for the next 90 seconds.
The common theme before a lot of these fights, though, is Shopify has the waves pushed. So whenever these fights happen, Shopify is winning on tempo. They've done the same thing here. Top lane's pushed, mid lane's pushed in, Palafox pushed out bottom lane before shadowing here to the river. So Shopify has more possibilities of getting the right angle for a fight.
Yeah, they've had better allocations, and again, that is their point with this comp, to push the map. And now, though, grouping everybody up with the Baron buff, the Baron buff is going to be enough to really whittle this tower down. It just barely does stay alive, and there we go. Doom is kind of walking in. See if they can actually finish the dragon. They've got Palafox just working away at it himself. He should be able to clean it up easily.
Exactly. Palafox's job is to kill neutral objectives this game. First it was the Otacon, now he's the Dragon Man.
And, I mean, again, the Yone on the split push there, the best part about the play is the escape, because that's the, like, unsure part. The being able to get his full ultimate into an instant teleport channel after knowing that the Trundle pillar was already used. And, of course, there's no more CC with either of those 2 champions. That's what really makes it click.
Yeah, and I want to give credit. The fight they won before the Otacon was started by Palafox. The Baron that they got was started by Palafox playing in the side lane and avoiding getting executed. So despite being 2-5 and not having massive teamfight moments, he's made a couple of game-altering plays for the positive way for Shopify here.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. Also, because you pointed it out and how important it was when he used it last, the Seeker's arm guard from Fudge, he broke that, it managed to survive the fight for him, and then right after that fight, he had enough money to purchase the fully upgraded Zhonya's. So Fudge will be able to do that in every future team fight, as Red Cannons are now scrambling to try to defend their own side of the jungle. They don't want to allow Shopify to continue choking them out of vision. Kaze still always looking for these flank angles. He knows he's on a control ward, so Shopify do not have vision of it.
Yeah, I mean, Red have been going like 50-50 in the actual fights, but the macro has been the struggle. Here we go, Kaze.
All right, Kaze wants to go in after Seos, but he jumps back in time for the Pop Blossom to interrupt him. It's still not enough, and Seos is down. Contract's the next target here, as the Red Cannons are not done yet. Contract survives for a little while, but it's 2-0, Red.
Yeah, the actual fights, though, they're looking good. They get the pick here on the exit. They had Akali waiting in the tri-brush, and did result in a couple of picks. We'll see what this is about.
Yeah, really interesting to figure out what this pause was, because it looked like a pretty straightforward fight by Red. Maybe it's a peripheral issue, I would hope, rather than some type of in-game bug that they're suspecting, because overall, this game has been as bloody as we would hope for with how many fights we have. And I think you have an update, Flowers?
Yeah, the update on the pause is that Contracts apparently accidentally kicked the monitor cable, so his screen went black, and now they just need to plug the monitor cable back in so he can continue playing.
That's acceptable.
So, yeah, just about the easiest pause we could ask for. Yeah, just plug the thing back in, and then we'll hopefully be back on the rift in just a second.
Don't kick it again.
Yeah.
That's the harder part.
Kicking it is that's the original problem.
Plugging it back in is easy.
Yeah. He never stopped moving during the fight. Sometimes it can get a little rough where, like, if your screen blanks out before the fight, you might consider some type of chrono break or something, but this seems as straightforward as possible.
Yeah, sometimes when your screen is black, it does get a little hard to play.
Well, exactly. He was dead as well, so it's easy. You can still click when your screen's off. All right, we're back in.
Okay, we're getting back into the game now. We still have an incredibly bloody game number 1. It is 35 kills, and despite Shopify having the 2,500 gold lead, despite the Drakes being even, Red Canids is still ahead in kills 19-16.
And also, I want to just check on the gold for these guys so far this game. Fudge way ahead of everybody else. He's been cleaning up on this Aurora, and his bursts and his flanks are the biggest thing to watch for. I'd also say down at the bottom, their contracts a little bit squishy when he flies into these fights. They really need to make sure that they're playing quickly off of his engages, because I still would say if it's a really organized 5v5 fight, the Rumble, the Rel, the Trundle do have a lot of power, so Shopify have to continue to execute these fights quickly.
Big thing about that total goal, I don't think Palafox should be able to find a whole lot more here unless Kaze just takes him out. Palafox snaps back, and Kaze takes him down. Nicely done there for the Red Canids mid laner, but now B-Boy gets one back. Assassination through the Acathian Rain Killer Instinct combo. Frosty's coming around from the side, but immediately Contracts ults in. Doom's going to be your target, but FNB turns on the afterburners. Doom still barely hanging on. Contracts chases after FNB for another stun, but the Redemption heals the Rumble up a little bit, but not enough. Frosty drops next. Two-man Pop Blossom from Seos. Shopify Rebellion wipe the Canids off the map.
Another play by the genius midfielder.
People just don't understand.
He set up the ace.
I mean, in a sense, he did. He got Kaze in a bad situation. The fight ended up being chaotic. I would say during the chase, a couple of critical things. Rebello, the fight moved away from the Varus, and the Otacon AoE damage and slow was really important in this fight, Kobe.
Okay, so the critical thing is, of course, Fudge. You just showed the gold and Fudge being at the top. Fudge just teleport in. This is Avengers Assemble. B-Boy ults in, Fudge teleports in. Varus misses the ultimate from up here. Fudge and Contracts decide, we're just going all in. That was the ultimate, and Fudge uses his Zonias again, but they can then chase around the corner, and then Contracts has the confidence here on Pantheon to keep going into it because they still have the follow-up. Seos' ultimate is still ready to catch the rest of them.
Yeah, and as you saw with these people dying, the AoE slow kept catching them, which made the chase a little bit easier. Palafox knows the stats are not going to reflect his impact this game.
5D chess.
Yeah. I may have gotten solo killed. I had 0 assists in this fight, but we aced him.
But he set it up.
He did have one on the Akali for sure.
Oh, true. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I apologize.
None of this revisionist history.
Yeah.
We gotta make sure we're giving the credit. 21-20 now. Shopify have finally seized control over the kill count. They are still 5,000 gold ahead. They've got twice as many flower petals as Red Canids do as well, with the 28-14 count in that. So just more extra stats that they have up over the Canids. Guardian Angel now completed for Contracts. Also a very important purchase. I expect to see some YOLO Pantheon ultis coming up here. Coming up soon here.
And honestly, too, Palafox here is level 16 with the triple item crit power spike with Infinity Edge on the Yone. So definitely a very, very threatening.
And alongside it, Seeker's Arm Guard for B-Boy. So everybody has the I'm going to go in and not get punished buttons ready to lock.
I will say at the end of the day, if you're on Shopify and they win this game, you're honoring Fudge.
Yes.
Yeah. His discipline in the side lanes as well as his entrances to team fights is what's adding to this gold lead, but we have a fight mid.
Hold on now, we got a potential problem here as Fudge does get caught out the stasis to try to keep himself alive a little bit longer. He goes between worlds and he gets away. Fudge still alive. Contracts in the middle of everybody as Palafox swoops in to try to help. Rebello's going to be bursted down as Frosty goes with them. Now Red Canids, their jungler and top laner can't get away. Kaze's about to get assassinated off to the side even without it. It's a triple kill over to Palafox. They thought they caught Fudge, but Fudge caught them. Palafox swooping around to try to get this last little bit of damage on the Kaze. Yone's revenge strikes true. It's an ace for Shopify.
You can't cast or curse Fudge, Kobe. That is a definite honor for Fudge. Shopify's going to take game 1.
It is 46 kills in 34 minutes.
but Shopify Rebellion will claim victory in the first bloody battle of this best of 5.
I mean, that's just fun League of Legends right there. That is action-packed, brawling League of Legends from beginning to end.
And a true demon performance by Palafox. 6, 6, and 6 by the end of that game. And some chaotic gameplay.
Absolutely wild game number 1. I can only hope we get more of it for the rest of the series. Lounge, what do you think?
I think that was a no sweating at all. That's exactly how we expected it from Shopify Rebellion. You know, just smooth finish, right, guys?
I was just complete bloodbath.
Yeah, that was a bloodbath. 100%. There were how many kills by the end there? I know around 30 minutes was 41 kills, but I lost track by the end.
Definitely over one combined kill
That's
per
what
minute.
I thought game 1 of 100 Thieves Pain was going to be. And then it was like slow and controlled and stuff, and I was like, what teams are we watching?
This is the expectation, and I love it because we set it up, the expectation that, you know, it would be Shopify playing to the level of their opponents, and they were playing scrappy. They were playing aggressive. I definitely think it was Red, you know, going for a lot more of those super aggressive plays, diving that mid turret when they had already gotten a couple of kills, things like that. But also, reminder, everybody, we have APA here. Welcome to the broadcast, APA. What do you think about that game number 1? Was that your expectations?
I mean, you said it well. It's how I expected yesterday to go. Just like complete fist fight. And then we go into the first game today, and like, you know, first 7 minutes is quiet. You're like, okay, you know, it's gonna be a methodical game. And then like the mid kill happens, and then all of a sudden, just blow after blow after blow after blow. Like you don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was something that we kind of were talking about a little bit while the game was going on, which was expectations for Shopify having better side laning. What do we feel about their performance in the side lanes compared to just their willingness to put on the boxing gloves and scrap?
I mean, I don't know how much of this game was side laning. It was just like, you know, you just put on the boxing gloves, and then like looks like towards the start, the Red Canids, they had their number, but then towards the end, like, you know, 20 minutes happened, Atacon fight happened, and then just Shopify favored.
I think there was a little bit of side lane, though. I think it's how Fudge got ahead, right? And how they were able to leverage the map that way. But APA, I know you had something you wanted to break down for us early-ish in the game, which starts with that mid lane kill.
Yeah, so I think the way that Kaze was playing the Akali matchup this game, it was just nice to watch as a mid laner. I think a large part of Red's lead early on was due to the mid gap. So it doesn't really reflect that much in the CS, but Kaze has been just honestly outlaning Palafox. So what happens here is, he starts dragging the lane towards him, and Grub's respawning soon, and that looks like it's going to be the first like major fight. He drags a wave towards him. He has Frosty's move. He has Doom's move, and then he just puts Palafox in like two wrong choices to make. Do you give up this wave and start going on CS, or do you overextend for it? Palafox chooses overextend, try to get the wave in, and then Doom on a pretty obvious timer comes and just is able to kill him. But this play doesn't end here. So now that Grubs are up and Palafox is dead, no TP, Kaze gets this wave in, and then Red and Shopify start to fight. And since they have no mid laner, they're obviously just up a man. It's so hard for Shopify to fight here. So just off the mid gap, off of Kaze pulling the wave back here, now all of a sudden they're up 2 kills. They got 2 Grubs off this play at the end of it, and they're like in a, you know, the gold's still even, but they're in a firm position.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's fun to see a player like Kaze come in here, especially with the melee mid laners, because we have Quid, we have some mid laners that will play melee champions, but in general, I think it's a lot more of the range in the meta right now. But that was an Akali masterclass.
No, I mean, he played really well, and he is very well known for both of the Akali as well as the Silas. But now let's break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring the 9-kill team fight. It was a banger, and we are going to watch it back.
This one was crazy because this was the one where it felt like Red, they had such a lead at some point, but they just want to keep fighting. And it kind of summarized the entirety of game number 1 with how aggressive this was.
Smurfing on them right
Beautiful moment, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing for Shopify specifically is that this fight ended up being really, really split, right? And then Fudge, he's our hero here when Red kind of we talk about red giveth and red taketh away, right? Like they ended up diving way too deep. Doom does end up getting the Rift Herald off the back of this,
It's an objective-focused
They lose
game.
so many kills for that. Like,
100%.
FMB loses his
Yeah.
flash, and he's the carry of that game. So losing your flashless Rumble, like it's so hard to provide something for the next 5 minutes that's not just an equalizer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fudge, I think, really showed up for
Yeah.
Shopify, had a great game one, carried us through some tough moments. Remember, if you see a Pagoda moment-worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda moment in chat. The Red Cannons have selected red side, no
Oh.
subs. What's your take on red versus blue? Because I know a lot of people I talk to just feel like blue is so much better because there's so many mandatory bans on red. But Pantheon, one of those kind of normally mandatory bans, was let through. It's
gone now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just off the bans that you kind of need. Like some teams think of like a 0 as a mandatory ban. Like most teams think of Pantheon, but now Pantheon's gone. So maybe red side's a little bit easier. You can get your mid laner who was smurfing mid lane that game, a counter pick, and like try to give him a good matchup to smurf the game again.
All right, well, we'll see if they can have a big performance from Kaze, try to tie us up in game number 2. We're going to a break, and then we'll be right back after these messages.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red Bull gives you wings. But only if you drink it.
Aww.
Okay, who needs a hotel? I am convinced this thing is way too cozy. I'm sleeping here tonight.
Don't jinx it. We might actually end up here.
Road trip to LTA! Let's go!
So, like, what if we just watch it here? There's room for everyone in the Kia EV9. Comfort, laughter, and maybe a little too much space.
Hey!
My bad, y'all.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Cut up. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. I'm going forward. I'm looking bottles. Bottles no flash.
That's on you. Yeah, we're winning, by the way, on bot side. Yeah, just kill. No flash. No flash.
Yeah. I'm W in one.
Yeah.
Kill that. Just go. I can go.
Careful, Varus over wall.
I go. Varus,
Varus, no flash. Holy shit, my answer into something great. Good job. Shopify Rebellion will claim victory in the first bloody battle of this best of 5.
Catch us if you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA and our next elimination series here. It's a best of 5. We're one game in with about an entire series worth of kills in that one game here between Shopify Rebellion and Red Canids Kalunga. It was a win for Shopify after a bloody battle. But here for game number 2, we do have a special guest joining us. Jat and I are back on the desk for this one, and APA is going to be joining for the TriCast on this. But remember that every single game we're playing here brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. If you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena next weekend to determine who's going to go to Dallas and be the LTA's 3rd representative at Worlds. So don't miss that. Follow the link on the screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now. Now with all of that official stuff out of the way, it's time to jump back into what I hope is going to continue to be an absolutely crazy series. APA, what were your thoughts watching that first one?
The first game was just a bloodbath. Like I said on the analyst desk, it's just like what, 40, 50 kills, just like 2 kills per minute. Everyone was just flinging hands at each other.
Always. Do you feel like that changes at all the way you would draft going forward, or do you still think they stick to their game plan?
I think in games like that, it's just like honestly what you're comfort at. Like Kaze last game, he seemed really comfortable on the Akali, and it just seemed like, you know, in the big moments, he was just stepping up. So I'm excited to watch him this game specifically.
Well, Red Canids did choose to remain on the red side here for this one. You're going to continue to see the Wukong and Silas bans from Shopify, just like you saw in game number 1. Over on the other side, the Annie and the Azir, again, just focusing on those standard mid lane picks against Palafox. Poppy also banned out. First pick of the draft here in game number 2 is Ambessa for Fudge, and Fudge was a serious performer for Shopify in game 1.
Yeah, Fudge was smurfing. He's also 2-0 on the Ambessa so far here, or at least in split 3. I like the first pick, Orianna and the Xin pairing from Red. That's just a very stable, good, strong mid 2v2. What do you feel like Palafox would be best suited to play here in your experience, APA?
Well, I feel like, you know, he's often been a very good Talia player. He can take Talia. There's like Galio. Those are the 2 big options I have. Like, he does play a little bit of Akali, but of course it was taken last game in Fearless. So, you know, I would just assume like Talia or Galio would be the 2 I'm thinking of.
Jarvan locked in here as the second pick for Shopify. We know that this is a champion that can be pretty well comboed with either one of those choices. Palafox hovering over the Talia right now. Would not be surprised to see this at all, especially with how many plays Shopify were trying to make last game with contracts on the Pantheon, obviously wanting to use these semi-globals to set things up, find opportunities for picks in the side lanes when somebody from Red Canids is overextended. But it looks like instead we're going to switch it over, and instead it'll be Palafox on the rise.
Bit surprising, honestly. I was looking at, like, you know, Immobile Orianna versus Jarvan versus Talia. Like, you lose your flash and all of a sudden you're just a target to be picked off like every single fight. So, but I'm interested in the Rise pick. You know, it can get Prowl versus Orianna, it can have a lot of map mobility. Like, we'll see how he does.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they're just trying to exploit the fact that Fudge was able to get such a big advantage in side lanes on the Aurora last game. So they might think that if things go wrong, we're just going to split push with Rise. Like, we're just going to play side lanes because they don't think Red can keep up.
So how do we feel about the Yorick locked in here for FNB against Fudge's Ambessa? He's saying, all right, I'm going to take this side lane role, try to split push to victory.
You know, if we think that like how Shopify is going to win is through like side push and side laning, then, you know, Yorick's the perfect counter to that. You know, it's really hard to beat him 1v1 side lane. You can try to beat him 1v2, but he's like, he has his own maiden, so he's like 2v2ing you basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's just difficult. Like, I really like the York pick here.
Yeah, it's also his most played in split 3, so he's played a good chunk of York. Last time he won with it lost with it in a 48-minute game in their finals versus Vivo Cade Stars. So he has had a few bangers on it for sure.
So interesting thing, similarity between this game and game number 1. Both games, both teams drafted both solo lanes and jungler in the first half of the draft. Support and AD carry have not been the priority for either one of these teams thus far, which means, again, here in the second half of bans, it's going to be marksman, it's going to be supports. Senna and Alistar banned away by Red Canids. Remember that last time around, the Alistar ban was put in there by Shopify. However, now they're going to ban out the Ezreal, removing one of those very safe marksmen, and the Lucian also banned away.
I'm surprised they banned their own Lucian away, because when I think of Shopify, it's like B-Boy Seos, Lucian Nami combo, or Lucian whatever.
It's iconic.
So I'm a bit shocked that they banned their own Lucian.
I agree. He's 7-0 on Lucian so far this year. And something else we found, APA, he's 0-7 on Corki. So Red took it away from us. We feel like that's totally fine.
He saved us.
But both teams are happy with Red Cannons locking in the Corki here.
Yeah, Ezreal banned as well. So, I mean, all of his most played picks are off the table. He's got a good Sivir angle. Rakan ended up being banned in game 1. They could also go Rakan here.
And Rakan Sivir is what
Rakan Sivir is a nice combo.
Is what I would think B-Boy Seos do.
I always like to see Sivir alongside like more immobile solo laners as well, like the Rise, but looks like instead they have a different idea.
Long
Gotta pick
range.
the Jhin, yeah, for the long range, more facilitatory role for the AD carry.
I like the Bard pick. You got 2 mobile champions on side of Shopify, so like Bard, anytime they have no flash, just shoot an ult at them and you can maybe start an engage.
Good stuff there. We'll see how effective Frosty is at this one. We've seen some pretty impressive Bard performances from a lot of different supports here in the North throughout this split. So I'm curious to see if the South can keep up with the Bard magic on this one. How are you guys feeling about how the 2 drafts measure up now that we get to see the full 10 champion spread? Do we feel like there's a major advantage for one side or the other?
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is they're just different team compositions. I feel like Shopify Rebellion really want to play side lanes and really want to do long-range picks. But I'd say if you're Red, they have a stronger team-fighting team comp, but still can add that mobility with the Bard. So I feel like they have a lot of really good tools on the side of Red, but they have shown that they're not that good playing side lanes, which makes me like the style of Shopify's composition.
Yeah. I'm also just curious to see just how mid lane goes. Like, it looked like Kaze was having a good time last game, and then I think he's in another good matchup. You know, even though Palafox counter-picked him, I would take the Ori on the side of the Rise matchup. So if they can look to exploit that a little bit more and just go from there.
All right, excited to see how Kaze will do on this more traditional style of mid laner with the Orianna, just playing the control mage versus playing the hyper-mobile assassin like the Akali. We saw Kaze get a lot of individual highlights in the previous game, but unfortunately for him was not enough to be able to secure the win. I do expect him to continue to be a big performer. I know that a lot of fans from the South are super hyped on this guy coming up from the academy scene, really making a splash immediately, showing that he is one of the top mid laners in the region. And now up against Palafox, we'll see how his Ori stacks up here. I'm gonna get Bard binding into the wall on Palafox for a snappy electrocute as level 1 Red Cannons moving into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, a little more context on Red Cannons. I know we touched it on game 1, but if you are just joining us now, they do a lot of level 1 invading, but they're also a very young team. FNB, oldest player on the team at 25. He's the veteran, but also considered the best performing top laner in Split 3 of the South. Everyone else, Doom, Kaze, Rebello, all came up from the academy team recently that led to their resurgence. So definitely a team that loves to throw down and has a lot of youth and confidence in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Red already just has a nice advantage. They got a deep ward in on the top side. They pushed everyone out of the bot side. So Shopify are going to be starting with 0 information, while Red's starting with all the information they can want.
Right, keeping an eye on our junglers here. Remember that in the previous game, junglers did start on opposite sides of the map, both beginning at their red buffs, but it looks like they'll both be starting on this bottom side, pathing towards top here in this one. We'll see if that leads to any level 3, level 4 scrapping up in that top side of the map around this Ambessa Yorick head-to-head, which I think this could end up very spicy with how many kills we got to see in game number 1, with how both these champions can be an absolute terror in the side lane if they get ahead. This one could be volatile.
I really think so. You already said you take the Orianna side of the Rise matchup, APA. What sides of the other matchups do you feel like would be favored based on the champions?
Well, I'm just looking at Fudge on Ambessa. I feel like Fudge's Ambessa is like similar to his Roar, is one of his best champions in my opinion recently. So like, I think with how he performed last game, I'm looking massively to how he performs this game in lane, because I think if he gets ahead, then he can just take over this game. And of course, now we're looking at mid lane, how it looks like they're already burning through their potions. It just looks like a fist fight again. And even bot lane's a fist fight too.
Everyone's just fist fighting.
It's just a fist fight.
Everybody's brawling. Bvoy and Seos pushed back down here in this bottom side early on. Remember that in the previous game, they were the ones who had priority over the bottom lane, but immediately grand entrance from Seos. Rebello down to 100 HP. Bvoy doesn't have a lot to work with himself, but it's already getting close down here.
And you can just see with bot lane, all the secondary summoner spells are burned. Barrier's gone, the heal's gone, everything is gone bot lane, so it's just like no potions, no anything now. It's just whoever lane's better.
Boots pots start for B-Boy, so he's going to want to have a little bit more sustain. And I also feel like we have Emily, who is standing by with talkers for an interview.
Hello, I am joined here by Red Coach Talkers. Nice to be interviewing you now as a coach. What do you think went wrong game 1, and how are you guys going to readjust?
I think they punished us a bit on side lanes, and their team fight was sharper than ours. Some team fights we just missed some key ultimates. So it was really down to details, and I think we just need to be like focused, and we can win.
In terms of side lane pressure, I also agree with that. I see Yorick here, kind of an easy cheat sheet for side waves. Is that kind of what you're hoping from Yorick in this game?
Yeah, here we have Yorick with Bard, and they have Ryze, so let's see who can punish who, right? It's going to be probably really bloody on the side lane, so that's it.
All right, well, game 1 was also really bloody. I wish you all the best, and we'll throw it back to the cast.
Really bloody on the side lane. Sounds like exactly what I am expecting as well here from this one, as we do see FNB with control over this top lane 1v1 here nice and early. Does have a slight lead in terms of farm, does have tempo on the wave, making sure that he's shoving Fudge in here, but it is still a while until we're going to see the grub spawn, so not a whole lot of attention up there towards that matchup from anybody else just yet.
Yeah, I also feel like he's sitting on 2 biscuits, has the wave in a spot where he wouldn't get ganked, and has second wind plus Doran Shield. So he's going to be sustaining pretty well unless he goes for a bit of a silly all-in. I think Fudge has the lane in a totally okay spot and can still collect minions under his turret.
See, I'm curious what Kaze is going to do after this, because I assume he's going to base TP, but then they could look to do a Dragon Timer off this because he's already got Palafox's TP out, or he could just greed a little bit. You know, he might be close to a Lost Chapter. I don't know if he has it yet. And then, yeah, I think he actually just has Lost Chapter gold, so to be back, he's going to be very strong coming back in the lane.
I feel like that's just got to be the ideal breakpoint to go for that first teleport to return to lane with, right? When you're playing one of these traditional control mages, the Lost Chapter power spike just feels like it gives you so much staying power.
Yeah, and this is when the lane would just really start to get hard. You know, one shockwave from Orianna just rises like instantly 40% HP. So I'd be really careful about this matchup right now if I'm Palafox.
Yeah, everyone's coming mid because they feel like this is also a breaking point for that lane. Contracts, they're going for it.
Immediately, flash engage coming out from Palafox. His Contracts and Seos are ready to follow it up, but Doom has also arrived, and Frosty is on the follow. Palafox is going to die. It's first blood over to Red Canids, and Seos is about to drop 2 if he's not careful about it. Grand Entrance back away. A double kill. The win becomes lightning. Doom gets it done. Shopify Rebellion thought they had it figured out, but Red Canids ends up coming out on top.
I mean, they just go so aggressive, but don't have the damage to one-shot, so they burn everything on the initial engage, and then Red just gets to land the counterpunch.
Yeah, I mean, you see like Palafox flash forward, and then Seos goes forward with a W, but Contracts isn't in range yet. Like, he's basically all their damage because they're using all the CC on the Orianna. And he's just not in range. He should have committed flash, and if they're not willing to commit flash, they can't go for that.
Yeah, not to mention they don't have brush control on the left side, so there is a control ward down. Red knows that they're not spotted, and Seos, though, makes another play out of the replay.
Oh, Frosty! He barely stays alive with the last auto attack from Seos, seals his fate. The 2v2 kill there for Shopify to get themselves back on the board, but now in the bottom lane, FNB versus Fudge is also going to stay nice and spicy. Palafox arrives here with a Realm Warp, but again, without a flash, he can't get in range of FNB in time. Now Palafox might be in a little bit of danger. He's fighting the Maiden and the Yorick at the same time, and FNB's just going to walk away. But now again, we've got the Deadly Flourish up here on the top side. Doom gets locked up, Contracts goes in, flashes back over the wall. Rebello putting some firepower back into Seos as Shopify continues disengaging, but now Kaze has joined the fight. He's going to find the Shockwave there with the Contracts, and Shopify Rebellion lose another one. Feats of Warfare claimed there for the side of Red.
And Red staying really aggressive. I'm surprised the Contracts was going for that play on the top side when they had already committed their 2 soul laners to a failed play in the bot side, so it's just a matter of time until the numbers are advantage for Red on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like a fist fight. You know, game 1 started slow.
This is a bar
this
fight,
game
man.
It's just a bar fight everywhere, no matter what.
I'm glad that we're at least getting to stay with this momentum after the game 1. I would have been sad if we slowed back down to a more expected pace in the second game, as Frosty, nice interrupt there on the recall from Palafox, just spoiling that tempo.
I mean, mid gap is already like 700 gold because of the 3-3 and then the kill that they got on Contracts. So I'm curious to see how like Kaze can just leverage his advantage right now.
Yeah, plus Palafox used his Ryzal bottom lane, didn't really get much except half his health bar burned by the Yorick. So when you're in a situation like this, let's even just say you're on the rise, like how do you try and survive and get back into the game?
You just got to get a little bit of vision control, and then with a little bit of vision, you can hog that part of the lane and just try to wave clear until like a flash comes up or until, you know, someone can gank. Like this Orianna still in a flash, Jarvan's level 6. Something can happen there.
Like you can see the cooldown there for Contracts' ultimate, about 30 seconds left until he can use that one. We do not have the early Drake take in this game that we saw in game number 1. Remember that Red Canids took that one around 6 minutes uncontested. And the Grubs are now on the map. You can see a lot of players from both sides migrating towards that area. I feel like the next team fight is going to be over these Grubs as we wait for the cooldowns to become fully ready.
I feel like Red's also really strong at the moment. They haven't necessarily completed their items yet, but just the power of the Orianna right now with Shockwave up, they have all their ultimates. Yeah. So Shopify's got to pull something off in this fight, APA.
Yeah, and then Bard at level 6, you look at all the flashes on Shopify, every flash is down except Fudge, who's not going to be in the fight. So if this Bard hits level 6, drops an ult on one of the mobile carries, it's, they're just dead.
Contracts is ready to start up the Grubs himself, at least try to take one of these before Red Canids can respond. But Kaze and Frosty are both still in the area. Frosty walking back towards the mid lane, trying to get the auto attack here on the minion to guarantee the level 6, and there it is. Frosty now with a Tempered Fate available. That big playmaking tool could decide the way this Grub fight goes, but Contracts working his way back towards the pit right now. Down in bottom lane, neither one of these guys has their teleports available, but those cooldowns are almost exactly synced up, so if we don't get a Grub fight for another minute and a half, they both could try to participate then, but it looks like Doom does not want to wait that long. Red Canids now going to start the objective.
Yeah, and as APA pointed out, Bard is level 6 now, Teseos level 5, so they do have that support power spike, which I think gives them the confidence to start.
Seos, though, hanging out in the mid lane, trying to get the EXP to get his ultimate unlocked. Red Cannon's going to secure the first Grub already. Seos hits level 6 now. Shopify still hanging around the area, but it looks like Shopify is just here to observe what's happening, as we will see all 3 Grubs go over to Red.
Red dropped a mid wave for that, but, they got 3 Grubs. I'd consider that worth. One mid wave, you don't even lose a plate. Like, I'd take that.
Yeah, really nice play there by Red. I feel like they're trying to play a little bit more measured in this game, even if it's still fairly bloody. They've made high percentage plays. I'd say FNB on this Yorick is really getting value with this counterpick onto Fudge's Ambessa, specifically surviving that 1v2 and having the wave push pretty much this entire game. So it's making it hard because Shopify doesn't have winning lanes to play off of.
Especially when you remember game number 1 and how powerful Fudge's Aurora was, how important that was for Shopify hanging on when they were behind initially to catch back up and have good team fights. Now with Fudge down 25 CS, not being able to find victories in these 1v1 side lane situations, things are going to feel a little bit more suffocating.
Yeah, I mean, both side laners from Red are just winning respectively. FNB is smashing Fudge right now, and then Kaze, you saw up earlier, he's just pulling the freeze top lane. So they're pressuring both sides of the map really, really hard. Nothing you can really do in the Corki, and they just get a free dragon because of it.
There it is. Nobody from Shopify going to contest this one. Just like game number 1, uncontested Drake. However, this one 5 minutes later, so even if Red Canids do manage to just go straight 4 Drakes into Soul, it will not be a super early Soul potential this game. Fudge now has to try to back away again as FNB just finds the cage on him, takes him down to about 1/4 HP, and Fudge can't say anything about it.
Yeah, he might end up losing a plate off of this as well. Just looking at the map state, there's no one able to come help him. Shopify's in survival mode right now, APA.
I mean, everyone's just losing lane except B-Void, but it's so hard for you to do anything against Corki. You just, just 50-50 the ways mid lane. And then side lane's just so hard. Like, you've already lost your Ambessa DP. Like, Ryze ended up getting the top wave in, but however much CS he lost there. And so it's real hard for the side laners right now.
Yeah, I mean, what does Red do to advance the game then? Because they're 2,000 gold up and look to be in a good position.
I mean, right now, in my opinion, I don't think they have to advance the game. They're getting all the objectives. They're winning all their lanes. They just have to keep doing what they're doing. They don't have to break the game anyway. If they don't make any mistakes, they're doing quite well.
So then let me pose the counter question. If you're Shopify, particularly, Contracts has his Sundered Sky, he's got ult, he's got flash, he's got everything. Where do you want to see them try to make plays to stop this bleeding and make sure that they can stay competitive with Red Canids as we head towards the mid game?
I mean, it's a hard question because, of course, you can just send your flash ult on the Orianna or on, in a mobile champion, the Bard, and get their flash. But then it's if you're doing that, you also lose all your, minimum pressure that you already have. So it's so scary to use something if it's not a clean hit.
Kaze going to step up here and find that shockwave onto Palafox as Doom's coming up right behind him. Palafox wants to take the Realm Warp. He even tries to spend the flash to get in range. Yeah. Palafox loses the summoner, loses his life.
I mean, that's going to be really rough. Palafox lost flash, lost his ulti. He's so, just weak right now on the rise. it's going to be so hard for him to come back into this game.
Man, that is a rough one for the Shopify mid laner. Now 2 minutes until the Herald spawns. Kaze's also going to take the extra plate up there in the top lane off of that turret to go along with the kill that they got. This is nearly a 3,000 gold lead before plates even fall for Red Canids. This is a massive early game.
They're taking high percentage plays. I mean, maybe not this one. FNB's so far ahead in lane, he's decided to take the red buff with the Maiden. This is, we'll see how this works out.
Well, he's got backup coming around to help him.
Looks like it's his.
Yeah, Frosty's making his way over. If Contracts tries to stop this, he might be in some danger. He's going to try to EQ over the wall, and FNB is just waiting. Contracts gets caught out. Doom picks up a rampage. 4-0-1 here with the Xin Zhao.
Where did they think that Yorick went is the right question, because I understand why you don't expect him to just be disappearing in your own jungle and killing your red buff, but Fudge had been getting pushed in the whole game. I wonder how FNB snuck in there, whether he faked the recall and it made them think that he was back in base, because that was just a beautiful trap that they set up to get a kill on the Contracts.
I mean, right now it just looks like Shopify are just getting suffocated. You know, they're losing everywhere. They're losing top, jungle, mid, bot. It's so hard for them to do anything.
Well, Seos is at least trying to set something up here for Fudge to find something back on FNB. FNB with a flash away. Seos decides that means he's got to commit the quickness, but Fudge is losing to the Maiden at the same time. FNB, again, in a 1v2, stands tall and beats them back.
We're seeing that FNB Yorick power and why he's so respected as a top laner in the South right now. That's the second 1v2 he's pretty much just walked away from after dueling them.
I mean, yeah, it cost him his flash, but he got a lot back out of it. Now the cage, he'll force the flash out of Seos, and he's still on the chase. FNB is embarrassing Shopify Rebellion.
And this is like the really scary part, because you use your move to attack FNB on the bot lane, and then you just lose all your pressure top lane. Like, look at Palafox. He just has to abandon top lane completely, because, you know, they have no clue where the Bard is. They have no clue where Doom is. They can be anywhere.
Seos spent both summoner spells and his ult trying to make that play down there in the bottom lane. Fudge has still only got 20% HP, so yeah, he can clear away a wave that's crashing into the turret, but he can't really do much more than that. His presence on the map is severely limited. Meanwhile, FNB on the Yorick, he's going to pick up the tunneler, he's going to pick up more pieces. Seos tries to jump in there, but there's just no real threat onto Rebello. And now that Rift Herald, it's just been getting soloed by Doom the entire time. This is going to be another neutral objective the way of Red Canids. They've already got 3 grubs. They've already got the Drake. This is going to be feats of warfare secured as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another free objective for the Red Canids. Like, they've got grubs. They got the first dragon. They got a Rift Herald. You know, I'm curious to see when Shopify like stops getting suffocated and just, you know, tries to take their stand. Tries to, you know, do the Hail Mary to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the little plays they've tried have just fallen away from them time and time again. This is such a great performance by Red. Seos just trying to get a little bit of pathing, but he's probably dead too.
Yeah, Tempered Fate. Ooh, but the timing on the Cosmic Binding isn't exactly what they needed, so Seos can still get away. But man, this is so scary for Shopify. They're down 4,000 gold 16 minutes into the game, and it's about to get even worse as the Herald driven straight into the turret there by Doom. This should provide more than enough damage to guarantee that they can take first turret as well. Gold lead, 4,500 gold. Contracts and Palafox are going to make the move on FNB, but again, the Yorick, he's so damn strong. Fudge comes in here for the public execution. He needs more damage, and he can't quite find it. Finally, Fudge gets the shutdown, but he has to use the whole kitchen sink to do it, and it's still just a 1-for-1.
They had to send a third person to FNB this time, and they still get one back. FNB and Red are going to be happy about that one. They'll get the Drake on top of it as well.
You know, the Maiden is so strong, you consider it a 1v2, but then it's just a 2v2. They needed to bring Fudge, the third man in, to make it fair.
They finally get their numbers advantage, but still just the even trade. Right afterwards, Doom knows that there's nothing Shopify can do, so he picks up the Drake as well.
Just another free objective. Like, not really free. Shopify did try to stand for it. They lose Dragon, and then they lose the bot too as well.
I mean, they just continue to try and make plays onto this Yorick, and it continues to not go great for them. At the same time, they did get the TP, so when they're down 4,000 gold, I'd say getting the shutdown and the 1-for-1, I think they're losing the Drake anyway. That's a play that you take again if you're Shopify. Just goes to show, though, how strong the Yorick is.
They got the top lane tier 1, so I believe that should be a bounty. Like that,
oh, yeah.
That's something big back for Shopify.
Exactly. Anything right now matters so much considering how bad the slide has been for Shopify throughout these first almost 18 minutes now. But we do have, gentlemen, The great equalizer spawning here in about 2 minutes. Otacon is going to enter the Rift, and I do want to see how this one plays out because we've had so many crazy Otacon moments throughout this split. Last game, we saw the Palafox dance with it for 2 minutes and then eventually into the fight after Shopify managed to get the team fight that they wanted. But Fudge is trying to put some pressure onto the Tier 1 turret here in the bottom lane. But this thing already had so much health still standing because there just wasn't a ton of pressure early on in the game. He can't force it down just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, I really feel like this is going to, as Contract jumps into Frosty.
Yep, and the Deadly Flourish hits Frosty there from B-Boy, but Frosty hadn't taken anything that would cause it to root instead of just do the slow, so he can continue walking back away.
I mean, you can see it's so hard for Shopify to even just be in their jungle. Like, Contract steps out into the ramp bush, and then he's just pushed out. He's pushed back to his Raptor, he's pushed back to his Red. It's so hard for them to just step out right now.
Yeah, Red has to make a big mistake, or Shopify just has to play side lanes like wizards and somehow, you know, protect, like basically guess where Red's going to be because they can't even set up vision to split push in an intelligent way. They're going to take some miracles, I feel like, to get back in this one.
All right, Palafox, he's the target yet again. The Shockwave forces the flash. So Orianna ulti down, however, that is a big cooldown for Palafox. And you have to be thinking, yeah, Kaze's going to have the Shockwave ready to go by the time they want to fight for this Otacon that spawns here in 35 seconds or so. It might be a little bit delayed after that, but I would think Red Canids could wait the little bit of extra time they need to have that massive team fighting tool as Kaze, just using the Shockwave, forcing the flash, opens up the space to take the Tier 1 turret.
I'd say a bit of an opportunity, though. I don't think Red needed to commit 5 people to this play when they had the advantage anyway, so Fudge got a wave in that he's not going to end up hitting the turret, but he denied about a full wave of minions, so almost a chance there for Shopify to get a little bit back.
Yeah, I mean, you can still see, like, whenever Frosty and Doom are going right now, they just push everyone of Shopify out of their own jungle. So they go top side, they get vision, they go bot side, they get vision. So it feels like Shopify have no information this entire game. Just look at the vision they have. They have no idea where Doom is right now.
Okay, so we still have the 4,000 gold lead for Red Canids. Spear of Shojin completed as the second full item for both of the top laners, so their itemization spikes are in pretty similar spots. The jungle is dire, though. Both of them with a Sundered Sky and a Mercury Tread, but then a Longsword for Contracts versus a full Black Cleaver for Doom. That is a massive power gap.
I mean, look at the gold there on Doom, 8,300 gold. He actually has more gold than the York, who's just been taking on 2 and 3 people the whole game, so their Bruisers and Orianna are incredibly fed.
I mean, I want to bring up, even though Kaze has been having a relatively quiet game, he still has a massive gold lead. Like, we haven't been focusing on him, but he's up 2k gold. He's 2.5 items. Like, this guy comes into an Otacon fight, if there's a team fight with him involved, he's going to do so much damage.
Yeah, that Shockwave hits more than one target, and I feel like the whole fight's just GG from that point, right? Like, how do you even deal with that amount of burst, as it looks like Doom and Rebello are going to go ahead and start this Otacon up. They have a control ward in the pit, so even if Shopify has suspicions, they cannot confirm that this is what Red Canids are doing. It's also the Scuttle Crab going to be picked up here by FNB, unless Contracts can steal it away. Scuttle Crab goes down there. It is stolen by Shopify, but the Otacon down to 2,000 HP, and Red Canids cleanly secure the Otacon. The curtain call opens up, but he can't really do anything against mostly full health targets. Doom jumps in after Fudge. Red Canids find a kill. They're going to get the objective plus the dessert.
Nicely done there by Red Canids, ready to peel off. I think Shopify wanted to soft contest this while Palafox split push, but they went a little too far with their soft contest, and the Bard really chased down Fudge well.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like this entire game is just a suffocation, like a slow suffocation from Red. It's honestly really impressive to watch.
Yeah, this has definitely been a strong performance from Red Canids. It's been a much more controlled game. 10 kills in 22 minutes is much slower than the last one. Contracts wants to go in on Kaze. Nice use of the Cataclysm into the immediate EQ combo back to the rest of the team, but there's just no follow-up. They're just so far behind. A double kill to Rebello, and Shopify Rebellion just look lost.
I totally agree. Who was supposed to do damage there? Because Contracts isn't going to one-shot them with the ultimate. Fudge is dead, and the Palafox TP is 5 seconds after the fight APA.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's like the only thing you can take off is you got 3 flashes off Red. You got Doom's flash, you got Rebello's flash, you got Frosty's flash. Maybe going into like the next Dragon fight, or like, you know, just the next Baron, or, like, you can get something going for yourself.
Yeah, Contracts, maybe it was just to burn the flashes, because you can see he decides to take the Bard portal at the last second. It's just B-Boy that's way in the back with only 1 shot left in the tank, so no chance that gets kills. And then the TP comes in very late. Shopify is completely out of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, the Contracts play looked cool up until you realize the consequences of nobody else on the team is around. Like, he dodges the shockwave, he gets the triple knockup with the flag combo, but then just the reaction, it's not enough. 11-2 now for Red Canids, up 6,500 gold. They also secured their third Drake of the game. That is sole point for the South representatives here. 23 minutes into the game, and it looks like they are starting their victory march. It's time to pick up all this standing gold from the Tier 2 turrets. They take down the one in the bottom lane. Seo's going to get caught by the Auric cage here, but he does continue to disengage. Tempered Fate finds Palafox. Enemy mid laner down, and the Red Canids just keep on going.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see it, like the Bard ult onto the no flash rise, it's so easy. It's near impossible to hit from that range.
Yeah, I mean, they are really playing an impressive game. Contracts trying to get a pick. This is a flashless Corki.
I don't know, man. I don't think Jarvan wants anything to do with this. Rebello just takes him down, and yes, Fudge and Seos are going to swoop in, so they at least make it a 1-for-1. Shockwave doesn't hit a target, but Doom and Frosty are still ready to keep going here. Fudge does get one back onto Doom, but it's still 3 dead on Shopify, only 2 dead on Red.
I mean, that's what Contracts does so well. He's just a ninja in the mid game. Like, even though Red has so much vision, so much information, he's just randomly in the ramp push. Like, Rebello had no idea he was there. They get 2 bounties.
Yeah, pretty nice bounty. Still 7,000 gold down. I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about yesterday, Flowers, about the South, because I do feel like there was this perception because Split 1 was 8-1 for the North that it was going to be easy. I did not think it was going to be easy, and I was going to predict at least a game for every South team in every single series, because if you also look at the trajectory of this region, Pain Gaming, who was eliminated yesterday, made it to Worlds group stage out of the play-in last year. Furia took G2 to 5 games at MSI. They have had some of their best international performances ever, and I think this performance, just even in this game with how they are kind of suffocating out Shopify and playing a relatively controlled game, I think is a little bit of proof of the progress they've made.
And it's what we were talking about at the top of the day before the series started. Hold on 1 second here. Contracts looking for the play yet again. Kaze could be in some danger. Tempered Fate finds Contracts and Kaze both, but Shopify Rebellion, that's a big pick there on the enemy Orianna. Just as the clock hits 25 minutes, Shopify might decide this is the Hail Mary Baron that they need with the enemy mid laner down for 40 seconds. There will be a teleport available for Kaze to join back up if this takes too long. Red Canids still looking to approach. Seos over the wall. Nice engage as they immediately kill off the enemy support, but now Rebello still does a ton of damage here with the Corki. FNB's made his way into the fight, and Fudge is going to be targeted next here by the Yorick, who buries him alive. Seos on the run, but Doom continues the charge. Palafox the next target as Doom kites it out. Red fights it out. Shopify Rebellion lights out. Triple kill FNB.
And Doom and FNB are just too beefy. They arrive at the very end of the fight and just brawl, fist fight Shopify to death.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great engage coming in from Seos, coming in from Contracts to get the pick, and then onto Frosty. But then, like you said, FNB comes in. This guy's a massive, like, he has so much gold in New York. He just comes in and just shovels everyone.
But from the state that this game was in, Shopify even having this opportunity, I think, was extremely well played. Getting the pull as well is amazing. If Fudge lands that ultimate onto Rebello, maybe they have a chance to win this fight because he is a flashless Corki. When they miss it, though, they still have to spend all this extra time killing the Corki. That gives FNB time to clean up. Like, as soon as that guy's going to enter the fight, it's going to be difficult. It just took too long to try and get that final kill onto Corki.
I like the call from Shopify to try to send it after you get the pick on Orianna. I feel like you're so far behind in this game. You've got to take those small opportunities when you get them. But obviously, Red Canids were prepared. They are 8,000 gold ahead. There is less than 60 seconds until their Dragon Soul spawns, and they've got the Red Bull Baron power play for the next 2.5 minutes. Even with nobody else behind him, FNB is a one-man wrecking crew on these turrets as he keeps this push going.
Yeah, I mean, just look at his items right now. He's 3 core. He pushes everyone by himself 1v1, and like, they just can't do anything. You know, Palafox is kind of desperation push top lane, but they're into the game mid lane.
Yep, this might just be the push all the way if Red Canids want a full send it. Fudge does step up. Nice sidestep of the deadly flourish there from FNB. Throws out the cage, but he will not find B-Boy. Immediate, though. Nice counterattack from Red Canids. Kaze gets the kill on Seos. FNB is low, but he is not dead just yet. Contracts goes back in, trying to find the LT here with Kaze. Nobody on Red is dead. Fudge drops. Double kill for Kaze. Shopify Rebellion fall to pieces. The Dragon Soul is not required
required. 23-7. Red Cannons show that Brazil came to play today. They will make their way on to the Nexus turrets. B-Boy won't have anything to say about it. And Red Cannons Kalunga tie this series up.
They have arrived here in Los Angeles. 8-1-12 for Doom. Some insane laning this entire time. Lounge, what's the response?
Kalunga! Red Cannons are seeing red.
Giving them one game to build some false sense of security, okay?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, I see. I can believe that.
False hope.
Well, hey, a lot of us did predict the 3-1. We do still have Shopify favored here, but we thought that Red is capable of doing what we just saw. They have the hands. They can actually answer Shopify, especially in the mid lane. That was a big lead that we saw forming there.
Yeah, and I think the big thing was it came down to side wave pressure, right?
Yep.
Like we talked about how we thought Shopify had that in game one. Talking to Talkers, he was like, that's what we want to work on is ultimates and teamfights, having better side wave pressure. The Yorick absolutely took over this game. As we look back at some of the plays in here, this is the first play.
Yep, this is indeed the first play.
And the response.
You'll see it in a second on stream here.
Yeah.
We're already getting ready.
Good visual indicator.
Yeah.
Just in case
That's where they are.
Yeah, that's who it is, and that's where they are.
Yeah,
Great use of the head.
Unfortunately, reminiscent of what happened last game is, they do try to make this initial play in onto Kaze, but spending the flash early, Doom is there to answer, Frosty is there to answer. Back-to-back games, Palafox gets first blooded, and back-to-back games, it's Doom, with a good start here in the jungle.
I need to know, I know this is not part of the game at all, but I need to know the story behind the Jin Air Green Wings flash. Anyway, Contracts, I think,
maybe it's the fan.
thought he was out, ends up going straight into Kaze's waiting arm.
Oh! Where's the water? He's in the river.
Fire!
And so we see this happening multiple times where, like you said, Emily, it's about the side lanes.
Not the flash.
Stop laughing at us.
And then it doesn't stop. I feel like we had so many flashes back to back to back. It's this. I don't know if we'll see it, but later, right after Seos then flashes and still dies. So it's like
speaking of flash,
getting caught and then using their cooldowns, trying to get away out. We are going to see it. This was like very shortly after. That's three flashes back to back to back, just wasted, and they still die.
Also, it was so hard to kill FNB, as we're going to see here. Takes Fudge coming in to actually end up finishing him off, and then Fudge gets finished off.
Rain boss is down.
I'm gonna say Fudge.
We killed the York, but at what cost?
He deserves that 10 out of 10 vibes check from their last scrim block that they didn't do. He tried his best here. I actually was pretty impressed with what Fudge individually was doing.
Got the Otacon without dying.
How much pressure? Yeah, that's good. That's good right there. But it felt like everything else was just falling apart for Shopify around the Rift. And Red Cannons, we heard from Trimby earlier at the start of the day that once they get momentum, it's hard for teams to kind of keep up with them. And this TP here,
Palafox heard you needed follow-up on the damage. No, that was rough. That was a tough one. And it's funny too, because with both these teams, very scrappy squads, I was like, okay, we'll see who is the cleaner team. Game 1, Shopify Rebellion. Game 2, it was just all Red Cannons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly pretty worried. FNB, I talked about him in the pre-show. I was really impressed with how he played throughout playoffs. He did really well in the Rumble in Game 1. Game 2, even though Fudge wasn't dying and he was kind of playing more stable, he was still down 30, 40 CS. Yes, part of that is off the map movements and lane swaps and so on and so forth. But FNB created some really meaningful advantages. And because mid lane and jungle got so far behind off of this mid lane play early, it felt like FNB was pretty uncontested in the side lane. Yeah. And that just created so much pressure for them. So I think it's a really good series thus far from FNB. And he's going up against a very solid top laner. Fudge is one of the best in the league.
And Kaze has been taking this so far as well. The solo laners of Red Cannons are doing incredibly. Kaze in particular, just last game, the Akali, just dancing around Shopify Rebellion throughout. Yes, they ended up losing that one. But their solo laners are incredibly talented. Rebello, when he got that penta during the LTA South series that he was in, was like, yes, very skilled. Foul Fox on Foul Fox. Mini Foul Fox.
That is Foul Fox.
And to the point, that man on stage that you see right there, or rather on screen, I gotta imagine some pressure building there because that's 2 games in a row now that he's gotten, his lane kind of blown open from his opposing mid laner.
I also just really like the adjustments from Red, right? Like recognizing like, okay, we didn't have as good side wave pressure in game 1, even if we did have a bunch of team fights come out in our favor. So if we end up, oh, there we go.
Yeah, oh, nice.
Yeah, he deserves it so
far.
far.
Good job, Azil. But like, I do like relying on these 2 solo laners in FNB and Kaze, and then additionally recognizing, okay, we need to apply pressure in side lanes, we need to force them into even more disadvantageous fights, and it worked out really well.
And as you can see right here, Shopify Rebellion chooses red side. I feel like they're the only red side believers.
I mean, Red are also red side believers.
Red chose red side twice in a row.
Oh, we got double red!
This is a lot of red priority. I'm actually curious kind of like why that is.
Well, I mean, we talked about it earlier, but I do think part of it is when you let through some of the super OPs like Pantheon early, it doesn't stay as a required ban. So I think it increases the power of red side and having those counter picks. And I think getting counter picked is important because they've been getting beaten some of these matchups. But don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Woo! Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats.
It's right there. Scan it.
Get on now. Is coming up after this short break. Get yourself some Uber Eats. We'll be here waiting for you on the other side.
Picking up my phone as we speak.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I ain't never gonna try to fail, never gonna stop the giving, never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning line.
Join back up if this takes too long. Red Cannons still looking to approach. Seos from the wall. Nice engage as they immediately kill off the enemy support, but now Rebello still does a ton of damage here with a Corki. FNB's made his way into the fight, and Fight is going to be targeted next here by the Yorick, who buries him alive. Seos on the run, but Doom continues the charge. Palafox the next target as Doom kites it out. Red fights it out. Shopify Rebellion lights out. Triple kill FNB.
Take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the love comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. The North versus South action continues here. And in case you missed it, we're all tied up in this second best of 5 here between Shopify Rebellion and Red Canids Kalunga. The first game was an absolute bloodbath as Shopify Rebellion ended up emerging victorious. Game number 2 was very much not. Red Canids got ahead, stayed ahead, and won pretty clean.
Kobe, where were you?
It also looked like a bloodbath, but all of the blood in the bath was Shopify's blood. There was no blood from the other side, chat. Don't worry, I'm back though. We'll get right back on track here.
All right, we need the faith. We need the faith.
So honestly though, looking at Fearless, Yorick was FMB's most played champion of the split, and that Yorick absolutely pummeled Shopify. It pummeled all members of Shopify. So let's see about the changes here going into draft. There are still some decent priority picks up. Very, very quick bans as we're sticking with the Silas and the Annie-Lucian double combo.
The big difference in this game, though, since Shopify lost the last one, they're electing to go to the red side this time around. So red side priority pretty high here in this series. The Lucian remains banned away from B-Boy. The Annie that they've already banned before here for the Red Canids. But now that they're on blue, they're leaving the Azir open. That's kind of hinting to me that they want to lock it in. They're daring Shopify to ban it instead. Jace also banned out here. The Silas and Wukong remain perma-bans here in the first rotation for Shopify, no matter which side they're playing on.
Yeah, I like your call out on the Azir. They're going to leave it up. Palafox always has something to answer whatever a meta pick would be. Kaze also did play the Azir 3 times in Split 3, has lost all 3 of those games.
Ooh, and it did get nerfed as well on this patch again. I still think, obviously, in pro play, it's definitely a very good inverse style pick, but the priority taken down a wee bit. Blind pick Gnar here. Okay, Fudge, how are we going to punish a blind pick Gnar?
Well, let's see, because last game, game number 2, both solo lanes for Red Canids were just slamming their northern counterparts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that'll definitely give the South fans a lot of hope is how...
That's a dangerous one.
Kaze's been crushing Palafox. He's not doing this. He's not playing the Aurelia.
Are you? Okay,
Sure.
Okay. I mean, it's just so much more risky to go like an Aurelia or Yasuo counterpick.
Well, especially this early in the draft. Like, if you see the whole comp, maybe. But if you picked it and they just throw in a Maokai jungle or something, you're just cooked.
Yeah.
Well, hey, there's the Azir.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the Azir that we were expecting, although not on the side that I was expecting it for, but Shopify are going to lock that one in, put Palafox on the Azir, hope that he can make some big plays on that one, find the angles for the shuffles. Over on the other side, though, Talia is another one of those picks that we usually see higher priority on early on when she has a lot of really good combos in the jungle to set up her ganks, her seismic shoves, but we will see her locked in here for this 3rd game for Red Canids.
Okay, so are they going to drop the Vi then as well? Because AD jungle at the moment is priority, with a lot taken off the board.
Vi seems really good.
Vi combos super well with Talia, so I would think that they would want to grab it first.
Give you a Sejuani.
They're going to go more tanky front line instead.
I'm quite surprised, actually, that Doom is picking the Sejuani in this angle rather than the Vi. It doesn't look like he has many games on it. He's played so many different champions, but he's 0-2 on Sejuani here in Split 3. Not to mention Poppy being unbanned, and I think one of Contract's best picks when we've seen him have some big games in the past.
Yeah, in the first couple of games, remember the Poppy was a first-round ban for Red Canids when they were drafting from the red side. It does end up getting through here this time, and Shopify Rebellion will lock that in, again, most likely for Contracts. And if it is for Contracts, as long as this isn't a flex to like a support Poppy or something, this will be the 3rd game in a row where both teams use the first half of the draft to pick their solo laners plus jungler, completely letting priority on AD carries and supports slide to the second half.
All right, taking away some of the stacking options here too. The Senna definitely would be a problem on the bottom side. So what do they actually want to fight back with?
Yeah, I just want to quickly call out, though, with the Poppy as well, that it was not played much by Contracts, but that's because it's the most banned champion against Shopify for all of Split 3. So this is definitely, I think it's an interesting choice by Red. They've been giving through some of the bigger power picks to Shopify. They gave the Yone away in Game 1 to Palafox, and here Poppy in Game 2. And to answer your question, Kobe, I don't necessarily know. Lucian has been banned in all of the games against B-Boy. He's not really been allowed to play it. So.
I mean, there's good reason for that.
Yeah, good.
You know, He has definitely been exceptional on the Lucian, and so I kind of respect that. You know, plus like the Silas should just be permabanned for the entire series.
Might be Sivir
from
time.
opposite teams.
Might be Sivir time for Shopify.
We'll see if Red Canids has the same read. Nope, they are going to continue maintaining the ban pressure on the Alistar. This champion has been banned out in the second half of draft all 3 games so far in this series. Him alongside that Braum for powerful defensive supports. Senna and Ezreal banned out as marksmen.
I think they need Seos on like what, Leona or like Nautilus. Either of those decent priority. Since both of them are up, I guess they don't really care, so grab the Sivir first. Secure your wave clear, secure your scaling. Whenever you have the double Shurima scaling with Sivir and Azir, they feel like pretty confident in going for their front-to-back team fight.
This is a much more standard front-to-back team fighting comp from Shopify. The game 2, we're going to be cute with split push, then they fell behind early, couldn't make creative plays to come back in the game. Now they have that scaling Sivir and Azir to keep the waves pushed the entire game. Interesting Ashe pick, though.
They see your double Shurima, Kobe, and they raise you double Freljord over here from the Red Cannon. So plenty of lockdown and CC between Sejuani and the Ashe. And now we'll see what they want to pair with Rebello's Ashe here in the bottom lane.
And Ashe definitely is a strong lane here into the Sivir. So with double Freljord, you get a lot of CC. You get a lot of ability to force these fights. And if we've seen them trying to set the pace of being extremely bloody here, then that very well could continue. Okay, the Seraphine plus Ashe combination. This one is such a powerful lane. You get the Ashe slows into the Seraphine, rooting them, and you have tremendous ultimates for team fights. Lots of CC for later.
It's a really good scaling pick, and it's them adapting to the patch as well. Ashe did get AD growth buffed on this patch, has been fairly absent from the meta, but then just kind of almost seeming forcing Seos onto the Karma here, not wanting to play a melee into that double range lane and get pushed in the entire time. I'm a little bit scared of the Seraphine if you know how to pilot it for Frosty.
It's such a powerful team fight battery with all of the healing, all of the shielding that you get from it. The ability, especially when you have this front line that wants to jump in there like the Gnar and the Sejuani, that you can use to shoot your Encore through and get that huge range engage coming out from it as well, can be very, very powerful. On the other side, though, Shopify Rebellion are doing their cardio. Between Mantra Ease and Sivir Ultimates, there's a lot of run-fast potential coming out of this team.
I think Contracts here is going to have to be a big difference maker. Poppy Ultimate can provide so much value if you're able to get a good one around these objectives. And since we've had so much team fighting, if you just even eject one person, it seems like everybody else is already committed to these fights, and so they're still going to be able to go through with it.
And one thing we always look at for Poppy is how much value does the Poppy player get out of Steadfast Presence? Seraphine, Ashe, and Talia do not have movement abilities that can be blocked by Steadfast Presence. However, Gnar and Sejuani both have pretty easily readable engages through Arctic Assault and through the hop/crunch that can be denied by that. And since that's the front line, those are those big engage mechanisms that either go in themselves or facilitate Seraphine being able to use her ult. Contracts stopping those in their tracks could be huge. I am expecting a lot more team fighting, a lot more PvP, and a lot more kills here in Game 3.
Yeah, I'm looking for Shopify to bounce back because Game 2 was a big disappointment based on what we'd seen so far this weekend in North versus South. I do feel like early game, though, we are already in, and they have been pushed off once again at level 1. Red having strong level 1 plays in both games 2 and 3.
They really want to keep track of Contracts' early pathing. Whenever you see Contracts on this Poppy especially, he does like to go for a lot of early ganks and not necessarily do full clears before looking for his opportunities. I would expect, though, with these lanes, he will do full clear and not look to drop anything early, remain efficient.
One thing to make a note of here very early on, because both of these teams are running ranged supports who want to really battle for that lane priority and supremacy, we are not going to see any of the summoner spellbooks that have been so common with the melee engage style supports. Instead, both opting for the Aerie, for the extra trading power here early on in the lane to try to maintain control.
Yeah, B-Boy also pulling out this Sivir. He's got a good record on it overall, seeing if he can make some big things happen in this game. And to talk more about that, Kangas is standing by with Coach Revan.
Thank you very much. I have Coach Revan here as we're watching already almost a first blood come in here for Red. I want to get your first thoughts on how that level 1 went.
pretty damn terrible, but it should be all fine. It's not like the end of the world. I just hope the players don't feel like desperate or you need to do something fast, because I think both teams just stylistically have that a little bit. So just taking care of that, I think, is probably going to be the win con for both teams.
You mentioned the style of Red Canids. You used to coach for a Brazilian team before you came to North America. So based on your experience with Brazilian players, how do you feel Red are performing to your expectations?
Pretty good, honestly. As far as I know, I think their mid-jungle and AD are really new. Top's their biggest veteran. Support is kind of. I think he's on year 2 or 3. But they had their a roster change in between split 2 and 3, and then they still somehow made it to cross conference finals. So really big ups to them, honestly.
All right, well, it looks like the players are ready for action already on the rip, so we're going to let you get backstage, throw it back to the casters.
Continue fighting! We got 3 camp ganks as well for both mid laners blowing their flashes here. Both junglers doing the 3 camp gank, passing through mid lane with their red buffs. And both of them are pretty low on mana too, so.
How did Revan sound so calm during all of that? B-Boy gets pushed back to base on 0 CS, and then mid lane becomes an absolute 2v2 brawl, but no kills yet.
Yeah, they went for that trade when it was like both of Red members just positioned right next to B-Boy, and he was just like tanking all of the damage and forced to blow both summoners. In addition to being forced back, not having flash or cleanse on the Sivir here is really a big deal, especially because you know, the wave, of course, is going to push back out afterwards. But since they saw Sejuani with red buff gank mid, they know Sejuani did a 3 camp, her bottom side 3 camps, then ganked mid and crossed. So they knew, okay, well, at least the Sejuani's not coming down here within the next minute.
Push.
We, you know, we've got our time. Push it in, bounce it back, and you know, hopefully they can stay safe. They're double warding here for the river and the Tribush to make sure that they can remain safe. Contracts, though, does get interrupted after his clear on this.
And the one thing I do want to mention about the 2v2 that we saw in mid, Contract's the only one of those 4 that still has, top side Fudge in some danger. FNB needs a little more damage, but just can't get that last auto attack that would have procced the Hyper there for the first blood. Contract still has his flash. That's what I was trying to say, but we're going to get more PvP, so I have to say it fast.
Yeah, and FNB is having another amazing game. Is Gnar. He's pushing in this Aatrox, blows Fudge's flash by himself here. Bottom side.
B-Boy trying to fire back at Rebello here. Nice root coming in from Seos, but Rebello still safe enough. He and Frosty running a little bit low on HP. Nice mantra Q coming in from Seos to continue chipping away at that healing and shielding.
Yeah, both holding flashes. Really want to be able to push this wave in as Sejuani is arriving. Might be looking for a play if Shopify try and freeze this wave on them.
Okay, Doom's going to start his Krug camp, but now go for the gank instead. Will walk over a ward. Shopify should be aware of what's going on here. Boomerang Blade flies out, doesn't find a single target to connect on, and they know that Doom is going to be pathing up through this Tri-Brush. So Shopify Rebellion, step back.
Yeah, good job by them not stepping back too early. Doom, though, is going to circle around and Q out the back of the Dragon Pit, so Contracts is still going to come on down and check around and sniff.
These guys are just trading so aggressive.
Teos, the minions are still on him, too.
He's got 40 health. He's running pretty low there. The heal is mandatory to keep him alive. Contracts wanted to try to flash for the wall slam there on Frosty. Not quite enough distance to make it work, so Frosty stays alive. Contracts loses his flash and about half of his health. Still no first blood for either team somehow.
But they want to have it happen. I think both teams
really bad.
You know, whether it's them or the other guy, I feel like they don't care. They're just fist fighting. I gotta call out FNB though. How good has this guy been? The York game is insane. The confidence to first pick Gnar and then immediately burn the flash from Fudge. Having that top lane push pretty much the entire early game. Really impressed with him so far.
Doom sliding in here, looking for the gank on Palafox. Will not have enough time to stack up the E for the stun. And still only at the beginning of level 5, so no Glacial Prison available for that one either. But yeah, going back to the topic of FNB, especially considering game number 1, Fudge got the better of him in the Aurora versus Rumble matchup. And we talked about how at the beginning of the day, the feeling for a lot of the Brazilian teams and players is they're so confidence-based. When they're feeling it, they're feeling good, and they'll play so much better. So for FNB to have a bad game 1 and then bounce back so powerfully, impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think both the solo laners have got to be feeling really good because Kaze, again, pushes in another wave. They lose more minions mid for Shopify, but they're going for another attack. No flash on Frosty.
Yeah, Frosty might just get rooted up here by the Karma. B-Boy and Seos continuing to push forward. Contracts coming in behind them, but not enough damage to kill off the Seraphine through, again, all that powerful shielding and healing, plus the extra damage at the very end through the the Focus Fire, and the High Note means that Seos also takes a considerable chunk of damage himself.
Yeah, there's still this big wave pushing into them, so Shopify want to go back and collect it. They don't want to over chase too much on through the dry brush. And everybody really seems on edge in this game.
I am also on edge. The players feel that way as well. I'd say a good recovery by B-Boy and Seos after what happened at level 1, having to go back to base before getting a single minion. And again, these junglers seem like they're just always ready to pounce.
So, I mean, Sejuani with level 6 for sure should be looking to punish again, but it has been enough time since the first gank for the flashes to come back for mid lane. So, even though Doom is hovering around mid lane, there is a ward on him, plus there's a lot of mobility in the Azir. They now make the swap call, so Sivir can just wave clear in mid lane while they send Palafox bottom, and with these grubs at least started up by Doom.
Yeah, but Fudge and Seos are both wrapping around to try to punish the Red Cannon's jungler here. He can just Arctic Assault to get away from the tether.
Okay, but another wave is going to get pushed in on top side because FNB still has top lane priority, so that wave has to be answered by Fudge. So Fudge isn't here now. That was a necessary flash because during that numbers disadvantage and Ash Arrow hitting,
Nice potential play here from Palafox. He gets the shuffle on Kaze, but not enough damage to follow it up and really threaten anything lethal. Shopify Rebellion still trying to jockey for position over these grubs as Doom and FNB have to evacuate the area. Contract still on the approach here, but it's already 2 grubs for Red Cannon, so Shopify Rebellion are only going to get a consolation grub.
Yeah, I think mission successful again by Red. They've been able to take the majority of the grubs in every single game, and again, their solo laners are just flat out performing. That was a nice play by Palafox to win a trade, but FNB's had constant prio in this top lane. They're really just showing us their mechanics in the early game of all 3 of these games.
Bella will get this pushed out here mid lane with that Ashe. Frosty staying next to him with the Seraphine just to make sure that he can keep pushing this up at no vulnerability to a potential play from Shopify. TP coming in now to this bottom lane just puts Kaze right back in the 1v1 against Palafox where he was. Palafox still having his own teleport ready to use, and you can see top laner teleport timers also desynced right now. Fudge has his available if they want to try to make some kind of a play with it. The first Drake of the game is still up. FNB still has a bit of the timer left on his own cooldown, so he would not be able to follow.
Yeah, but he earns a turret plate himself as well. He's continuing to get paid. Will be another rich top laner here. This time around on Gnar, not quite. Wait a second, are we gonna get any fight over this crab? Contracts is there.
We might just get a fight. Instead, we get a slam into the wall from Contracts. Potential follow-up tether, but no, Arctic Assault denies the lockup, the root on that one. And I just want to mention, last game, Fudge first picks the Ambessa. The Yorick is the counter pick, so I can at least give the cope take of, yeah, it was a counter pick, that's why it went so bad. This time around, FNB first pick on the Gnar as Palafox gets caught out by Kaze. Nice use of the seismic shove there, forcing out the flash from the Shopify mid laner. And Red Cannon solo laners keep the pressure on.
Shopify had just called to do Dragon too. You see they brought Fudge all the way down. Fudge had been walking and Contracts was taking the tower, but now with no flash on the Azir and the Azir being chunked at 50%, they say, never mind, we got to call it off. Keep in mind what Revan said. He wanted them to remain calm in the early games and look for some scaling options for themselves, but they call off their Dragon play and Palafox gets...
Oh, Palafox with the lazy recall, and Kaze is ready to show him that sloth is a deadly sin. Palafox wants to get away from it, but Kaze picks up an easy first blood.
At least he calmly took the cannon after getting calmly caught by his lazy recall. So I'm not sure. Like this is really stressful at the moment with how Red has just been crushing the solo laners so far. They lost so much tempo in this last play, but maybe they can get this consolation Drake.
So Palafox though does have teleport, so that's why Red are backing off now. Even though they kill Palafox under turret there, they know that he can return with teleport, whereas Kaze does have to go recall. And so in the end, Shopify do get the Dragon as a consolation prize for themselves. And if you're looking at trying to slow down, if you're looking at trying to scale your Sivir and your Azir, having a dragon does go a long way in doing that, kind of buying you the timer, allowing you to choose which future dragon fights you actually have to take or not.
But Kobe, how much of a timer do you get when both of your solo laners are again just getting slammed? For Shopify, they're down 20, 25 CS up there in the top lane. They're down almost 20 CS in the mid lane. It's a few hundred gold for both of the Red Canids solo laners up over their Shopify counterparts. Again.
Yeah, they have really been dominating. FNB going to catch this big wave in the bottom side as well. Experience advantages across the board. And we did call out in game one. I want to kind of call it out again. In their respective conferences, Kaze was crushing early game laning phase. First in the league, gold difference at 14, plus 448. Palafox 7th amongst the mid laners here in the north. And we're seeing that play out in almost all of these games. Kaze is getting a significant lead onto Palafox in all of these early games.
Meanwhile, the farming in mid lane here. Yuntal's for B-Boy completed pretty early, so he's going to try and stack that up while farming safely in mid lane. But attack on side here with Sejuani once again coming down. For now, just be the Gromp. And they're going to allow him some peace and calm to farm under tower while they take away the Gromp for the moment. But contracts coming down here, that means that the Poppy's going to be here. Know that the Gromp is stolen. There is no Wolf camp, no Gromp camp for him here. So this is not very valuable time.
It was a perfect 0 gold difference between the junglers there for just a second before that ward got killed. It's always interesting to see how that works out to just happen to be the exact same amount of gold. But we do have the Rift Herald spawning here in about 90 seconds. I do expect this to be a fight. I can hardly believe there's only 1 kill on the board 13.5 minutes into this game with how many attempts have been made by both sides.
But Red is just slowly winning through the laning phase. They don't have extremely strong initiation. They have a long range comp. They have double ranged bottom lane. They're slowly winning top mid. I'd say the bot lane has been able to push. So aside from not getting the first objective, that would be the big hiccup in this plan, is because you want to really stack Drakes with a team comp like this and force the other team to come into you. But I think their game plan can't be to force a bunch of fights with this team comp. And even the Sivir into the Ashe right there, they just block the Ashe arrow.
Yeah, nice block on the arrow, but now Seos takes some damage back. B-Boy continuing to trade with Rebello and Frosty. Shopify were winning the 2v2 trade back and forth there, but with Doom showing up, it means the fight has to end.
Yeah, Red have a lot of very good kind of safe attempts at engage with Ashe Arrow and Sejuani Ultimate. And then if one of them hits, then they can follow up with the rest of the kit, with the Seraphine Ultimate as well as the Gnar jumping in. But they can fish. They can kind of afford to fish around at objectives. Here we go, bottom side.
Yeah, Fudge going in for the World Ender here after Kaze, who just immediately uses Weaver's Wall to create enough distance to get away from the attempt from the Shopify top laner. Fudge is still looking for a little bit more. Not going to land the Infernal Chains. Wants to flash for the Q2, but he misses the sweet spot. Won't matter. Q3 gets it done with Contracts swooping in to help. Shopify Rebellion are on the board.
Yeah, Contracts can guarantee that it'll hit the sweet spot of the last one there. Does get the knock into the wall. That means that they see him bottom and start up the Rift Herald immediately, though.
Yep, another potential objective here for Red Canids, Kalunga, and for Doom. Remember that they've already got 2 out of 3 grubs, so getting this next neutral will bring them that much closer to feats of strength.
Rift Herald takes a very long time to take, though, so Contracts definitely has time to walk all the way over and still has his Poppy Ultimate.
I think they're just going to give this in soft contested. Fudge was hoping to get the turret there, but the teleport's actually going to push him off as well. So a fairly free Rift Herald take there by Red. They're playing pretty calm.
It's also so dangerous for Shopify to try to go any closer than that because you don't have the Sivir ulti available any longer either because of the trade 2v2 in mid lane, using that as one of the resources. FNB jumping back as Palafox surges towards him. FNB does not want to be caught out by one of those Emperor's Divides, as now Kaze is back in position down here in the bottom lane, keeping the pressure on, wants to secure this first turret, and it's getting very low.
Nice couple of jukes there are necessary from Fudge because, again, he used his flash offensively to go for that last kill onto Kaze. So Kaze is going to win out in the pressure in that one-on-one in bottom side. Fudge does have teleport options here. Looks like Kaze is going to get another cannon wave in, though, and
probably
just
first
finish
turret.
it himself.
Yeah, this should be very easy for him to do. Got the 2 grubs already to guarantee the extra true damage over time. Now FNB gonna get shuffled back. Contracts, Palafox, and Seos trying to make the play, but it's a Mega Gnar. They just don't have anywhere near enough damage to complete this kill.
Yeah, probably just trying to chunk him out or get his flash so they can make a repeat play later or pressure this turret. They're still gonna try and just step right back up, but with Frosty here, I doubt they'll be able to get much more.
Yeah, Seraphine makes these types of situations so obnoxious, just constantly healing and shielding whoever is the main defender underneath the turret. Palafox, Contracts, and Seos all still hanging around the area, but that was Palafox and Contracts' ults to not get anything super meaningful against FNB, and Red Cannons at the same time are now going to secure themselves their first Drake of the game as this Infernal spawns and Doom and Kaze are immediately ready to take it.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage they actually do on that top tower, because they did, as you say, invest a lot in damaging FMB, and they aren't going to be able to finish it.
Nope. Well, there he is. He's already back in time. Palafox will continue trying to get those auto attacks for a little bit more here. Might just be able to get it, and there it does go. Shopify Rebellion will at least get the turret for their troubles.
And you saw the combo as well. We got to see the interaction with Poppy and Azir putting up the ultimate, getting the charge into the wall ultimate as well. Of course, didn't even get really close to lethal damage, but
Mega Gnar's pretty tough.
Yeah, they gave him a chunk, and they take their tower. So again, they're looking to keep that gold fairly close, looking for the 2 items at least on both Sivir and Azir.
They're really fishing for a play here in mid lane.
B-Boy popping on the hunt to try to get away from this one. Fires a couple auto attacks back. The threat of Doom with this Glacial Prison, man, always so scary, but B-Boy is comfortable and calm.
Yeah, that threat, though, gets a whole Sivir ultimate out of them for free.
And now the arrow collides, but it's on to Seos. There's no way to spell shield that one. Nice pick coming out from Red Cannons. Rebello locks it in with the aim.
The double Freljord engage, even though you spell shield the Sejuani ult. Ash one does hit. Contracts, ooh, dangerous on the outside.
Yep, but at least this will buy Shopify's top laner time to take the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Fudge getting that one as Palafox shuffles Doom back away. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Palafox makes his way to the other side of it, and B-Boy has to flash to do the same. Herald summoned up, but not getting a ton of value here in this tier 1, as that one will get shot down. And Red Cannons now looking at the enemy jungle.
Oh man, this game is so stressful. Red really putting a lot of pressure on Shopify to respond here. Herald mid, going for picks on a Palafox. Shopify just seemingly surviving and keeping this gold very close, but so much of the pressure is being applied by Red.
Yeah, good use, again, of the non-committal engage that they have. They went through just with their threat. They get out the Sivir ultimate, so that speed for dodging won't be there. Then they use the Sejuani and the Ash arrow. Contracts, though, finds a Sejuani protecting her own jungle and has to get out of there.
All right, he's out. Otacon's coming up in 40 seconds. So I just need a second to preemptively cope.
Okay.
This has just been on
What
my
are we
mind.
coping?
The Shopify pisses me off.
Okay.
Because the whole...
That's cope? Wait, what?
Let
him cook.
You're eating into my 40 seconds. So, the whole year, they have started splits so bad and then clutched up at the end. But if I look, there's a fight. We're out of time.
Yeah, we might not have time. I'm sorry. There was not enough timer on the cope as Palafox flashes away from the Glacial Prison. Nice seismic shove there onto Contracts. Going to take a chunk of his HP, but again, Red Cannons nowhere close to a lethal situation. They will force Shopify back.
All right, 2 seconds. Until Otacon. They have only won 41% of their games the entire year, yet they are the 3rd best team because of their ability to clutch up. But my fear is that they just won't be able to clutch up when it matters in this North versus South game. So that's my preemptive cope. But with that being said, they have actually clutched up to get into this position. Split 2, they had a really bad positioning phase, but they clutched up in the later group stage. They beat 100 Thieves, they made a run. They ended up in finals weekend, and then they were also in finals weekend for split 3. So they need to clutch up here so they can not get reverse swept essentially by Red.
So what it sounds like is that you want to cope, but you're not going to do it because you don't think that they will clutch up in the right time?
Based on the way this game is going, Red looks so good, and it feels like Shopify hasn't been able to win their solo lanes, so they'll need to clutch up and out-team fight Red, which isn't a situation you love being in as a region, the North, that comes in as a big favorite.
Let's put it to the test, Flowers.
Yep, we're going to have to do it. We'll see if Shopify can channel that 100 Thieves team fighting when you're 2,000 gold behind Magic. Because honestly, That's what they're going to have to do here. Red Canids, they do still have a lead, a small lead in Flower Petals. They've got the 1,500 gold lead as well. We still have not secured the feats of warfare, but they weren't even required because the feat of turret and the feat of objectives both went to Red Canids. There's only 3 kills in 21 minutes.
All 3 games, the feats have gone over to Red because they have just straight up won these early games. Game 1, definitely a bloodbath. Shopify won the split push. Game 2, total stomp. This is definitely our closest game of the bunch.
And I think your tension is warranted because there are so many tools within the Red team composition that they have to pick people off. So you're kind of like just waiting until they do get their pick on someone with either an Ash Arrow, with a Sejuani Ultimate, with a Taliyah Seismic Shove. Anything can, find one person, and then they follow it up with the Seraphine. And so it does require some good positioning from Shopify to actually be able to approach the objectives without somebody getting picked off.
And we got some big second items coming online. Sterix Gage just completed for FNB as Palafox is going to get caught out, but a nice defensive shuffle keeps him alive a little bit longer. Frosty needs some more damage, but the Encore will not lock Palafox up. Doom and everybody else turning their eyes onto contracts now as Palafox is somehow still alive, but the Red Canids are dogpiling into the jungle. Fudge finally makes his way in with a World Ender as B-Boy needs the auto attacks. Fudge is locked up, but he can't drain tank, and a double kill for the Taliyah. Kaze again with the performance. Is here. Red Canids, they get a 3-for-1.
Kaze is so good. The flash over the wall. He avoids the Aatrox to survive and ensure that they can take the Otacon after the fight. That's the pick that they were waiting for.
And they had so much pressure, so as soon as they can see Palafox hitting this ward, Doom uses that as an opportunity to let the ultimate fly. And they also have to have so much time before the Aatrox can teleport in. With the Ashe Seraphine, they just walk forward as best they can. Really interesting moment here where it looked like Fudge might be able to take it back, but they land the Sejuani CC, they flip him around, and Kaze cleans up.
Nice escape from him. He flashes over to escape and hits his Seismic Shove as he's going away there. So Red, with the Otacon on top of the early lead, have Damonte mega stressed.
Those aren't the Damonte vibes I want to see.
No.
He's the vibes king, and he looks stressed out of his mind with the way this game is going.
The handles on that chair are suffering right now. He has a death grip on that thing. As Shopify Rebellion now find themselves 3,000 gold behind. Red Canids firmly in control of this third game as they try to take control over the bottom side river right now. The next Drake has already spawned, and this is the strength that we were talking about earlier for this long-range composition. If Red can get to the objectives first, they can make Shopify face check them. Contracts getting caught out, dies before the fight can even go anywhere. The Keeper's verdict will not save him in time, and with the enemy jungler down, that dragon is free.
Again, the pick with this team is just so good. Ash Arrow into guaranteed Seismic Shove follow-up, and instant another objective, another kill for Red.
Game 2 into Game 3, they have just looked very clean from that, 46 kill, 30-minute Game 1 that was just absolute chaos. They definitely managed to calm their nerves and play with confidence. They've been taking these solo lane advantages, and now they're just controlling the map very well. They're taking smart fights, and I'd say just their team fight positioning has been strong as well, because the front line is in the front. They're all piling in behind the Seraphine. We were wondering what kind of confidence they'd have playing with the Jash Seraphine, since Frosty hadn't piloted the Seraphine prior to this game that I had seen, and they're doing great.
Uh-oh, Palafox, nice timing there on the Emperor's Divide to knock FNB backwards as he tried to hop forward, but Palafox is not out of the woods just yet. Kaze coming around through the jungle here with the Weaver's Wall, cuts off the escape route for the Shopify mid laner. He doesn't even need setup. That Seismic Shove finds the mark, and Kaze brings the Canids up to a 4,000 gold lead.
I mean, Red just have the advantage in the standoff with the long-range engage they have, and they also are using their advantages in the side lanes. Okay, Seos does live this one for now.
Yep, the Mikhails was clutch there, but it's not enough to save the Tier 1 turret here for Shopify. They're outnumbered, they're outgunned. As soon as 4 players from Red Canids show up, Shopify has to back away and surrender the turret.
Shopify are just getting demolished, Flowers. Back-to-back games now. Red are destroying them. 25 minutes in here, almost 26, and their lead is substantial. Baron is now on the map, so they have plenty of tools to, again, force you to kind of come check around for vision around Baron, and then look for engages, look for turn with their substantial engage. And here again, the pickoff on the side, also really clean from Kaze once again.
Yeah, also notice that Kaze was, or FNB was 2 levels ahead of Palafox before that game happened. This is going to be a very satisfying game for the South to be watching right now, with Revolta reacting to that one. And they're just going to keep. Ooh. There's no McHale's.
It's another beautiful catch coming out from Red Canids. The Glacial Prison finding the target on Deseos. He had the McHale's to save himself with last time, but that cooldown's pretty long. And as long as that thing's not available, it is so easy for Sejuani to lock up those targets. And now with the enemy support down, Red Canids will start up the Baron. They still have the Ash Arrow. They still have the Encore. They still have Kaze ready and waiting. They continue pushing forward. The arrow doesn't find a target, but it doesn't even need to. Now with the enemy jungler killed, Red Canids know it's Baron o'clock.
It's just the Ash, Seraphine, Sejuani mob just running around, killing whoever they want, making this look easy. Contract's dead, Palafox dips. This Baron is going over to Red.
Surely is. The only consolation prize is a minion wave on the bottom side of the map. Kaze will head on down there. He will be able to collect the push that Palafox is getting going here. And Red, with a Baron buff, again, the siege is so easy for them. They can just group up, push down side lane once again. If you step out, you're going to get hit with a Sejuani or an Ash Arrow. You're going to get followed up with a Seismic Shove or a Seraphine Ultimate. Someone is going to get picked and die, or they're just going to lay siege with the Baron buff, slowly but surely take down the towers.
We had a game one that was back and forth with less than a 1,000 gold lead either way for about 20 minutes with a bajillion kills. And now we've had a stomp of a game two into a stomp of a game three. Red Canids are playing better so far on the day. And I think if you're a fan of Brazilian League of Legends, that is so exciting to see.
Yeah, especially because 3 of the members just promoted from their tier 2 team with Doom, Kaze, and Rebello. It's really nice to see such quick success for them.
Taking the momentum through. The predictions from the Brazilian casters, some of them saying 3-0 for Red. Not too shocking unless, nice pick there by Contracts.
Yup, the flash over the wall for the slam there to pick off Frosty as he was trying to get some vision. But that is only the support. Shopify know there is still quite a long way to climb to get back into this one.
They have to create chaos. That is the only way you come back in games like this. You got to just create some chaos, get people spread out so that Red can't play their game. Because if you allow them to group up and just move towards the towers, move towards their objectives, then they're going to have the front line positioned well, and they're going to send out their engage. So Contracts goes for the snap play, trying to get at least something back for the team.
Man, 7,000 gold. 29 minutes into the game. Massive lead in terms of the flower petals as well for the side of the Red Canids. It feels like we're at the point of the game where Red Canids do have to make some pretty critical blunders for Shopify to have a chance to come back into this and keep fighting, because you've got a 1,000 gold lead in the jungle, a 1,000 gold lead at support, 3,000 gold in mid lane, and it's about to be even more. Palafox nearly getting caught out here. Flash out from him to avoid the follow-up flash engage potential from Doom there with the Glacial Prison. So Palafox stays alive, but again, they force the enemy mid back. They're putting the pressure onto the Drake.
Yeah, I think you should just make this call. Yeah, definitely correct for Shopify. They just go for...
Ooh, that's a long-range stun onto Fudge, followed up by Kaze. There with a seismic shoved into the unraveled earth. Fudge wants to try to turn it around, but the problem is here's FNB, and Fudge isn't going to survive that one. It's the Drake over to Red Canids. It's an extra kill over to Red Canids.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify try and make the call. Okay, yeah, we're not going to fight you. Yes, you're stronger than us. And so they try and make the call, just split push, take the outer tower, but the Ash Arrow from downtown actually hits. They get the kill for Red on the split pusher, and now they're pushing into your jungle.
Yeah, Contracts has to be so careful here, man. This Poppy, this supposed frontliner for the side of Shopify Rebellion, has not been tanky enough to survive any of these big engages from the Red Canids Kalunga side, as now Kaze is going to lead the charge towards the tier 2 up here in the top lane. It's already an 8,000 gold lead for the South representatives, and it's about to get even worse for Shopify Rebellion. 8.6k at 31 minutes.
Yeah, the tail end of that Baron buff, very profitable for Red. The Baron recalls, I think, surprised Fudge with how fast the Soul Laners were able to get there. But it's really just Red continually playing a very controlled game, only having 3 deaths this entire time, with Contracts trying to run around and catch people, with Contracts having that 100% kill participation. But I'd also say, like, just the very end of this draft, the way that Red threw in the Ashe Seraphine for the Sivir pick, that kind of forced Seos to feel like he had Karma, I think takes away that snap engage that Shopify would need to force fights and create chaos, because they just don't have enough engage. And since Red was able to win both solo lanes, they've just very cleanly played out the rest of this game so far.
B-Boy now the target, tries to get away from it, but Red Cannons are going full send. Kaze slammed back into the wall, though. This might be an overextension. He stays alive for a second longer, but he is shut down by Fudge. Shopify get a big kill on the enemy mid laner. Seos is very low. Palafox at half HP, so there's nothing more they can take.
The scramble in the fight there is good for Shopify. Kaze down and he flashed. Is there a wraparound? Contracts?
Yeah, Contracts wants the Hex flash over the wall. He arrives, but there's nothing for him to find. Instead, the firepower from Red Cannons. Contracts makes a fatal error, and Doom is happy to show him just that. 1-for-1 trade overall, as Red Cannons will also take the tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
You can see Contracts just trying to make miracles happen, but it was not to be. Red, even though they were in a 4v5, still have so much strength as long as they're grouping up around this Moonstone Seraphine with the tank Sejuani and Bruiser Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, that was a Mega Gnar and a Sejuani, both at full health with a Seraphine behind them, buffing them up with the extra shield.
It's an interesting angle.
Nobody's getting bursted right there. The rest of Shopify, it's like they have an extra piece they need to be added to this team. If they're going to be able to make the big comeback here, they have to like all strike at once.
I feel like the only win con here for Shopify with the current state of the game is 45-minute Sivir win condition, right? B-Boy is still 2-0-1 on the Sivir. He's got himself 3.5 fully completed items. Fudge has to run away from FNB down here in this bottom lane head-to-head. It's just not working out for him.
They do have to like juke a lot of abilities. Like, so if you have your Sivir speed ultimate and they're able to use the speed to make a lot of spells miss, Ashe arrows and Sejuani ultimates. Okay, that one was spell shielded.
Yep. Nice reaction there from B-Boy, making sure he doesn't get caught out by that, because as soon as you get caught by one, the rest of the follow-up with the Encore, with the Glacial Prison, with everything else is just so nasty. And you can see Red are happy to just keep setting down vision in this enemy jungle, keep looking for these picks.
And as long as we're talking about it, like, what is the dream fight? Because it's probably some type of Azir shuffle into something insane.
Well, it's not this.
Start.
Contracts face check at the barrage, nearly killed immediately, and Rebello takes him out with a focus fire. Palafox killed again with a nice seismic shove. Seos, he'll fall too. It's 4 dead on Shopify Rebellion. Only Fudge still alive, and Red Cannons are marching down the mid lane.
I'll tell you what the dream fight for Red is. It's when they face check you and you chase them down. 4 kills for Red and probably the whole base.
This looks like the end of the game. Fudge would have to pull off a miracle in a 1v5 as an Aatrox against a full health enemy team. The mid lane inhibitor drops. There's still more than 20 seconds left on everybody on Shopify Rebellion. The Ashe arrow hits, add insult to injury as Red Cannons show Shopify what some team fighting, what some picks look like. 16-4 in game 3, Red Cannons go on to match point.
And if we're talking about a team that plays better when they have confidence, they're going to be full of it after the last 2 games, Flowers.
Shopify Rebellion had better get themselves in order, and they had better do it quickly, because Brazil's number 2 team is 1 single game away from eliminating Shopify for the rest of the year. Lounge, what are we thinking?
I'm thinking, like, we gotta put some respect on Red Cannons Kalunga.
I'm in danger.
They are firing on all cylinders and making fools of Shopify Rebellion from laning phase to mid-game catches. That Ashe, just arrow after arrow. The Sejuani finding these picks as well. Like, man, the Red style, you can feel it. Like, they're just looking for these fights every single moment.
I mean, to me, it just felt like even in the early game, you look and it felt as though they were winning all 3 lanes, right? Obviously, they were able to stabilize. We talked about this a little bit in the bot lane, but level 1 went horrible for them. B-Boy's forced to base, on no CS, hadn't even gotten a mini worth of experience.
Lane, I thought the first trade from Palafox, level 1, was good, but then he's like losing flash level 3. And honestly, in my opinion, he should have died if Doom didn't
miss the
Q flash. And then we talked about how Palafox first blooded 3 games in a row.
Yep.
Just lost lane, in my opinion, pretty hard. 3 games in a row. Like, the mid gap of the series looks big so far, and they're losing, like, not mid game, not to macro. They're just losing to, like, their opponents 1v1.
Yeah. We're going to run through the whole series here to kind of get a recap of everything that happened. This was game 1 that started off good for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, even just asking the LTA South, like, casters, like, the only question was going to be if, you know, the inexperience was going to get to them, if they're nervous enough, right? And game 1 did feel like, wait, Red Canids, they're individual players, they're really going for plays. This is probably the best example.
Like, if they hadn't done this, they would have been in a really good spot this game.
Meanwhile,
you can just see the aggression, though. Of this. Like, everyone is so aggressive in this entire series from Red, and then, like, even in game 2, it was just suffocating almost for Shopify to play against.
Yeah, even just watching some of their LTA South like series, it was like Red Canids are the ones that are always pushing for plays. Sometimes the plays don't look great, but you always have to be there responding to it. And it feels like that is happening here, and a lot of the individual players are playing exceptionally. So the question about, like, hey, are they, you know, scared in any way? Absolutely not. Now, game 1, this was a Fudge, like, Aurora
Fudge
classic.
saved us.
Yes, he did. Thank God, Fudge.
The factor arrived, yeah.
But even Fudge, who I think has been probably the most stable member for Shopify throughout the series, it's not like he's been dominating. Game 2 was a lot about FMB and how he was able to create advantages on the Yorick, the amount of pressure he has on the map. If you ever get a Yorick to the point where he's 1v2ing, which is the point he got in this game, it's like, how do you play the game? If you don't answer him, you lose all your towers. You send 2 people to him, one of them dies, and on the other side of the map, you're down a man, losing more objectives.
The only play it worked was when they sent not 2, but 3 people towards the Yorick and one of the side lane plays.
And what we're seeing constantly is Red being comfortable, willingness to drop a wave or
that TP, man,
or a play. Yes, that TP was a little rough. To go for the play that they're looking for. If there's a fight around Otacon, they're going to be there for with numbers. So, like, a lot of the time, Shopify Rebellion is challenging them, realizing they don't have the numbers, they're already down in gold, and this run was a really tough game to play.
Yeah, this was when, obviously, game 1, it was close. In, like, the fights, it was Red getting a little over aggressive and giving more to Shopify, but this one was when we started realizing, yeah, we got to respect specifically the solo lanes. You can see the Yorick was a problem, Kaze's been a problem the entire series, and then it just kind of compounds into this game 3 as well.
Up 26 CS at 14, right? Like, part of it is like, okay, they were lane swapping, whatever, but still, he had a massive individual advantage, and he created another one in this game too. And you know, this was where we saw Fudge actually had counterpick. They were on red side, so he had counterpick. The Gnar was blind.
Barely dodged the solo kill, level 3, level 4.
Yeah, almost got solo killed after having counterpick. Is not the position we were expecting him to be in. Palafox, you mentioned earlier, you know, first blood in all 3 games, got caught out in this one, and didn't really seem like he could ever get any purchase in this game. B-Boy didn't die pretty much the whole time. He was kind of slowly scaling, but it just felt like the rest of the map was so far behind that it didn't matter.
Too little.
And I felt like we did not get much out of the red side counter picks. Like, the Karma to me was not that inspiring. You know, if you're gonna go Karma and it's not gonna be to dominate lane, I don't love it. I would have been, I think, maybe more comfortable with like a Nautilus or something, and we just try to camp Seraphine and Ashe, who are pretty vulnerable to getting ganked. To me, that might have made more sense. But at the end of the day, you just can't be losing all your lanes. Like, you can't just be putting yourself in that kind of position and then expecting to win.
I mean, you saw it, like, in game 1, it felt like 20 minutes hit, and then instantly swung to Shopify favored. Even in game 2, like, they're down so much gold, but they made, like, the one pick on Kaze top lane, and they had a chance in the Baron fight. You know, Fudge sadly missed the best ult, and, like, the fight went poorly, but they're making, like, very small chance plays, and then it feels like they just have to not get blown out of the water in lane. If they make it to mid game, they can, you know, it feels like they're a smarter team. They're just losing 1v1 too hard.
Quick reminder that split 1, they picked up a game. Brazil picked up a game versus the North. Now they've already doubled that. Raz, how are they doing it, man?
All right, first of all, let's all get up. Let's all walk to the board.
Oh, we're all getting,
we should all go up because there's a lot discussed.
Get up out of your chairs
especially off the last game where you saw the Seraphine. Their drafts can be a little bit crazy. So I dug into their split so far, and I wanted to ask you guys to just guess the pick that they have within this draft. Consistently, it's going to be mid lane picks. So this is the draft that they have here, the picks. Just guess a pick that works well within this composition.
Because I know he loves mid lane.
I'm just going to go straight to it. Let's just reveal it. It's going to be Twisted Fate. That's what it's a Twisted Fate. It works well with the composition.
Okay.
And now we'll go straight to the next one.
Playing forward side lanes.
Yeah. Now this one, it is in draft order, but this one.
When thinking with this draft, I feel like you need consistent damage,
I think this
right?
is like Yone. like look, AP jungle, you got a tank top lane. To me, Yone makes sense.
That makes sense, right? Well, it is an AD.
I'm gonna guess a Kali.
It is an assassin. It's a Zed.
Wow.
It's a Kaze Zed draft.
Okay.
So we need to get that through. So
It's a more brave Yone.
Yeah. Now I want to remind
More
you,
fearless.
this is in draft order. So first tell me, where do these picks go? Where are these picks going?
I know this one, so I won't spoil.
Well, you're assuming bot lane support, mid, top lane, but based on how you set this up, I'm gonna imagine that's not how it actually went. So let's go jungle.
Mundo jungle, Roar top.
Probably top, and then mid lane. What do we think? Is this the Yone?
Nah, I don't know. Like, I mean, his like signature pick is like Silas or calling, so that's where I would lead to.
Okay.
We have to have a Silas one on there. Let's go. I'm down for Silas. You down for Silas? All right, let's all get
Let's
Silas.
get the Silas. Misfortune, so it's the Lucian mid. It's the Lucian mid.
I didn't think
they
of that.
did the quadra basic like
They were
picks.
cooking.
You don't know what they're drafting if they don't know what they're drafting.
Exactly. Their drafts are crazy. So far, they're leading the series. They're at match point. They can take it here, Kangas.
We could be sending Shopify home.
Shopify, please!
Give us another game. We're heading to break. Game 4 up right after this.
I'm
Please.
begging.
One more. One more.
Well, it's not this. Contract's face check at the brush, nearly killed immediately, and Rebello takes him out with a focus fire. Palafox killed again with a nice seismic shove. Seos, he'll fall too. It's 4 dead on Shopify as Red Cannons show Shopify what some team fighting, what some picks look like. 16-4 in Game 3. Red Cannons go on to match point.
Hello and welcome back for another best of 5 here. Shopify Rebellion versus Red Cannons. Kalunga, who find themselves up 2-1 in the series right now. Shopify have their backs against the wall. A North team has not dropped the series to a South team yet in the LTA, but that could end today.
It is 1 game away from ending today, and honestly,
no, it's 2 games away. All right, 2 games away.
It's 1 game away from ending if they put it on.
I can't even see it as a possibility. I can't see it as a possibility.
I mean,
I reject
it's just
it.
crazy too, because everyone I talked to coming into the split 3 playoffs, the LTA playoffs, was thinking that because it was best of 5s, there was basically no chance that a team from the North would lose.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're saying, well, there's no variance of like a best of 1 or a best of 3. The teams are better, and therefore they're going to be winning. But let's just be honest about it. Straight up, their laners are just looking better.
Shopify is looking top in lane. You know, top lost 2 to 3 lanes, mid's lost 3 to 3 lanes. Like, ball lane's like kind of going even, but they're just like, it's just like even's not good enough in this type of series.
Especially when you're counter pick. Like, I think if you're going to go range support as a counter pick, I think you need to win your lane.
I will say, 1+ for Shopify Rebellion. I saw DeMonte. There it is again.
The
He's
massage.
massaging the players. This
He's
is
on the
a
next one.
historic buff for the team whenever the massages start coming out. So that's good news for the Shopify fans.
He was massaging them after game 1 as well.
Well, I didn't see that one.
And it didn't work in game 2 or 3.
I reject your reality and replace it with my own. First time I'm noticing it on camera. Well, let's see if it works out this time around for them.
Same Salas Ben. All 4 games so far.
You got to respect
His
it, right?
Salas is nasty, so
Yeah.
I think it does make a lot of sense.
And he's already been doing really well in this series, so you just want to keep it off the table completely. As always, I'm so glad you covered those drafts, Raz, because I am always super curious to see what Red are going to pull out on Red side specifically, especially with, as we already talked about, some of those constant permaban picks, specifically the Pantheon. In some cases, the Aurora still on the table. It's going to be first pick Scion for Fudge.
That's not surprising to me, but
all 3 games so far, it's just been the top side of both teams picked in the first 3.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising to see Scion first pick, and then I wouldn't be surprised if all top sides picked here from Red.
FNB is really flexible, and I know he's played Cho'Gath top, and I would honestly would love to see that. I don't know how you feel about that matchup or if you guys ever practice it, but Cho'Gath is so free into Scion because you can cancel all his Qs. Like,
there it is.
Yeah.
The prediction.
To me, like, this is, if I want to play tank versus tank top and they blind pick Scion, I think Cho'Gath is like giga counter. It's just, it's one of these picks where you scale so well, but you cannot be punished in the 1v1 at all. And so to me, it just gives you a super free lane, and then you can have more value sometimes later on.
Another counter pick for
I actually really love it.
See
I think
if
it's super
FNB is
smart.
able to make this one work. Yeah, it fits, but what do they pair with it now? Because APA, you said they've been
You can
top
pair
down.
anything. Scion just, I think you can kind of slot in a Cho'Gath.
Beefy boys.
Any other tank.
Vi's available, but I don't know if you want to pick it.
Now you probably don't.
We got 2 beefy boys already in the draft, so like
you want hyper carries.
You need damage from Shopify right now.
What? Yeah, but also on the side of Red, right? Both teams kind of need the same thing, where it's like if you're gonna do, like a 4 protect 1 or a 3 protect 2, whatever, you need to have high damage. So what would you be thinking about as Palafox and as Kaze for mid lane picks?
I mean, for mid lane picks, I really don't know. Like, I feel like so much is pinched right now, and then all like the high DPS champs are down. Ryze is down, Yoan's down, Azir's down.
What about like a Tristana or something?
So like you can go down the Tristana route if you can find AP jungle, but you have to stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Like a Tristana Zyra or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw that earlier today from G2,
Yeah.
I believe it was. And that's actually what I was going to ask you, is because as a mid laner, it feels like a lot of the AD options have kind of fallen off. And that's possibly why we aren't necessarily seeing as many AP jungle picks. But do you think something like that would be viable? Obviously, they already locked in the Ezreal, which we joke about B-Boy not liking to play, but it is one of his
most
best
hated
picks.
pick. Yep. Second most played.
I do remember, like, talking about damage, Zyra's nothing but damage.
Yeah.
And she had a good matchup in Ascarna in the past. So, maybe if Contracts is feeling it a little bit, he can go for it.
Yeah, my only concern is in this position. I was gonna say like, if they were gonna do it here, it's like if you lock Trist here, then I feel like they're gonna be, banning out, one side and the other. So you almost have to do them as a duo, right?
Yeah, I'm a little shocked that we didn't get to see the Zyra lock in now, because now Red Cannons could just take out the AP junglers that they feel like they can deal with best, or anything that can deal with the front line as good as possible.
I mean, Jace did get buffs on this patch. I think
He's also, like, known. Palafox is known to play Jace.
Yeah.
But would you want to play Jace into that comp? I feel like Jace is not gonna get you through that front line.
You wouldn't
Not
necessarily.
really?
That's why
But it's like a poke comp, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily want to play it into this comp, but it is an AD option for a potential, like, really,
Zyra,
whatever. Zyra brand
I mean,
AP jungler.
I'm really worried about Shopify damage perspective.
Me too.
Like,
Yeah,
you're gonna
same.
have 2 beefy boys.
Ezreal versus tanks is just yuck.
Like, Victor's probably gonna go the royal build that you always see.
Yeah.
So 3 beefy boys in my opinion. And then you have like Ezreal Scion right now. Like, you don't have much damage going through.
Zyra band's really good.
Very good.
I think it's
So
really good.
now that they didn't go the-
If I'm playing Scion into this game, I feel invincible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really struggling to think about what they would pick that would make me not want to play this game.
It almost feels like for
as the
me,
Cho'Gath.
for Shopify, they would want to go towards the Cassio route, but the lane versus Victor, I'm not too sure about.
It's playable. Like,
Yeah.
You have to be really skilled in the matchup. Like, if you're quad playing the matchup, quad could pull it off. But like,
Otherwise, you're just gonna get
Palafox
lasered
does
down.
play Cassio, but he's not like a comfort him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really worried that they're just going to go for some kind of like default pick that just slots in and they don't have enough damage. But I do think the Zyra ban was really smart. I mean, people are not playing a lot of Brand jungle, but it's like you need that kind of damage, I feel like, coming out of your jungle to make this work. When we have Alistar, Sion, Ezreal to kill 3 super tanky champions on the other side.
I'm thinking what's left. Maybe is Lilia something that then you would lean on to
Lilia
go
is good versus heavy melee teams and stuff, but I also feel like Lilia is pretty particular.
Too bad.
Yeah.
She's really squished too. Oh,
and then we're talking about damage. Zeri's nothing but damage.
Wow.
Red's comp is looking scary, I'm not going to lie.
You know what's funny? They have enough front line where they can just go Zeri Lulu as well, by the way.
Zeri Lulu, Zeri Yumi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can do what they want on the Enchanter realm. Oh, don't do it.
If we go Vi Ahri, I feel like it's cooked.
That's just not going to be a lot of damage, yeah. I mean, at that point, you have to get so far ahead in the early game.
I mean, you want damage. Ziggs is nothing but damage as well. That champ pumps so much damage. Like, I mean, you all know I'm the Ziggs guy. Like, it's a solid mid lane matchup. You can go even, you can go a little bit ahead if you play well. Like, you do so much damage to the front line. It's a good Ziggs pick.
How do you feel about like the 5v5 though? You know, with like Skarner and Cho'Gath just kind of walking at you, are you worried at all? I mean, obviously Vi is going to bring some percentage HP damage, can actually do pretty well against tanks.
If you can stay ahead of the curve this game, which I think it is a good Ziggs matchup.
Oh!
Okay.
Really interesting pike pick.
So there was the Lulu hover and then the pike locked in. We know Frosty has a pocket pike. We talked about it earlier today briefly, and now we get to see it on stage. Pike Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Ziggs can get ahead of this game, he can have enough damage. But I think if, like how you've seen Palafox has been falling so far behind in these matchups, it's going to be scary. Like you're playing it behind Ziggs, potentially behind Ezreal. Like, you know, if you fall behind first Red this game, it's going to be so hard to come back. You just lack so much damage.
Absolutely agree. So we'll see if Shopify can have a good early game or if Red are going to close this series out. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lounge. That front line on Red Cannons Kalunga is looking beefy in this one. If you're Shopify, I 100% agree with what they were just saying. You cannot afford to fall behind in this one.
Yeah, Jet, I need a massage or something. I'm more stressed.
Let's get Devontae up here.
I'm way too stressed going to this game because I think Red have really good answers. When I saw the Ezreal and, you know, we're like, how are they going to get through the Skarner and the Cho'Gath? I mean, the Ezreal can stay safe from them, but doesn't kill them exceptionally fast.
No, and I was stressed partway through game 3. So I'm ahead of you here, and I feel like Red has been very good and versatile at drafting. I love their drafts in game 2 and 3. I love the way they opened up this draft, but I was really hoping that either the Zyra hover did get locked in. I was hoping that maybe they'd have a bit more of a hyper carry instead of B-Boy's Ezreal. I think the Ziggs might salvage it. Cassio could also salvage it. So as the desk was saying, the lounge was saying, Shopify just has to play better early game, which is another reason why I'm stressed, because they've lost all 3 early games this series.
So I do want to point out that Vi is a more versatile champion than a lot of people give credit for, as we get some nice grass procs on the top side of the map. But Vi definitely can, you know, go a long way, actually, if you just queue into the front line and proc your denting blows and try and, you know, shred some armor that way, especially if you also buy a Black Cleaver. You can also, you know, add that on top, and it will, you know, soften them up a bit. And then you go for your ultimates at precise moments when your Ziggs is ready to ult over the top. So there is a bit of element of assassination with this comp. When you Vi ult plus a Ziggs and Ezreal ultimate over the top, that can assassinate a Zeri. Remember back to when Zeri basically took over League of Legends.
The pentakill Pikachu.
When she was released. The biggest answer that people came up with, even when she was at her most OP, is with Vi and damage that will assassinate her following up on the Vi ultimate. And so you have to be quick with timing it, though, because Ziggs and Ezreal ultimates do have delays, and so you have to instantly, you know, follow up, but that can be a way that Shopify can find success in this game. They can also, you know, try and just delete the Victor as well, but usually Victor, I expect Victor at least to build fairly tanky this game and have some decent base HP.
Yeah, I agree that that has to be the game plan, and it does fit with the way their champions go. We were expecting maybe the Lulu to go with the Zeri, but I do feel like Red was needing some playmaking. It was potentially too passive, even if it's this idealistic 5v5 team fighting comp. If they had a Lulu to go with the Zeri. So as much as we're talking about the team fight theory, step one is lane. Because
yes, and Shopify have failed the last couple games in lane phase.
They absolutely have. I don't think that Fudge is in a winning matchup. I completely agree with Azael. It's something that has been picked fairly often when you have a Cho'Gath player, so it's a great matchup in the top lane. And it's also Ezreal, Alistair. None of these matchups speak to Shopify being able to win, so they just need to outplay.
And my eyes, in particular, are on Palafox in the mid lane. APA was talking about how Ziggs into Victor, you should be able to go even in this matchup. If you're really locked in, you can get a little bit of a lead, but just making sure that he's staying relevant with the overall pace of the game, because since you don't have a hyper carry marksman in the Ezreal, because you're going to need so much damage from mid lane, I think the pressure is really on Palafox to make sure he can provide that firepower.
All right, talk about lane phase, though.
B-boy!
They got a lot of damage onto Rebello. That Zeri is very low and running double movement summoner spells, so Rebello had to back off for a little bit, but comes back in for that cannon.
Ooh, nicely done there. Jumping in from Contracts, trying to just be aggressive towards Doom, recognizing that his bottom lane has the advantage down there so that he can play aggressively into the enemy jungler. And now B-Boy and Seos also going to find a nice chunk onto Frosty. Shopify Rebellion, total control over the bottom side river early.
Yeah, and because they pushed him completely out, not to mention Rebello never recalled, they're just going to continue to put pressure on him. Either he goes back to base and misses the wave, or they kill him. Okay, he got back.
All right, he's out of danger.
Pike.
Yeah, we got Frosty with a pull into the turret. Contracts. Pretty big error here. Might just get punished all the way. Frosty would have needed one more auto attack to seal the deal, and Contracts barely escapes.
Lulu can't do that.
Kobe, are you okay?
Perhaps. Kobe?
Yeah, what's up?
You all right, brother?
Oh, man, that was close. All right, no first blood.
Palafox! Oh, Palafox nearly getting a kill into Kaze there. Takes him down to about 70 HP. 0 mana left on that Victor. The teleport will be forced back here now as Palafox wants to try to shove out the rest of the wave before he takes his own recall.
Okay, yeah, gonna finish up pushing. Victor, honestly, with his teleport back, yeah, he is going for that beefier build we kind of expected. Rod of Ages, probably, and double Ruby Crystal start for him feels very nice to get that base HP layered on for a bit of extra safety. And nobody blue flashes in mid lane, so they both still have some evasive maneuvers. Contracts, though, when you don't have your flash on Vi early, then you kind of do have to wait for your level 6 for gank. Usually pre-6, you're also threatening because you can Q flash on people, but yeah, he's not going to have that weapon anymore because Frosty was able to get a nice pull on him under tower, Fudge under tower as well. Just FMB getting one more grass proc.
Yep, FMB scaring Fudge back. There's no mana left on the Scion to try to retaliate against the Cho'Gath. Of course, FMB without his ulti doesn't have kill threat onto Fudge either, so Fudge can make sure that he gets all the way back, makes his first purchase. It was just a Giant's Belt there, picked up for FMB. Over on the other side, Fudge just going to go for Ruby Crystal plus Null Magic to resist all of that magical damage that Cho'Gath brings to the table in these trades.
Yeah, you got to take your small wins. Fudge is winning the Grass Boar, 11-9.
Okay.
So he's slightly more health from his runes. He's doing fine in this early bit of the matchup against Cho'Gath, but Cho'Gath's scaling is also just really insane in these tank versus tank matchups. Looking for this first play of the game. Unfortunately, when B-Boy and Seos pushed Rebello out of lane, they couldn't get his flash or his ghost, so the return gank isn't that easy.
Doom is looking towards this mid lane, looking for Palafox, who forces the flash there. The Ishtal impact nearly connecting. If Palafox doesn't flash that, it would clip him on the very edge of the hitbox.
It was good timing on the gank. Palafox had used his W earlier, so he couldn't use it to disrupt the Skarner or bounce himself out, so he absolutely had to use that flash.
Yeah, he's going for these combo trades onto Kaze, trying to get Kaze on low health, and is working through the refillable potion.
Okay, Doom sees Contracts on the approach here. Did still have the rock picked up with his tail, so was ready to try to go for a quick bursty trade there onto Contracts, who just continues walking all the way back away. Frosty tries to continue being annoying here on this pike, just constantly throwing out the bone skewers, harassing Seos and B-Boy. When we're comparing the farm down here, it is actually the biggest individual gold lead in the game. B-Boy up over Rebello because of the early control they had over that lane, forcing Rebello back. But now Doom, level 6 on the Skarner, wants to contest the enemy blue buff. Palafox is rotating
rotated over first, but the Impale finds Contracts, decimating with a nice knockoff. Doom is going to be in some danger. He tries to get away. The first blood goes over to FNB, but it's a 1-for-1 here so far as Palafox is now forced back by the Cho'Gath. Rebello died in the bottom lane here at the same time as Bvoy and Seos are trying to make it 2, but they will not have the damage. Kaze following after Palafox, but he cannot go further.
The Shopify bottom lane, the pressure finally actually results in a kill for them. And I have to say, Bvoy has been playing this bottom lane so confidently, so well. He has a CS lead, he's pushing in. They get their kill down there as well, so extra money into the Ezreal.
Yeah, let's see which we get the replay of. He's sitting on Cull, Tear, and a Dagger right now, so this is all about the base damage he has on this kit. Just lands an early Q, stacks up his passive, gets another W auto, and then flashes for the final Q. Just perfectly done.
That was beautiful from him. He even landed right when they started the replay, the very first Q at the beginning, all the way past him. He landed every single Q, every single skill shot there from Bvoy. That's what you're going to have to do if you want to get the advantage back in the series. Shopify will start up the grubs and will kill them off.
He might not like playing the Ezreal, but I like watching him play the Ezreal. Bvoy is very adept at this champion. As Shopify Rebellion now, finally, they're going to be the ones with control over the grub pit. This has been an objective that Red Canids has just always been first to throughout this entire series, and now Shopify are going to collect 3 grubs compared to nothing. Of course, this game doesn't have the same level of split pushing threat from either team that some of the previous games in the series have had, but the grubs will always be nice, especially since we still have all of this time left before the plates fall to try to mine some extra money early on for Shopify.
All right, repeats on bottom side. Definitely an option here since Skarner on bottom side once again. And Doom, after finishing clearing down towards the area for Dragon, since they have mid lane push at the moment as well, he definitely has a couple of options. Skarner, of course, there are wards inside the Dragon Pit as well, and so he's just going to pull it on out here and start it up. Mid lane pressure allows him to do so, but bottom side?
Seos immediately jumps in. Bvoy ready to follow, and they knock Frosty down to 40% HP. Doom and Kaze still working on this first Drake. Is a Chemtech Drake not the most valuable that it could be? As now Contracts and Palafox want to try to take a fight here with a 2v2, but the Mega Inferno Bomb only really hits Doom. Contracts backs away. The Impale collides onto Seos, but he's got the Unbreakable Will. Doom very low, and the Feudal Warfare is claimed by Bvoy and Shopify Rebellion as the bottom lane rotates over to win the fight.
Not the cleanest combo, but they are getting a lot of damage down onto Doom, and Bvoy being the recipient of these kills is really accelerating his Ezreal. So from the very early game, they were able to get a lot of prio, and I mean, Bvoy with these double buffs now is going to continue to try and punish the bot lane.
He's working some magic right now for Shopify. Also, you know, it's good from the mid-jungle duo of Shopify on the top side, starting out the fight, using the Vi ultimate through the Victor onto the Skarner here and making the call. Both Seos and Contracts kind of working together to make sure they can actually lock up the kill onto the Skarner and bring him down and really keep this Ezreal ahead of the curve.
This Bvoy Ezreal does not want to go home after today's series. He wants to keep competing. He does not want the year to end here today. As Red Canids, they're going to go ahead and start up the Drake here yet again. Shopify does still have a little bit over a 1,000 gold lead. They have already collected that first feat of warfare for the 3 kills that they've got for themselves. TP from Palafox returning back to the mid lane now with Blackfire Torch completed.
Yeah, but they're just going to try and get these feats completed here. There's big pings down onto that top turret that Bvoy did. He's trying to shove this wave in as fast as possible and just get damage started here on the side lane. So they gave up that Drake, but because they already have the 3 grubs, they want that first turret to fall faster.
Exactly. The power of the grubs to melt through these plates is just more and more money in Bvoy's pockets. Seos staying right next to him, ready to do the headbutt pulverize combo onto Frosty and punish this Pyke if he steps forward to harass.
Yeah, they bring 4 people over here to keep the zone up. That does mean Victor, you can see on the minimap, actually gets a mid-wave in, but Seos?
Okay, Seos jumping in after Frosty as immediately Bvoy wants to follow it up. Shopify Rebellion taking a fight, but it's underneath the enemy tier 1 turret. Contracts, Vault Breaker back over the wall, getting himself away. Kaze reinforcing here with the TP as Palafox flashes to avoid the Bone Skewer.
So that is definitely worth it for Shopify because they do stay. Wait a second, the repeat.
We are not done yet. Seos jumps in, headbutt pulverize. dives. Frosty with a face check, and he gets punished. Now Seos flash for the auto attack, stun, follow up from Contracts. Kaze gets caught too. Rebello and Doom can't do anything in return, and Shopify Rebellion pick up another 2 kills.
And this is Shopify being clutch right now, trying to have the bounce back. Palafox going to be able to finish off this turret with the next Ziggs W. Any minute now. He's going to deny a few CS, you would hope, but Rebello able to get the cannon, and that's just a massive lead. This is far and away the best early game Shopify's had all series.
So since they are clutching up, does that mean they still piss you off, or now they don't?
For those of you who missed it, yes, in Game 3 I said this team pissed me off because they have only won 41% of their games throughout the entire regular season, but then they beat teams in the playoffs when it matters. But it annoys me because they do lose so many of their games. And since technically they start split bad and end splits well, do you count this as the start of a split? That's where I'm concerned.
This series is a split of its own?
The LTA Championship is almost like a new split. So that's where the concern comes in. And there is honestly still a little bit of concern because they need to keep this advantage going with the Ziggs and the Ezreal.
Well, the good news is that they do have all of these kills in the correct locations. They have it in their DPS that is going to look to play that assassination style I was talking about with the Vi. Vi ultimate into a Ziggs and Ezreal ultimate is going to have a lot of punch behind it. Or even when people are face striking Seos, Seos Alistar combos have been great setup.
Ooh, Seos, though, in a little bit of trouble now. Ezreal ulti flies through. Seos with the Unbreakable Will, trying to make enough extra distance to get away from the red cannon's collapse, but they really want this Alistar. Seos falls. Frosty takes the kill on that one. B-Boy's got to be a little bit mindful now. Frosty seeing if there's any more to maybe find here with the bone. Skewer goes after B-Boy, but he can't get him. One more Mystic shot might do it, but B-Boy does not land it. Now Contracts trying to fight back, but he's grabbed in by the Impale from Doom. Contracts tries to escape, but he's choke food. B-Boy sidesteps another rupture. No matter if his teammates fall, B-Boy stays standing.
Yeah, he's got dancing shoes on. That play was 4 people from red, though. They commit so many people, it's going to leave a lane open. At first it was top lane, Fudge pushed that lane in, then Kaze went to respond to it, so that leaves mid lane open, and Palafox's Ziggs does destroy the turret. So each time you commit heavily to one of these side lane plays, there is going to be pushing elsewhere, and getting that tower gold alleviates some of the kill gold that red just got. And so Shopify do get something back and open up more territory to work with. When the towers do go down, that's more area for a Vi Ziggs Ezreal combo to actually get pulled off. Still though, red finding those kills is exactly what they want to do. They chase down the Alistar and then follow it up. Just keep the play going and keep that blood flowing.
And just the confidence that they'd be able to win the fights. It actually, I feel like they just outplayed Shopify in the extended fight because Shopify was trying to extend that play so Ziggs could take the turret, but Contracts missed his Q, Red seemingly landed everything, and the extended play really went in their favor. But because they're still so far behind on the map and because they had 4 people bottom lane, they don't have enough people back to even think about contesting this Rift Herald.
Yeah, with the Rift Herald plus a Ziggs comp, that is a really potent combination. I usually want to see them used on side lane secondary turrets. Those are the most valuable turrets because a Rift Herald charge damage. Just wait a second.
Oh, this could be trouble for Doom. Getting caught out here a little bit by Seos and Contracts, but they don't want to completely overcommit to Justice Skarner. Palafox under pressure from Kaze, who's found his way onto the enemy mid laner. It's disaster for Shopify as they overextend trying to make this play. Now the wraparound coming in from FMB as Rebello barely escapes the Mystic shot off to the side. Palafox in the middle of 3 about to drop. Rebello dies to Fudge, and now B-Boy's got to do a lot of work, but he gets grabbed to the 2-man Impale. Massive play from Doom as Red Cannons are gonna fully wipe Shopify Rebellion off of this map. Frosty's just wasted Fudge's time. He dunks him down with the X marks the spot, and Red Cannons even this game up.
The Impale into the gravity field there at the end. Doom finds B-Boy. He takes down the Ezreal.
And watching this, Palafox tries to walk through the victor as they all had committed onto Doom Skarner. So that pushes Palafox out to the back of the fight. I'd say B-Boy nearly has a hero moment on the bottom side of the fight here into Rebello, but the fight is such a disaster at this point with Contracts already being down and Palafox being trapped in the middle of the team. This may say Shopify versus Red, but it's reminding me a lot of the Shopify versus 100 Thieves games, because it felt like no matter what happened in those games, 100 Thieves was winning the fights, and that's what's happening here with Red, winning a fight with a massive gold lead.
Definitely huge for them, getting a bunch of extra gold here, cleaning them all up.
Man, oh man, Shopify Rebellion are regretting that one. Red Canids Kalunga now, they were over 3,000 gold behind 14 minutes into this game, and now they're the ones looking to make the plays on Shopify as the North representatives try to maintain control over the neutral areas of Summoner's Rift. The next Drake is alive. It's a 1-0 Drake count for Red Canids so far, 8-7 in kills, favoring Red.
Yeah, I mean, before that fight, Shopify had about a 3,000, a little bit over gold lead, and Red just deleted that gold lead immediately. Let's take a look at the setup here, though. Fudge does have his Scion ultimate ready.
Okay, Frosty wants to go for the Bone Skewer, but he does not find a target. Rift Herald summoned up here in the mid lane. Typical Herald as a dragon distraction play. This is going to give Shopify the opportunity to try to take more territory here in the bottom side river, but they do get the flash out of Kaze with the threat there from Fudge's ulti. Doom still here in the jungle. Remember, he can tunnel through the walls very easily. That's what he's going to do, but the tier 2 turret is already down. Now Contracts is going to take the Uber home.
Yeah, nice macro play right there, using the Rift Herald and the Ziggs to get an inner tier 2 turret. Very fast play. I don't think this Drake is free by any means, but he might be trying to get this bot lane turret started as well, and a fight.
Wait, we got the fight already. Nope, not quite. No full commit just yet. Frosty throwing out the Bone Skewer. Big Mega Inferno Bomb nearly kills Frosty. Close isn't good enough. Shopify Rebellion still full HP bars here. Have found some significant chunks onto Red Canids, but now Shopify are going to start up the objective. Zap fires through the wall, only really hits Fudge. FNB and Fudge both very tanky here on the front line. Seos has lost half of his health now as well. Palafox and B-Boy not wanting to put too much damage into the Drake as it continues just harassing whoever might be nearby. Knock up onto FNB. Contracts jumps in over the wall as FNB is taken down. Fudge grabs the kill. Shopify Rebellion with a 1-0, removing the enemy front line. Still looking for a little bit more. The Impale is only onto Fudge. B-Boy needs a little bit more damage, and the Decimating Smash will not find a target. Shopify continues chasing after their opponents, but the Red Canids disengage.
A good 2.5 minutes there from Shopify as they position up onto the Dragon while still pushing mid-wave, and so they opt for the macro play. Rift Herald right down mid. They got that tower. After the play, Palafox is going to collect more gold on bottom side. That is 3 successive objectives there for Shopify, in addition to getting the kill onto the Cho'Gath, chasing down that front line.
4 turrets to 0 now. That's definitely the gold lead pretty much in its entirety. So a lot of standing gold for Red if they're able to win another team fight. But I like the way that Shopify slow played that. There was no over-engage trying to force the Vi Ziggs combo. They just used the poke of the Ziggs and the Ezreal and dared Red to come into them, eventually just poking down the entire Cho'Gath health bar.
And Chat, you mentioned last game that in all the first 3 games, it was Red Canids Kalunga that got the empowered boots, that got the feats of warfare. This time around, it's Shopify Rebellion who are finally first to the shoe shop and managed to get themselves something better than normal. As Frosty has to try to get away, X marks the spot defensively, jumping back towards where Fudge was. Shopify maintaining control over this topside wave, getting it pushed out. B-Boy, a very powerful game state right now for him with the Trinity Force plus Muramana combo. You can see FNB down in the bottom side of the map, looking to take out the first turret of the game here for Red Canids. Frosty goes for that Bone Skewer yet again, just finds a little bit of harass and gets back.
I mean, Red is just wasting their time right now. The thought would be to force the teleport out by starting the Otacon, but Shopify is not willing to do that, so it is an uncontested side wave full of gold for FNB.
He's just continuing to go and go and go. Fudge ulti ready to lead the charge as Seos jumps in. Kaze is going to be your target. Remember, there's no flash here for the Victor. Contract swoops in and they find their first kill. Now Doom's going to be the next target here for Shopify as FNB teleports in to join in and he's ready to fight back. Fudge down to 1/3 HP as Rebello finds a few auto attacks, but they don't have anybody low enough just yet. FNB looking for the opportunity to use the feast. Contracts jumps back over the wall here with the ball breaker. Seos barely staying alive with 20 HP. Doom with an impale only on Fudge. Decimating Smash in retaliation. Fall breaker to follow it up, and Contracts has another one. Enemy mid laner and jungler down. Shopify Rebellion don't lose a man.
Oh, these are close fights. There are so many tanks and so much poke from Shopify, but they are playing on the edges, and they have started up this Otacon. I think they should be able to get it. 20 seconds on Doom. Red is looking to come back onto the map, though.
Otacon half HP, B-Boy and Contracts do plenty of damage to this. Fudge is just ready to be the distraction.
And I think the difference in this last one, we see the advantage of over-committing to a play, as we might get another chase down, actually.
Yep, we got another fight breaking out. Palafox the target there from Frosty, but there's no follow-up from the rest of the Red Cannons. FNB at 40% HP, continuing to try to run as the True Shot Barrage finds a Mega Inferno Bomb. Not enough. FNB was on the edge instead of the sweet spot. So Shopify Rebellion, they will secure themselves the Otacon. 29-8 in Flower Petals is also a big injection of power that does not show up on that scoreboard otherwise.
And they got the better setup to the team fight because they had camped everyone here really, really early. So Seos and B-Boy in the brush with the control ward, and Seos is the one who started out on Kaze, and then they just full commit following up, everybody jumping in afterwards. Deleting the Victor so early means as long as you can kite back and reset the fight, you will have a huge advantage. And they do just that. Look at the Ezreal and the Ziggs throwing basically cover fire while Fudge and Seos are trying to get out of range, trying to reset. And then FNB a little bit on the miscalculation. Seos barely had enough HP to live. And so then by the time Doom gets a pull, there's no damage behind Doom, and he's pulling in Fudge. So it's the full win on the fight for Shopify.
Yeah, so close. Then they overstay, and we get yet another fight. So these teams are ready. And I love seeing the smile out of Palafox because this team looked so dejected after that Game 3 loss. I also wanted to check in on the damage, and this is what I expected to see. B-Boy has been landing everything on this Ezreal. This is him just hitting the Cho'Gath and the Skarner over and over again, having a great game on this pick.
B-Boy is definitely hitting right now, and he's hitting Frosty, who has to jump away once again. And Pyke, as you get later into the game, Pyke can definitely be just a liability. Sometimes you can get a really good hook to...
Whoa, hold on. We're just going all the way in. FNB, the target, and the massive burst from Shopify is plenty enough to get it done. Doom's the second one to go right after. A double kill for B-Boy again. Shopify Rebellion are just going to keep pushing. Kaze is up in the top lane trying to take the tier one and get something back. Inhibitor now under fire. Here in the bottom lane, it's only Frosty and Rebello looking to try to stop this and save the Nexus turrets, but the first one is already about to die. Shopify Rebellion push all the way to the enemy Nexus before Red Cannons push them back.
They might have a lot of that confidence back. They do need to retreat to go get this Drake as FNB and Doom are going to respawn. Red's looking for something.
Yeah, Fudge gets taken low there. You can see Kaze using the Arcane Storm with the laser very aggressively. He uses his health down to about 1/3 and then knows he can't chase any further.
Yeah, B-Boy here wants to kill this Pyke again. He's been outplaying the Pyke all game long, juking everything, threatening death upon him. If that hits, that...
Whoa. Got the flash, though.
Yeah. You can feel, they're feeling the pressure as well, Jat. You know, this would push it to a silver scrapes, and this could push it to the deciding game here, and them now Red being backs against the wall. Frosty feeling it a little bit too.
And there is so much significance for this game. It is the culmination of the entire year for these teams. Loser is eliminated. The 4 teams here, Red, SR, as well as 100 Thieves who won yesterday, they're fighting for that last world slot and a chance at the LTA Championship, but Shopify needs to win the next 2 games or their year's over, and Red needs to win one of the next 2 or their year's over as well.
And B-Boy with his 3 items, with his Muramana completed and transformed, and his armor penetration and the extra slow with the Shireldas.
That's a lot you're listing off there. He's got a bunch of bullet points there.
He is the Shopify hope and power. Wait, I thought there was going to be a play contract you can see on the minimap was like right next to Kaze, the Victor, but they decided not to go for it. I think that B-Boy and contracts, that's one of those moments where you have an opportunity, but you don't want to risk it.
Yeah. Well, we do have now a 4.3 thousand gold lead for Shopify on the scoreboard. And you saw the graphic pop up after that base push. It's about 1,900 gold worth of just extra raw adaptive force through the pedal advantage that Shopify have earned for themselves. So we're looking at about 6,000 extra gold value in combat power for Shopify Rebellion as they set up around the Baron.
Yeah, not to mention Frosty has had those 4 kills on Pyke, so they don't necessarily have gold distribution on their carries. Rebello there, you can see 2.6 thousand gold below his counterpart in B-Boy. That is definitely in the favor of Shopify.
Yeah, the later you get into games, Pyke is just like an annoying bug to be squashed, and can be squashed really quickly.
Well, they try to engage here in the enemy jungle, but Red Cannon's disengaging. Critically, though, costs the flash from Rebello, so the Zeri no longer having that summoner spell. Doom with no flash of his own either. Shopify are really putting the pressure on Red Cannons here in the enemy jungle, just trying to force out these powerful tools. Fudge is happy to step up and just be annoying to these guys here. Control wards still being placed down by Red as they fight desperately to cling to control over the red side jungle.
Shopify have very good poke here, so even though Fudge gets locked up,
yeah, Fudge does take a pretty significant amount of damage here, but the Scion is so tanky, he can still walk it off.
Yeah, and thinking about this game, it is by no means over. The Victor scaling is still really strong. There's only 2 Drakes on the side of Shopify. I feel like if there's one big fight in the side of Red, they'd slingshot right back ahead in the gold lead with the Zeri and the Victor scaling plus their front line. So Shopify have to continue to play clean and pick good fights.
And what they're doing right now is just trying to make this Baron Pit the scariest place on Summoner's Rift. Still with the 4,000 gold lead, still 2 minutes away from the next dragon spawning, so it's not like their attention is required elsewhere on the map. That bottom lane inhibitor is still dead for about another minute and a half, so they have the extra free pressure from the super minions over there as well. Shopify want to keep Red guessing about this Baron.
Yeah, it's free pressure for Shopify, but it's free gold for Red if they go to collect it, because Shopify can't get anything there, so there is a little bit of a bit of pressure that I feel like Shopify should be feeling, and Red is trying to just slowly check for vision. They have 2 blue trinkets that still are off cooldown. Frosty actually just gets a free ward into a brush that has everyone in it because he was using his stealth very well. So Red is not necessarily sweating right now with the way they're controlling this vision, as a bunch of top lane minions for Shopify die.
It's also so annoying to take the Baron when Skarner is alive as the enemy jungler because of how easy it is for him to try to tunnel through the wall and just steal it away. But Shopify, they're going to start up this objective. Yes, Skarner Cho'Gath is a pain, man. True Shot Barrage flies through, but honestly, not a whole lot of value out of that one there for B-Boy. But as long as he continues hitting these Mystic shots, he's going to be doing plenty of damage still. Red Cannons thinking about their approach. FNB, 60% health. Doom tries to swoop in from the side here, but he's not going to find anybody. Seo's ready to control him, keep B-Boy and Palafox protected. Doom on the front line gets the Impale onto 2. Contracts is already down. Doom's going to be traded back for him as Fudge soaks a ton of damage here on the front line, but he is finally going to die. Seos falls down too. B-Boy can't get in range to do the rest of the damage as Kaze flashes back over the wall. Palafox is ready to follow a nice bouncing bomb. Rebello about to fall here against B-Boy and flashes over the wall to avoid the stun. Frosty can't quite get him. B-Boy stays alive. It's AD carry versus AD carry as FNB had to go back to base and both of the ADs are with 0 HP. True Shot Barrage barely doesn't collide. It's a bloodbath in the topside jungle.
B-Boy with the heroics at the end. B-Boy refuses to lose.
I gotta say though, Red did win the fight. They had shutdown bounties, they get more kills, they get their inhibitor to respawn, Baron is still alive, and the Victor damage in that fight was out of control. So now only a 1,500 gold lead with the Drake spawning in 10 seconds. We're gonna see another brawl.
Right back to it, here we go. Dragon coming up. This one, it's not the actual soul, so they don't have to full commit, but you have that feeling that they just are.
I mean, looking at that
That's
last fight,
series.
it feels like Red Cannons is back in it because the Victor...
Oh, no teleport for Victor. So Victor's not coming. So Victor's not coming. They're not going to fight.
They're giving the Drake.
Okay.
Everybody calm down.
All right. No, like you said, no soul. It's just soul point. It's not the soul itself. So that one is going to get knocked down there by Shopify Rebellion. And now, gentlemen, we have another 5 minutes of Baron dance time.
That fight was so long, I don't think we have time to replay it. I think it just exists in our memories. Yeah, I don't think we get to see it again.
It was a very long
confirmation. It's too long. We're not showing a replay.
Yeah, that was crazy. The Victor ultimate got so big so quickly off of killing the front line that only Palafox and B-Boy alive at the end. Here we go, though. Red, this is what matters. It comes down to the next team fight.
Yeah, Red pushing forward as a 5-man unit. Fudge looking for the flank here on the pincer if he can find it. FNB's not going to be the ideal target. FNB and Doom both just so tanky on the Cho'Gath and the Skarner here for the front line. Kaze also over 3,000 HP on his Victor. This was the expectation we mentioned at the start of the game. Victors like to build tanky items, especially against these Vi types of compositions. So Kaze wants to make sure that he cannot be one-shot. Also with the Seeker's Arm Guard in his inventory, makes it so difficult to get that one-shot on him. But total damage, again, man, it's just B-Boy absolutely cleaning house.
And again, these are poke champions too, so you need to get that value out of the Ezreal and the Ziggs. Try and get some poke damage ahead of the full commitment of the fight.
And I think that chart shows the way that Shopify needs to play these fights. Well, there's a temptation to go for the Ezreal ult, Vi ult, Ziggs ult, one-shot onto a squishy. They really just have to play these fights slow because they do have so much more range with the Ezreal and the Ziggs. But that gets increasingly difficult when Doom has the Warmog's armor, and FNB, even though he doesn't have a Warmog's armor, has 6,000 health.
Yeah, B-Boy completing his Bloodthirster here now, though. This could be very important for making sure that he stays alive in these super close, long fights. The extra power of the lifesteal to keep the health bar topped off, alongside the shielding that's just going to make it so if there is any of these random Zeri zaps, Victor lasers, anything that might be able to clip him, it won't be nearly as effective at establishing that meaningful poke. 3 minutes left on the clock until we do have the next Drake spawn. That one will be the Cloud Soul for Shopify. Would be very powerful for them to pick up.
And this does change things a bit here. Guardian Angel on contracts levels up that strategy I was talking about to a little bit more powerful because he can actually just sacrifice himself if he sees the angle on Zeri. Because he can just revive with Guardian Angel afterwards if they go for the triple ultimate play. But it does have to be on Zeri. Victor a little bit too much on the base HP now, and then if you don't pull it off, he has a Zhonya's as well.
You see that Cho'Gath demolish? It's a half the turret. He's like,
we have 6,000 HP. Your arm's pretty big to punch the building with.
All right, look at contracts actually from the top side. There's a control ward. If he Qs over the back of the Krug's wall, he's on vision.
Okay.
Get out of there, bro.
Contracts is spotted. He's got to try to take the blast cone and get away from this, but he's caught out by the Ishtal impact. Contracts loses his Guardian Angel for free as the rest of Shopify tries to show up to rescue him. He vault breaks back over the wall. Kaze losing 2/3 of his own HP, and now FNB is going to be the target. Shopify Rebellion still scrapping a little bit here, but Contracts so low. Kaze, he doesn't get hit by the middle part of the Mega Inferno Bomb. No sweet spot, no kill. Contracts' Guardian Angel saves his life, but it still costs his flash.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that control, I felt like he was going to queue over there. And then when you see a ward, your reaction is to kill it, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes late game, especially late game, you should run away from the ward.
The ward is scary.
Wards are scary late game. So as you said, Flowers, those are really critical cooldowns. Guardian Angel cooldown, Flash cooldown. Those are some of the longest in the entire game. And that is a victory for Red, getting those out of contracts.
And what we just saw Pyke do as well, as much as in team fights, late game Pyke doesn't feel like much, he's still one-shotting wards. So he's still with the Umbral Blade doing a lot of control vision. So it has powers that we can't see in these games. He cleared the vision out with Contracts losing his flash there. They've reestablished the control ward. They have a bunch of vision on Baron, so they're not stressing that much about this. Where the stress does come in is 50 seconds to this next Cloud Soul. And Contracts, with no flash and no GA, is rather far up.
Yeah, he's got to be careful about how much Gromp gaming he wants to engage in, because a little bit of an overstay, you can get caught out. If Skarner digs through the wall, if there's a Cho'Gath rupture and you're spotted and you don't know it, all of a sudden it is lights out. FNB thinking about walking into the jungle here as now he flashes away. Fudge is all threatening the front line here. FNB though still at 2/3 HP. It's hard to make a move on the Cho'Gath. Fudge zoning everybody else from Red away from the more valuable members of his team. B-Boy gets hit with a rupture, but he buffers through it with the Arcane Shift. FNB still at about half health. Red sweeping around from the side, seeing if they might be able to catch Shopify unaware. It's only a single Bone Skewer from Frosty as Shopify move back into this bottom river to look to take the Drake.
Yeah, good chunk on Cho'Gath, but he's going to base TP and come back with full health. So it's, again, just 5v5 eye contact to see how much poke Shopify can land before this Drake gets started.
All right, let's see what we get here. True Shot Barrage fired through, but it only finds FNB. Seos hanging around on the backside of the Dragon Pit. Wanted to wait there and make sure that they weren't getting pincer attacked from anybody on the red candid side. Doom looking for an angle to maybe tunnel through the wall here as FNB is going to continue to be your front line and soak the poke. Doom goes in for the Impale, but he does not find the right target. Now Doom taking a ton of burst. He's nearly killed, but he stays alive for now. The Arcane Storm doing a work on Contracts. FNB still here on the front line. Kaze, Doom, FNB also close to death, but nobody's down here just yet. Shopify Rebellion, they're still looking to move forward. Seos does die. Rebello gets the kill on the enemy support. Shopify still trying to burn down the dragon. It's going to be secured by Contracts. FNB wanted to get the feast, but he can't quite find it. Now Fudge wants to get away over the wall, but he can't do it. Rebello goes on a killing spree. Yes, it's a Cloud Soul for Shopify Rebellion, but at what cost?
Well, Baron is on the table, so the cost could be tremendous. Seos, they saw him go into that brush with control ward, so even though there's a control ward in there, they it felt like he was still in there, and they pull him out. Now they're going to start the Baron up. B-Boy getting kind of low on mana, but will try and poke.
I don't see how they can realistically stop this with 2 players dead and how much health exists on red, but B-Boy is at least trying, and Contracts does have Smite.
Okay, they do some decent damage there, but a Frosty Palafox with a big kill on the enemy support. Kaze looking for B-Boy, but he can't find him. Contracts and Palafox still in position here in the river, and it looks like Red Cannons are going to be forced away from the objective. The Baron is halted in its tracks. B-Boy shifts forward right onto a Rupture, but there's no opportunity for Red Cannons to punish. Now you've got Seos back in the mix here as well, and Shopify Rebellion hold the line.
Now they're on the Baron, so Red is pressured to go for it. Remember, the Cloud Soul does give them all this extra speed, and I think they're just going to get it.
I think you're right. Shopify Rebellion. Even losing 2 at the Dragon fight, it is Palafox and B-Boy that just blow this Pyke up. This champion has so little life that if you catch him with a couple of shots, I believe it is 3 skill shots total, they burst him down. The ultimate at the end does kill him, but here's how they lost the first kills. First at Shopify, getting this flash out of Doom and getting the pressure themselves.
Yeah, but I'd also say that Rebello's Zeri did 8,000 damage throughout the entirety of this team fight. So the Zeri is definitely online. And it's Seos who's just around the back. I think a bit of a split call of Shopify saying, maybe we'll continue the fight, maybe we'll finish the Drake. Thank God he gets that Smite, though, so they have the Cloud Soul after Fudge ends up falling as well. So what a banger game. If Shopify loses this, their year is over. They're under so much pressure right now.
Okay, so B-Boy got an E auto Q on him, and then the Ziggs ult.
That's such the edge of that hitbox, man.
Was he spamming an emote there for a second? Did he not make it out of the edge?
He's been spamming emotes all game long,
If he gets caught there because of an emote spam, he's going to want that one back. Shopify Rebellion, they're pushing into the base from multiple different angles now. Tier 3 turrets dead in top lane and bottom lane. Remember that bottom lane inhibitor has respawned from a long time ago. Mid lane Tier 3 turret now destroyed as well. All 3 inhibitors exposed in the Red Cannon's base. Fudge just face tanking everything here in the mid lane, buying time. Kaze with a flash away, but he will not escape. B-Boy and Fudge. Seos dies for the cause, but the enemy mid laner and jungler are down. B-Boy and the rest of Shopify Rebellion looking for the game-winning push. That second Nexus turret should be respawned here. Believe that's just a graphical error. Top lane inhibitor, that'll be the next one to fall. FNB, Rebello, and Frosty all scrambling to try to defend. Fudge, yeah, he gets pulled by the skewer, but he does not care. Second turret destroyed here with the Nexus. FNB trying to get away. The Cho'Gath is tanky, but is he tanky enough? No, sir, he is not. Frosty gets back into the fountain. Rebello sent there by force. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 5.
I mean, Shopify lived to fight another game, and I saw that Ezreal locked in. We know that B-Boy is good at it. I'm sorry I didn't trust you, bro. I'm sorry I didn't trust you, Lounge. How did they do it?
Full confidence.
Full confidence. Shopify Rebellion. Yeah. Let's go.
I was going to say, in fairness, I feel like we all called out the Ezreal as being like, this is little low damage, guys. And B-Boy proved us wrong. Once again,
Mountain
on
of a carry.
pick he hates playing, apparently.
It was just a masterclass. Like, game 1, it looked like Fudge on Shopify was just smurfing.
Yep.
And then this game is just all like B-Boy. I feel like even towards the Baron at the end, B-Boy is literally just 1v5ing them at the Baron. It was just smurfing.
Ooh, and that topside jungle fight that was going crazy. It was like B-Boy had he had to be 1 HP. He was single digit HP at the end of it. He was playing out of his mind, and he may not like the pick. Fudge and whoever in his teammates being like, Ezreal is really good. It's so good. He is so good on that. So, my God, Shopify.
No flash, no ult.
Yep.
Zeri poked. I'm fine.
Shogun no ulti. Shogun no ulti.
Yep. I get it. Show. No flash, by the way, on that guy.
Yeah.
Zeri's one.
There we are. Coming to.
Oh, my bad. This game, guys. Kind of played garbage. It's okay. Thanks for Gary. Scary Jerry Zeri.
Baby Ezreal.
What the hell?
Where'd that
Why is Jerry catching a stray?
Oh my God, taking accountability and immediately going straight for scary Jerry. What the hell?
But it was these individual performances that in game 1 you said it was Fudge, game 4 here it was B-Boy on the Ezreal. But there was also a fun pick, the Ziggs. Hey, man, we got Ziggs,
the Ziggs
and you actually had
master.
something that you wanted to show us off. You called it the Ziggs Classic, I believe.
Yeah, the Zig Special.
Or Zig Special, there we go, that's it.
Obviously,
yeah.
the strength of Ziggs is your W just takes down turrets. So I thought something that I've done personally a lot, but I saw Shopify do, is so Palafox got pushed in, but he got the entire midwave, and his midwave is like super far, and then B-Boy is pushing in the top lane. Everyone from Shopify just rotates all the way top, and this game's like relatively close. You know, they're only up 1,000 gold, but then in the next minute or so, they go up to 3,500 gold. They take this top lane tier 1, and they just, you know, they like balloon their leads so much.
Yeah, that is a lot of blue on the side of side of the rift.
And then just looking at the gold lead, like they're just trying to zone. Like you drop one midwave on Ziggs, Kaze can't even get a plate, or didn't want to because he has to respond top lane because they're losing the entire game top lane here. And it just felt like Red was desperate. They're desperate to get under the turret. They're desperate to do something. And props to Shopify. They played well. You know, they used everything on context they didn't get. And then even though they don't get the entire turret, they got, you know, Flash from Doom, they got TP from Kaze, and the play doesn't end here. They hide in bush, and then Frosty steps a little bit too far, gets picked. And then from there, they just take top turret. So from, you know, being up 1,000 some gold, now they're up nearly 3,000, or they are up 3,000. And it was just, you know, well played to them.
It's one of those things that you can't do on other mid laners, right? Like that is the Zig
It's
Special.
just a Zig Special. Like no other mid laner can do that. No other mid can just drop one wave and take an entire turret.
Yeah.
But they use the power of Ziggs well.
Awesome stuff.
Question is like, generally in that moment, who is the one making that kind of a call, and how early do you make that kind of a call?
I mean, for me, it's like whenever I get a move, or I know that I have a move, I'm always like, you know, look, F key side lane, F key side lane. Like if someone does a push, it's like, hey, I can come break the start.
Whoa!
That is crazy.
Highest damage per minute in North American history.
1,854.3.
That is something insane for B-Boy to be able to say that he is able to do. That he etched his name in NA history. But he's got to do it in a win.
One for the history books. 18 KDA, 90% KP, highest ever damage per minute. What a way to win game 4. Speaking of, we're heading to game 5. Everybody sing it with us and cue the Silver Scrapes.
Look at Victor, brother. Look at Victor. This guy's inting. I'm looking, bro.
I'm looking, Victor, full fight. Go Victor, guys.
Look, Skarner now.
Skarner.
Go down.
No flash.
Come back.
I am combo now.
Let me pump. Yeah, I'll fan.
Play slow.
Yeah, they have hard time here. And they have hard time hitting Zeri should get poked here. Look at that side. Keep in front. Turn all.
Yeah, I'm on HP here.
I'm fine. Yeah. Look at my Q.
No flash.
Careful, fight Q. It's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 5.
And we are back for Game 5. Wee woo woo! Shopify Rebellion, bring it back and give us the full 5-game series. Red had some momentum. They were
Is
picking
that
up.
what they did? Yeah.
Shopify, they didn't want to entertain. Yeah. We wanted to lengthen this one. Yesterday was too short.
Yeah.
Zale.
Fair.
Come on.
God, my palms are sweaty as hell, and I have no.
Are your knees weak?
Yeah, that's the worst palms right there.
It is pretty weak. I can't.
You
stand
ain't
up.
forget it.
You ain't
I'm moving away from rest.
I definitely have spaghetti mouth.
They're vomiting on your sweater.
Yeah.
You look calm and ready.
If we lose, there will be vomit. If we lose, there will be vomit. But yes, Red has chosen blue side this time around.
Okay.
So that is very interesting. And going into this series, the conversation, a lot of it was on the veterancy of the Shopify Rebellion players versus Red Cannons having a lot of the rookies. And the rookies from the Red Cannons have been performing incredibly well.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, I do think it has been mostly about the solo lanes, though, for me, and how they are performing.
Yeah.
So, less about the super inexperienced players, but across the board, they have really impressed. And I like swapping to blue side for Game 5 because I feel like Game 5 Fearless, so much of it becomes about just getting something comfortable that works.
Just getting something strong. You're the first pick of whatever you guys want in the game.
You also have the chance to take away things from your opponent. APA, in Game 5s of Fearless, I know we were talking a little bit during that last game of some of these players, like Palafox, for example, right? What's left in the champ pool from your perspective?
I mean, it gets more to the niche stuff. There's Silas and Annie, they're up, but both have just been respect bans on both sides every single game. And then there's Galio up, and then it just goes to niche stuff. There's you could play the off metas like a Tristana or a TF, and just stuff like that. I think there's Cassio, it just goes to niche and whatever that specific player is just comfortable at.
And even if you just take a step back, this is elimination game. If you lose here, your entire year is down the drain.
Yeah.
What are you thinking in this moment if you're in a Game 5 situation like this?
I mean, if I was Shopify, I'd just be I'd probably tell Revan or Demonte, whoever drafts, I'd be I feel really confident on this list of champions. If you give me on this list of champions, I'll play well. And then just go from there.
Try your best to get something comfort, like you were saying, Azale, as well.
It's so stressful Game 5. You want something that you don't have to worry about your champion. You just want to worry about the game.
But we came into this one talking from the Shopify side, saying they play to the level of their opponents most often. What's more playing to the level than a full 5-game series here? A reminder that they 4-5 versus teams above them, 4-5 versus teams below them in the standings coming into today. And now it comes down to one final game here to see if their season ends or if they keep going.
And I want to ask you this, Emily, because the amount of team fighting, scrapping is crazy.
It's great. Why are you asking me?
Because of course you're somebody. I mean,
I did watch
Brazil enjoyer. You've seen this from the CBLOL now into the LTA South, throughout its entirety of it. What are you expecting coming into this?
I mean, I think Red are going to want to be on comfort picks that they can fight well with. Obviously, they really want to bait Shopify into meeting them and then out fighting them, especially with their 2 solo laners. So I think it's really that simple. I'm curious to see what the casters want to say because it's time to get into game and draft.
Thank you very much, Lounge, and everybody, welcome back. It all comes down to this. Game 5 in a best of 5. Winner gets to go on next week and play 100 Thieves for the opportunity to compete in Dallas for a spot at Worlds. And the loser will unfortunately see their season end today.
So much pressure. B-Boy was the most clutch, setting a North American record for damage per minute in this elimination game. 1,856 damage per minute on that Ezreal.
1856.
But then also,
yes,
I mean, insane.
That's it. Yes. It's so rare to
so
even hit
much
1,000.
damage.
That is 1,000 is crazy, and that's twice that much.
He's almost 2,000. One day someone will get this. But I also want to call out in split 1, the North was 8-1 against the South. But I'll say Doom, Kaze, and Rebello weren't playing Tier 1. This is their showcase to try and make history here for the South in this Game 5.
Yep. Red's record versus the North is just 2-2.
2-2, pretty good.
All
50%.
year long.
50%.
So, I was hoping they were going to leave Lucian up. There's no reason to do that, but
one can dream.
Yeah, we're going to maintain the Lucian and Annie bans every game from Red. We're going to maintain the Silas and Wukong bans every game from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting down to like Caitlyn tiers of AD carries and stuff here, game 5s of Fearless. So very curious as to what types of matchups we're going to get. I'm personally hoping for stuff like Kaze Zed to come out because we don't usually get to see mid lane Zeds and stuff like that. You know, we clearly haven't had people putting enough time in on Kiana either. Because Kiana is also quite good at the moment, but not been prioritized.
Galio, the third ban of the first half here for the Red Canids. One ban left to go for Shopify Rebellion. There are still those 80 carries up, like the Jinx, the Aphelios, those like hyper-scaling marksmen, and I feel like we generally tend to see a lot of those in Game 5s of Fearless.
I could
nothing
go for
else,
a B-Boy Jinx.
Yeah, if nothing else, you just go for a bodyguard comp.
And Braum as well, if you have the right angle, but you don't want to necessarily pick Braum into an Enchanter. So very early pick Gwen, but it is nerfed Gwen, and it's locked. It is just slammed in the Jace as Ignacio.
Finally, okay, I was hoping, are we going to get some players on Jace with the Jace buffs? And because I know a lot of our top laners especially love this champion. I'll leave it open as a flex pick still, because remember back to when Jace was prominent in mid lane, Palfox was actually one of our best Jace players. He was actually really good, especially with the Jace Tristana kind of era of AD mids, and that's where we're seeing a Maokai to complement. So it's a possibility. That's a flexible Jace.
Yeah, Maokai Jace is the combo because the saplings slow people for the shock blast, but then instant lock-in of the Nocturne Leona. So Red is absolutely not wanting to play this overly bruisery, get poked out comp. They want to go in here in this game 5.
Well, I think we for sure go Braum then, because Leona is guaranteed always full commit, so you have to go Braum there. Instant answer before they can ban it out.
Yeah, this is fast lock-ins. Red wanted to get one of the few remaining engaged supports. They want the Nocturne to potentially punish Jace in the side lane. The Braum response, I agree with you. I love that too, with the counter-engage potential there. So now we've got supports, junglers, and top laners on both sides. That means it's time for mids and 80 carries.
Listen, Lucian's already banned. There's 8 Fearless bans. We have 4 bans left. We could be 13 80 carries out before we get a chance to pick one.
Well,
I'm kind of with Flowers on
there's another one.
On the Aphelios Jinx kind of tier, since Xayah banned out, Senna banned out as well. Smolder as well could be another option.
Yeah.
Because if they're running a Leona on bottom lane and you have Braum, like you can protect a Smolder pretty well and allow him to stack.
Yeah, Snot Bubble into Burp every single time. Double stacks, easy.
I think you kind of just take whichever hyper carry that B-Boy's most comfortable playing, and then you try and ban out what you think Rebello is going to be most comfortable playing. They just throw out looks to be the Smolder ban as well.
So
I personally like Game 5 Jinxes with how messy these games are, because the reset potential will be so high. Even if Aphelios is a little bit better into Nocturne jumping on top of his face if he has the right gun set up. So we'll see what they end up going for.
The Jax ban as the 5th and final one here from Red Canids. So they are saying, we think that might be Palafox Jace in the mid lane, and we don't want to risk the Jax pick into Gwen.
Yunara is so nerfed right now.
No hotfix
this
buff.
is not hotfix buff. No!
B-Boy!
This champ is so nerfed right now. It's crazy.
Okay. Well.
Okay, so what they did, they took out a lot of base HP and attack damage, and they took a tremendous amount of the speed away from the E. So pretty much everybody kind of dropped Yunara, and from our last updates, this is not with the hotfix buff that was put in.
Here's the list of nerfs that Yunara took. Base health reduced by 25 from 600 to 575. 3 attack damage reduced, which by itself is actually more than you would think. But then the bonus movement speed on his E got dropped by 20% at all ranks.
Yeah.
So even at max rank, instead of 70%, it's 50%. And the speed duration was reduced to 1.5 at all ranks from its scaling. It hit about 5 or 6% of win rate.
That's huge.
So no hyper carry for B-Boy, but I will say, Rumble won a ton of games on red side when he was 41% win rate. So you never know, Kobe. You never know.
Well, there's no hyper carry on the other side either. It'll be Ari Misfortune locked in as the last 2 picks here for Red Canids. And the final pick of the final game in this draft will be the Cassiopeia for Palafox in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, could have some good value there with the miasma. If you've got Maokai and Braum able to keep them safe, they have range with Jace. It's just Red are looking for a lot of this pick and engage. They've got Nocturne and Ahri and long-range Leona ults to set them up. So they are looking for some strong combos there.
How are we feeling about the comparison between the drafts? Is there a solid winner here, or is it just different game plan?
If the Yunara was something else, I would feel stronger. I was all the way there with Shopify before that.
Okay.
But she's just been so heavily nerfed that now I'm really uneasy.
I haven't been confident in Shopify, but I'm confident in Cassiopeia and the Braum Maokai into a comp that has to come into them. You can see DeMonte giving a small fist bump right there because I do feel like they have a good way of absorbing the engage from Red Cannons if they play it properly.
Yeah, I mean, even with the nerfs, if you do have a lot of melee clumped up champions, then Yunara does get a lot of value out of the Q spread with Hurricane. So
and can still alt E after a Nocturne ult or a Gwen who flies in and get out of the engage range. So it is a quick react champion still for the competition that Red has.
Yeah.
All right, let's lock in game number 5. The do or die situation for both of these teams. The number 2 seed from the South versus the number 3 of the North. Before we got into this series today, the record on the year between North and South was 11-1. Favoring the northern teams, and now Red Cannons are a single game away from eliminating Shopify Rebellion.
Got to see if something happens at level 1, because Red has had something happen at level 1 in every single game, just trying to get a little bit of knowledge on what Contracts is doing early. Palafox getting a little bit collapsed on. You got to back up, guys, but Shopify's the one with the Braum, so they would be stronger level 1.
They're going to bring everybody over here now. B-Boy will be the last to arrive in the area. Fudge still hanging out in the brush so that they can't.
Can we turn off the emotes? The noise with the noise with the rat one is the squeak is getting to me.
Are you okay? Poor Kobe's going to be insane by the end of this series.
I think I already am.
I mean, my God, Kobe, get a hold.
Does that
get
not
control.
You can't get tilted.
I can't even know. I didn't even notice it.
You're tilt proof.
Yeah.
Get a hold of yourself, man.
Watch enough Shopify, you're going to become tilted.
I see.
They always clutch it up. But I also want to talk about Seos because I feel like we haven't touched on him enough. This is a CBLOL legend now looking to eliminate Red. So he was a 4-time CBLOL champion. He's had a really, honestly to me, really good year in the LTA North. But he's been active for super long. This guy's a legend, started in 2017, then 2019 to 2025. I feel like on this Braum is huge. You can see he's played for a collection of organizations down there. And it's a big moment here for Seos.
Well, he and B-Boy are already scrapping here at level 1 up against Rebello and Frosty on that MF Leona combo. MF and Leona can do a lot of damage if they can find the angle to go in here. And you can see B-Boy already down to 300 HP after the trading back and forth here early. But as soon as it's level 2 for Frosty and for Rebello, that means that B-Boy and Seos are backing away. Kaze, very low HP there. Palafox takes him down to 100.
Okay, we're going to continue with what we've seen all series long. Fight. We are brawling early. We're getting volatile lanes very early. Contracts is going for his full clear on the Maokai onto the ward now, though. So that ward for Red will give them full information on the location of the Maokai. Bottom side is going to continue to get pushed in. Rebello had been doing a really good job using the Misfortune passive, getting the extra damage there in their trades versus B-Boy and Seos, but it was just the heals and the extra cleanse used.
Yeah, Frosty trying to make a roam up, though, with how aggressive Palafox is playing. Yes, Nocturne's going to full clear, but I believe there is a ward spotting him out entirely, so Palafox is going to have to probably give a couple minions up, still staying in experience range. This is what Shopify need to do this game. In the games they've lost, their soul lanes have been demolished, but if Palafox Fudge put up a good performance, they're in such a better position.
And he was patient enough and then waited, and the cannon minion, he still is able to get the cannon. So he gave up a couple of the melees there, but does secure the cannon still.
Tries to hit that Noxious Blast there onto Kaze, and this has been a big deal so far in this series. Palafox struggling against Kaze in the mid lane. This young Brazilian mid laner getting the better of prominent midfielder Palafox, but this time with the Cassiopeia, there's so many opportunities to shut down the Ahri's mobility.
And I will say the last game, coming off the last one, the Ziggs game was quite good. A lot of poke damage from him as well. Of course, B-Boy was the showstopper and the big one, but let's see. They're actually getting pushed out here with both junglers hovering around. Contracts you see now channeling his recall on the bottom side. So after all of the mid lane visitors with jungles and supports, It's going to be no blood and no extra summoners.
Really quick swapping. I feel like mainly because of all the mid lane moves, they just were able to call it themselves. Trying to see if anyone got a big advantage off of this. Doesn't necessarily look like it. Want to keep tracking the Jace into the Gwen, because I feel like if the Jace falls behind, it can get really ugly.
Yeah, I mean, so Fudge did use his teleport to keep up with the swap, but he's got his CS lead, and I believe the minion wave is fairly close down there, so yeah, Fudge doing pretty well for himself with the newly buffed up Jace. Phase rush for himself as well to dodge away from the sweet spots.
Jumped in for the To the Skies there to find a quick trade onto FNB. Did get out of some of the critical spot there in the middle of the snip, but not all of it. So FNB happy enough to just keep farming up underneath the turret here. First Drake of the game is live. Mountain Drake, the tankier one, often harder to secure early. We have seen a couple of pretty early Drakes this series. Usually if we get them taken early, it's the red cannons going for it around like that 6-minute mark. We have seen in other games a very delayed first Drake take past 10 minutes or so as FNB jumps in after Fudge here. But both of these top laners are running very low on mana and working with only about half their health bar, so nobody's going to overextend here, and that's a very good idea for Fudge because Doom is lurking nearby.
Yeah, might get his recall interrupted here, even though really nice respect there by Fudge. Nope, recall's in a nice spot of fog where Doom can't see him. Love the way Fudge has played this early game, and the type of passive early game we might have thought we would have in Game 1 might be happening in Game 5 now.
Yeah, everybody's just like, whoa, hold on. We can't lose anymore. This is the part where it really matters. Contract's just going to keep throwing these saplings around, trying to be as annoying as possible, maintain as much information as possible. You can see the largest individual gold lead right now is for Rebello on that Misfortune over the nerfed Yunara of B-Boy, but Contracts is now still hanging around this bottom side river area. Fudge and Seos both nearby here too. Fudge with the accelerated shock blast, looking to get a quick shot there onto the wave, but it's level 6 for FNB, which means the Gwen is very scary.
All right, they're committing into the river here. Contract Sapling does get the earlier alert, but that's going to be crap for Red.
Yeah.
They've got Frosty there, keeping watch, ensuring that Doom is going to be able to get it, and then spellbook his teleport right back up the top side anyway.
And I think Shopify's just got to be really careful around the level 6 Ahri whenever Kazuya is missing, because the snap engage from Leona Ahri, especially before anyone can buy Merc Treads, is huge. B-Boy also has to flash away, but got the Leona flash out as well.
Yep. As soon as they get, the Misfortune slow on him, they know, all right, we're just going to run at him and use our flash. Even if B-Boy flashes it in exchange, we have a Hex Flash on Leona. So this is very well worth from Red. That was a very good play from them. They have Frosty show, protect the Scuttlecrab bottom, Spellbook teleport up to top side, and then just run down lane, use the Misfortune, slow to ensure that they can trade flash for flash on B-Boy. And now we'll see if they can repeat target the Yunara, because the wave is pushing away from Shopify.
Exactly, and we're critically at that early level 5 point for B-Boy. Remember that Yunara can't dash unless she's in her ultimate form. So B-Boy, without that extra mobility, means that there will be more opportunities for Red to try to make those plays, especially with Doom having the Paranoia available now.
I mean, just a really punishing freeze they've had set up in the top lane there. Doom's going to be level 6 as well to threaten, but Fudge is applying a lot of pressure here onto FNB. Would have to be careful if Nocturne makes his way down.
I mean, they could dive, though. Maokai's already here.
They're afraid of the Nocturne. They haven't seen him in so long.
Plus, it's so scary. Gwen is so deceptively tanky when she has the needlework available to try to heal up through that. So we will instead, though, see them back away. We will see Doom begin the Void Grubs again. This has been an objective that Red has controlled for the vast majority of this series.
Okay, so they do take a while to take. Contracts is actually back in his jungle, just clearing camps. They're not trading Dragon or anything.
Yeah, that was just a Hex Flash onto Seos, so trying to threaten a possible Nocturne follow-up, even though he's just doing the grubs. That shows how confident they are that these are a free objective for them. Contracts does have Faded Ashes, so he can clear a little bit faster now through that really slow early game clearing from Maokai, now that he has a little bit of AP.
What do you guys think? Are we going to get the multiple AP items, Maokai, this game, or is it just going to be Leandry's into tank?
I hope that it's Leandry's into tank. I hope that he just goes tank after that, because they do need a bit more front line, and they have Cassiopeia. So Cassiopeia is going to have all of your magic damage covered. You don't need any extra.
There is an argument of Bloodletter's Maokai, so Cassio doesn't have to build it, possibly. But then they have no tank. So I agree. I want to see it, but I'm not surprised if they go double AP out of Maokai.
Does make the saplings extra annoying.
You know, Jace poke.
Uh-huh.
Very, very scary with those saplings if they can get there for the setup first. Big difference in having to arrive first or second with that Maokai being one of the tools in your kit. As you can see, it actually is small gold advantages everywhere except top lane for the Red Cannons side here, still with no kills on the board just yet. And the biggest advantage still is Rebello versus B-Boy. This Misfortune is up over 20 farm, not even 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and he's not getting any weaker. That early Vamp Scepter also has the call with the BF sword, so really power spiking quick, going to be so impossible to push out of lane. Plus, Shopify doesn't want to make an aggressive play while Doom is sitting on that Nocturne ultimate because the counter gank potential is really high. But at the same time, because Shopify has flash on so many players, Doom doesn't want to burn that Nocturne ultimate early, so we're in this holding pattern that I think Red's fairly comfortable in because they are accumulating these small advantages.
So they're dropping mid minions right now. Palfox is dropping mid wave at the moment to go through jungle and wrap back around.
Okay.
They cleared out one ward, but the other one by blue buff saw them, and B-Boy gets there to clean up some of them.
It's a bit strange. That was a lot of waves dropping. They're not getting a Drake out of it either.
Yeah, this was not ideal here for Shopify as the gold lead now climbs to above 1,000 for the Red Cannons side. Shopify looking to start up the Drake here at least. Cassiopeia does do a ton of damage to neutral objectives, does make it pretty easy to burn these down much more swiftly than you would normally be able to, and it looks like that will be the call. So all of that gold that was lost through the waves being left in the mid lane unattended, that will at least earn them the first Drake of the game.
Okay, that's a reasonable trade to take for Shopify. They're going to need the power of that Mountain Drake, I think, because the way I see Red's team composition fail or succeed is whether or not they can get that initial engage to work. The dive in with the Ahri, Nocturne, Leona, maybe MF over the top with Gwen on some type of flank. But if Shopify does get in a state where they can set up well in an objective, have decent vision, and make Red come into them, I think it's easy, because they'd have to run through Maokai saplings, they'd have to run into Braum, and that's when I really feel like their composition is going to work. So getting an early Drake to set up that later play, I think is definitely worth dropping a wave in mid.
Yep, and the tanky Drake at that as well. Nocturne, though, looks like Doom is going to take this opportunity to go ahead and steal away some camps. Take away Raptor camp at the very least. Meanwhile, Saelis' timer there on support isn't getting any value, and bottom side, Palfox's flash and Contrax's ultimate.
Yeah, Palafox losing the Summoner spell there, but it is at the cost of the ultis. The Bullet Time and the Solar Flare both now down for the bottom lane duo of Red Cannons, so less pressure available for the next minute or two here, as we still have not seen the Nocturne ult get used just yet. We do see Doom in the enemy jungle looking around, seeing if there's any angles or opportunities. Fudge is going to back away up here in the top side. He does have his own support hanging out next to him, but Seos has now completed the recall. 2,000 gold lead, though.
I was just circling
into the game.
Even though their name is red, it's all blue in the gold difference right there, because they are winning all their matchups just barely and kind of slowly choking out Shopify. This is the way they won Game 3, is they just accumulated these advantages, and then when Shopify went to make a play to rescue the disadvantage, Red would outplay them 1v2. That was like, I'm thinking about the FNB Yorick game.
Yeah.
Really dominating in that sense. So they're trying to set up a similar thing in this game.
It's scary, man, to be down this much gold this early on with no kills on the board. Looking across, it's almost a 1,000 gold lead now for Rebello on the Misfortune. Does have his Bloodthirster fully completed. And you can see the experimental Hex Plate, first item for B-Boy on the Yunara.
Yeah, it is actually a good item because Ultimate Haste lowers the cooldown of your regular abilities while you're in Ultimate form. And so much of Yunara's power is with her Ultimate form. And the importance here of also being able to have access to that for defensive properties, as you guys have mentioned, so you can use your dash. Very critical. And they buffed this experimental Hexplate a couple patches ago. They really juiced up the move speed and attack speed that you get when you activate it. So both him on Yunara and on Nocturne, of course, very common for Nocturne, but Doom also picking up for himself as well.
Plus, it's just a little bit of extra health to help you survive the dive when that Nocturne jumps in on top of you, potentially with the Leona right next to him. Now Fudge getting dove. Doom makes his way into the top side here as teleports are coming in to reinforce both sides. Doom wants to get away, but it's first blood over to Red Cannons. Doom should be the sacrifice as Contracts and Palafox are ready to step up and help. But a point-blank charm on a Palafox means a 2-for-1, favoring Red Cannons. Brazil strikes first, and they strike harder.
They have been starving out Shopify here. They finally go for the dive, and it pays off. 2-for-1 in this one with Kaze on the re-engage onto Palafox.
But back in the mid lane, AD carry 1v1, B-Boy versus Rebello, but the misfortune is so strong, forces out the flash from B-Boy.
Yeah, the extra step up there. Palafox chasing after they got the 1-for-1 on the tower dive. And Leona, he didn't expect Leona to be there around the corner. Leona ult right on top of his head, allowing Red to get the extra kill. Top tower also so low. Yeah. They're very close to getting their 3-kill mark. They're very close to getting their first tower mark for the feats.
They're looking to blow the game open, for sure, at this point. They're 3,000 gold up. It will increase once this turret goes down. Next Drake is going to be really interesting to see if Shopify is willing to contest it. Being down so many flashes, not having the Unara or the Casio ultimate, it should be pretty easy for Red to just keep this mid-prio with this Bloodthirster MF who easily outdueled the Unara and take the next Drake.
This is so scary for Shopify because the gold lead is getting to the point where you're feeling like you can still take fights even if you're at a disadvantage. But I feel like it's 1, maybe 2 fights at this point that you lose out by a little bit, and all of a sudden you're now waiting for a time that they'll make a mistake. The game state is no longer in your immediate grasp.
Yeah, and I still want to call out Kaze and how he's been performing this entire series, but also on the Ahri in this game 5, he is very proficient on this pick in his career. Already 1.3 thousand gold up on Palafox's Casio, plus the first to level 11. So really going to be looking to make a difference.
All right, here we go. Possible Dragon team fight. This is coming up. This is where Shopify need to set their battle lines. Red have a substantial gold lead, but Shopify still want to be able to stack Dragons. Yeah. And so they can have the Braum in front and the Maokai in front. They actually releash it.
Let's look at the items. They do have the first Mythic. It's basically 1 Mythic across the board, and they have their ultimates back. So
plenty of damage.
I think they can get it.
Okay, Dragon secured. Shopify managed to take that without a team fight being involved. As up there in the top lane, you can see Kaze retreating away from Palafox there with the Ahri. Now the engage coming out in mid. A lot of damage onto Seos. The entire bullet time is tanked up. The Unbreakable won't matter. B-Boy barely getting away. But it's another kill for Red Cannons. That's their 3rd kill of the game that earns them the feats of strength.
And Flowers, that is going to be another tower and another objective immediately afterwards as well. They get the Rift Herald. Mid lane is opened up. This is the most beautiful thing for a pick composition. Now there's more territory for them to get these Ahri, Nocturne, Leona picks. A couple of these outer towers going down, and Red keep on pushing.
Yeah, they're halfway down on the bottom turret as well, so I think they're going to try and get all 3 turrets down, likely before Shopify is able to answer with anything with the first item completion and all the fights that have gone Red's way. FNB also 800 gold up after being down a little bit early to Fudge's Jace. Shopify has this absorbing composition, but they're losing so many of the little fights on the edges that they're just getting outplayed 1v1 by Red in so many situations.
And it's pretty hard for them to stop Misfortune Ultimate. Misfortune Ultimate is going to be very damaging here. It's 2 items already for Rebello. Very, very fed early on in this game. I mean, if you like hold your Braum Ultimate, maybe like that one's pretty long. You can try and get that out there, but Red do seem like they have a lot of ways to set up very good Misfortune Ultimates.
All right, Red looking for the enemy jungle here. Contracts goes for the engage, but now they got to be a little bit careful. Paranoia shuts off the lights, and now Doom is ready to lead the charge forward. They're going after B-Boy. There's the cutoff. FNB finds the enemy AD carry. Frosty takes the kill, and Red Cannons 5,500 gold ahead. Fearless in the enemy jungle, and they're not done yet. Seos trying to flash away as Doom wants the fear tether, but Fudge barely gets enough distance, and Seos just hangs on by 10 HP.
And that's the danger of trying to start a fight when you don't have any side lane pressure. The Nocturne turns out the lights. It can easily disorient where Shopify needs to go, and it allows FNB to pick off the kill on the backside.
There it is, man. Red Cannons Kalunga again, another turret claimed by them. 6,500 gold ahead now. 4 turrets to nothing claimed by Shopify Rebellion. The LTA South squad came to play today, and their chances of taking this series are looking excellent right now.
They certainly are. They've got Shopify against the ropes right now. This gold lead is so big. Wait, he's even going back in to mess with them a little bit. But Shopify, they're just going to be out-itemized because the gold lead is so heavy right now in the favor of Red. Shopify also don't have any safe areas to create like a comeback play on because all their towers have been destroyed so quickly. So they're trying to like sneak around in little packs here through pockets of vision, but unable to find any sort of surprise.
All right, let's take stock.
Okay.
We got 4 players of Red with more gold than anyone on Shopify. So that's good for Red.
They are rich.
Let's check the levels. I feel like that's also going to be, I mean, not as bad, actually. So Fudge, Palafox have a little bit here. They need a miracle at this stage of the game because I'd say...
miracle named Otacon?
That might be it, actually. Red has been on such a surge since promoting Doom, Kaze, and Rebello to their main team. Made it all the way to the finals in the South here in Split 3 and are really just giving it to Shopify in this Game 5.
And I love that story. We talked about already, you know, the 8-1 from first stand, the last time that we had the conference like head-to-head. None of these guys were playing in Tier 1. They win Academy. The org says, okay, these guys are pretty good, promotes them up, and now they are all just smurfing here in Tier 1, and they're very close to eliminating Shopify Rebellion from any hopes of going to Dallas or going to Worlds, as Shopify will now see the Otacon has been started, but stopping it is a whole different matter. Doom and Rebello do plenty of damage with just the 2 of them. Frosty's making his way over, and now Kaze looking for the pick here with Doom right behind him. Fudge is already down, and Palafox is forced to use his arm guard in the middle of all 5 enemy players. FNB picks up the second one, and now Shopify have to try to get away. Doom's ready to cut him off, and the flash in from Frosty with the bullet time over the top. The Red Cannons are absolutely merciless. Rebello takes another. B-Boy and Contracts barely hobble away. And Brazil shows them what they're made of.
Beautiful Otacon play from Red. They pull the Otacon away, and then they're looking for the pick the entire time. They're just showing Otacon taking a little bit of damage, but Kaze is waiting in the brush behind the Red, and he jumps onto Fudge as Shopify try and rotate over to the Otacon. They make use of their pick. Nocturne ult immediately following up. Really well done there by Red to look for the kills.
Yeah, a lot of teams will wait too long to peel off the Otacon, but they went so early on this play because Kaze had that angle onto Fudge. We're going to see this one more time. As Fudge wanted to get that blast cone, the charm keeps him inside the wall. Then the flash, the Nocturne ultimate had already started thanks to the vision from the Ahri. Easily execute him, and with the nearsightedness, there's no way Shopify can move to support Palafox. Otacon wasn't even a factor here. This was just a nice pick by Red.
Well, it was the factor in luring Shopify over to the area into the pick, and now this one.
Here's another pick for you. They are looking to chop down that tree, and yes, sir, they will. Doom picking up another one for his squad. 8-1 for Red Cannons Kalunga. 8,000 gold lead. Dragon picked up, so no more stacking towards the soul for Shopify either. Shopify's hopes, their dreams, their wards, their win conditions are all disappearing very quickly.
Yes, they are, Flowers, and Red have a lot of time here to spend their money. They're resetting with everybody else except for the solo laners who are still pushing here. So Kaze mid, FNB on top side. See what Shopify, like they already needed a miracle, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, as you were saying. But now the chances of that miracle happening are also just dwindling so quickly.
I agree. What this would mean if Red finishes this game would be a matchup against 100 Thieves next week to see who can make it to the LTA finals in Dallas, as well as a world seed. That's what will be on the line next week against 100 Thieves. And it would also guarantee us 2 North versus South matchups next weekend, because we already have the #1 seeds, FlyQuest and Vivo Keydstars, and we would then also have Red versus 100.
And again, going back to the expectations set for this cross-conference competition based on earlier on this year, where it was so extremely one-sided for the northern teams, being able to see the southern teams rise up, fight back like this is really impressive stuff from Red Canids Kalunga. And I just think at this point, Shopify is praying for some kind of Omega throw, because barring that, I don't see how you get back into the game here. You're looking at individual gold leads. It's over 2,000 for each one of the enemy carries. It's 1,500 for the jungler and the top laner. It's 1.5K for damn Leona.
Yes, sir. And you got a broken stopwatch and an already behind Cassiopeia. He bought it because he thought that Otacon fight would be the game decider. Ends up wasting it because he got caught out of position. So it's actually more than an 8,000 gold lead, just looking at the inventories.
It is tough, man. And you can see right there, the Charm plus Foxfire plus Spirit Orb onto Contracts. That's the damage from just one cast of Ahri's 3 basic abilities. It is so difficult for Shopify Rebellion to go anywhere on Summoner's Rift where their turrets are not. And those turrets, they aren't going to last a whole lot longer. Mid lane tier 2's under pressure. Top lane tier 2's under pressure. Everywhere on the map is continually getting attacked by Red Canids as Doom goes in after Fudge, but immediately rethinks it as Shopify groups up to try to fight back. FNB firing out the needlework. Kaze takes out Contracts. Frosty's not in the fight just yet. Rebello swooping around from the side. Red trying to get out here. Bullet time. Doing a good, decent damage here onto Seos. No more comes of it.
Yeah, because they could just retreat right back to the Baron area of the map. They got the kill onto Contracts. There is no enemy smite, so that should just be Baron for Red. They're already rich enough. Teleport right back out. Here we go.
Yeah, this is going to be near impossible for Shopify to contest, but also probably the nail in the coffin if it goes over. So it looks like they're going to try teleporting in, hoping to stall long enough for Contracts to make his way from base as well.
Yeah, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation as the Baron is already down below 4,000 HP. Red Canids looking to secure this right here, and they've already got it. Seo's stuck on the front line, taking a ton of damage. B-Boy's down first, though, as Kaze into the back just assassinates everybody. Shopify Rebellion are erased from Summoner's Rift, and Red Canids take the Baron to march down mid.
Just a well-played Baron, well-played game, well-played series by Red, coming here to Los Angeles, showing up and potentially ending it on this push.
Yeah, this could be the very end. It's only Contracts alive here on the Maokai. Seos will respawn in about 5 seconds, but Contracts dies first. Red Canids Kalunga rise to the occasion here in the Riot Games Arena. They will take Shopify Rebellion to 5 games, and they will end their season here. Red Canids, stay alive!
Huge victory for the South. They only got a single game in split number 1, but they take the whole series here versus Shopify. Take a bow. Well done, especially Kaze. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, they got some mechanics on this team. Red Canids versus Hunter Thieves is going to be a banger series with the quality of team fighting we just saw here today. It also does mean the end of Shopify Rebellion's year. They were a very clutch team for most of it to get to the 3rd seed, but it is all over now after losing this Game 5 in decisive fashion to Red.
The 2nd seed from the North beat the 3rd seed from the South. And then the very next day, the 2nd seed from the South beat the 3rd seed from the North. Now those 2nd seeds get to go head-to-head next weekend. I cannot wait to see the team fights between the 2 red teams as they paint the rift the same color. That is going to be so exciting to see as Shopify Rebellion will take the stage one last time for their final bow here of the competitive season in 2025.
A really disappointing end for them, but honestly a good year compared to their expectations. I don't think many people would have expected them to beat Cloud9 in the elimination phase or to make it here as one of the top 3 teams in the North. And they played well and improved a lot throughout the year. They're going to be crushed right now, but they did have a good year.
Yeah, definitely a tough series for them, but have to look on forward. Meanwhile, Red will be looking forward to that matchup with 100 Thieves Flowers, which I think should be a banger, should just be action-packed. We should get so many fights, so many kills, and of course, will be entertaining.
Yeah, and Chad, you said it, man. That series has so much on the line. That is for your year ending versus you guaranteed get a spot in Dallas. You guaranteed get a spot in Worlds. You're still competing for the LTA Championship.
Yeah.
There is going to be so much for both teams to fight for, and we know that both of these teams are crazy good fighters.
It's such a big year extender. The pressure is just going to be absolutely out of control, and Emily is on stage with Kaze for an interview.
Thank you, Jet. I'm here with the victorious mid laner, Kaze. Congratulations after your win. Fantastic performance today. How are you feeling?
We are really happy that we win. Obviously, it's more like, I don't know how to say, it's like really special for us because it's the first win of LTA South to a LTA North team, and so I'm really happy with my team and my performance. We just trolled 2 games, but it's fine.
You've been on 5 different teams this year, kind of found your home on Red Academy and then Red. What's it been like promoting with your teammates and then taking the LTA Seoul by storm?
Yeah, of the start of the year, I was really sad because I thought I should play Tier 1. So when I got promoted, I was really happy, and I just wanted to prove myself and prove to everyone that I deserve to be here.
I think you absolutely did today. Looking at Red's strengths as a team, because again, you guys, even though you didn't end up winning in the finals, you did have a really amazing run. What do you think is so special about this Red team, and how have you been successful?
I think the most important strength we have is that we have no fear. We are so proactive. We like to do some crazy plays, aggressive plays. So I think this is the most important strength we have. And we just like each other, though. So there is no problem when we do something wrong. We just tell and keep going.
And then you've known for, obviously your Silas was permaban today because you're absolutely nasty on it. However, you played 16 different champions this split. So anything we should look out for, like a champion that you haven't gotten to bring out yet?
Oh, so I played a lot of sets in the academy, so for sure, if there is any gap to play Sage, I will just play.
I'll look forward to it. And then one last thing, anything you want to say to the fans in any language?
In any language.
Yeah.
Primero que tudo, muito obrigado para os fãs brasileiros que estão torcendo para nós, para mim no específico. E muchas gracias a todos los de Latam que siempre me dan su apoyo, a mi familia y a mi novia. Los quiero mucho.
Oh, thank you so much. Obrigado. And we'll throw it back to the lounge to close out the day.
Kalunga! That happened.
A Kalunga win.
We got Kalunga.
Yeah. No. But Red Cannon's had an insane series. Like, thinking back to it, what do you think was the biggest difference between both these teams?
I just felt like laning. Like, in all 3 of the games that the Red Cannons won, they were just out laning Shopify so hard. Like, we were constantly pointing out like mid lane, but even like top lane and like the last game bot lane, it was just such a big laning differential.
The bot lane in that last game was the surprising one because it felt like B-Boy, especially after that game number 4, kind of was the bright spot for Shopify Rebellion. And in game 5, it was the first time I was like, Palafox on the Cassiopeia actually like hits level 3 first, is pressuring Kaze in the mid lane. But then there's this moment where he drops like 2 full waves because they're playing around with the dragon, and Shopify just lose a lot of gold. And like you had said, the bot lane was already struggling at that point, and then it just kind of got away from them. And Red Cannons, man, do they live up to the expectation. The reputation they had was if they get a lead, if they start to snowball, they can really run away with it, and they did that in game 5.
Yeah, that to me was the biggest surprise for me because like we've seen Pain in game 2 yesterday have that lead, but they like threw it away.
Yeah.
For Red Cannons, when they had the lead, they kept it. In fact, they kept pushing forward. Every time it was like, okay, we're going to replay, we're coming back. Actually, Nocturne ulti, Maokai bot side. They're constantly looking for
every
plays.
time it was just Frosty and Doom. They would go into like the bot side jungle, place Vision, and then they reset. They go into top side jungle, place Vision, and then it's just like Shopify is just losing the Vision game. And then since they're losing the Vision game against like a champion like Nocturne, you have to be so scared because you can attack top, you can attack bot at the same time. It's like, oh, and now we're all losing lane, and then it's just like a drastic snowball.
It's pretty crazy. Like, A, winning lanes early. B, I felt like being able to retain Vision, playing a strong Vision game And then just like the confidence to be able to pull the trigger as frequently have they been doing. Like I know the whole narrative has just been like the young, inexperienced player. Obviously, FNB is the one with experience playing incredibly well. Frosty, the one with experience playing incredibly well. But also the players around that, those younger players like not just Kaze, but like Rebello, have been able to capitalize.
Yeah, they all had a big game. Like Rebello's last game was big. Kaze's, even though they lost, like his first game I thought was like impressive, and then the second game he played incredibly well on Oriana.
Doom's Xinjiao game was incredible too. Like all of the players on Red had different games where they were like kind of the main character, or different moments where they were the one popping off in the play. Really cool to see, and I'm happy that we got to see this from Red Cannons, because Pain yesterday did not live up to the 100 miles per hour action, like all these kills per minute versus 100 Thieves. I think that Red Cannons really exemplified that style that we know is synonymous with Brazil. And I think 100 Thieves are watching this series now thinking like, we got to be ready to throw hands because of how much Red will push you to fight them.
And this was the final fight. I mean, it felt like you were extremely pressured. You're super far behind in the game. You have to go for anything.
Yeah, just do something. You know, you're down 10k gold. You have to throw a Hail Mary. Like, what better time other than like Atacon is the Baron.
Yeah.
Like just maybe something goes well, someone massively outplays, you can get back in the game, but they're down 10k gold.
Yeah, this was already a 10,000 gold deficit. And I think the other play earlier that they kind of threw it all against the wall was the Otacon. We saw the Palafox went for the Seeker's Arm Guard, really putting that Cassiopeia build behind, just to try and fight out that Otacon. And then the Seeker's Arm Guard did nothing, and like they just didn't have the right setup, the right approach to it. And Red Cannons were just, like you said, controlling the vision. Like they're always walking into these wards, and it's a AP Maokai. It's a Braum that doesn't want to waste the Unbreakable right away just to like establish shallow vision. It was like really hard for them to approach.
Question for the crowd. Don't look at the screens just to get spoiled, but like, who do you think wins player of the series?
Ooh. You go first, APA. What you got?
FNB or Kaze.
Okay. Solo winners?
I think Kaze had like a big gap, but like honestly, Palafox hasn't been performing well. But then you look at like Fudge, for example. He's, in my opinion, been their best player.
Yeah.
And I think FNB gapped him.
Yeah.
So like, I'm looking at that. I'm leaning more towards FNB, but I wouldn't be mad if it was Kaze.
Respect to both guys. The winner for this one is Kaze. I mean, like, pretty much what you said was real. I felt like Kaze throughout the entire series, every game had a lead.
Yeah.
Going into
CST at 14, 13 in 5 games.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
That's a crazy
actually.
stat against one player.
Whoa.
But to your
That's
point,
2 waves.
the fact that this is happening
average.
for both lanes, like both him and FMB, I think carried a huge load throughout. I mean, everyone else played pretty well. The fact that they got to game 5 is another thing. But like, yeah, speaking to the praises of Kaze, his assassin gameplay was sick. Even in the loss, his Akali game was very good. They could rely on him pretty consistently.
And again, credit to all members of Red that all carried their weight. I just felt like Kaze had such a big impact in terms of what he was able to individually accomplish. And I hear your point, APA, that you're saying, well, Palafox wasn't having a great series. I'm sure in your mind you're like, nah, I'd win if you were in this situation. But it's the fact that he was consistently getting such massive leads. As we're looking at some of the replays here from the series as a whole, again, everyone did carry their weight.
But like, even to that point, not just Kaze, everyone performing well.
Boom.
Just like thinking ahead now, because now their next opponent is going to be 100 Thieves. What is your expectation going into that, kind of pushing further along?
I mean, honestly, if I'm 100 Thieves, I threw a Shopify a week ago. I just watched this team go 5 games. I'm feeling at least pretty happy. I would say like 3-100 Thieves, maybe 3-1, because it did look like Red had some good laners, and like once they got the momentum, they were able to abuse it. But like, you know, I would be pretty happy and pretty comfortable if I'm 100 Thieves.
Well, that's our first thoughts from Game 5 of the series and the series as a whole, but we are joining Emily and Seos now for an interview.
Thank you very much, Kangas. I'm here with Seos after, unfortunately, your loss to Red. I guess it must be kind of bittersweet, right? I know I saw you talking to the Brazilian cast a little bit earlier, immediately after the loss, but how are you feeling right now, and how bittersweet is it for you having come from Brazil to here?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because since the start of the split, our goal was to go to Worlds, and we are 2 BO5 away. And yeah, like right now, I'm just feeling sad that me and my teammates, we couldn't do it together. And you know, I still need time to like think about it, this split, on what I did wrong, what I could do better for my teammates. And it's sad. And for the other part, I'm like happy from the Brazil community, right? Because I feel like they support a lot, and they deserve a team that can play well and fight like against the international team. So yeah.
In prepping for Red today, you knew that they were going to be kind of a hyper-aggressive team, especially in early skirmishes and team fighting. Was there anything that caught you off guard with just how aggressive they were?
No, I don't think so. I think I watch a lot of CBLOL, right? Because I'm from Dallas, so I kind of knew the way they like to play. I knew like some of their players too, the champions they like to play. So we expect that they will be a really aggressive team since like the level 1. They have like strong like lane phase. I feel like they have stronger individual players and a jungler that can support that. So we expect that would be harder game if we didn't like draft well or play well.
And what do you think, I guess, went wrong today for Shopify?
I think there's a couple things. I feel like our draft on game like 3 and 5 wasn't or comfortable. And I'm not saying like it's not a good draft. I think it's just not a good draft for us. So and they played their draft really well. And inside the game, I feel like we weren't patient enough in some situations. Even on game 4, when like they give us a lot of lead early game, we still like kind of trail a bit. So I feel like these 2 points I think is like the biggest problem.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm sorry for the loss, but it means a lot that you took the time to do this interview. And we'll throw it back to the lounge to close out the day.
I think bittersweet is the way to summarize that. I mean, Seos lost to a Brazilian team. He played in Brazil for so long. He now came to the North. But I also want to, dwell on that for a bit. Celebrate the South team, Red Canids, for picking up the first series win versus a North team. That's something that they were not able to do in split number 1. They picked up a single game as a region. That's 3 games now already picked up and a best-of-5 series win.
I mean, recently it's been like, you can see Brazil's improvement. Like, start of the year, they take 1 game, of course, off my team. But it was their bad. You go to MSI, and it's like, they go game 5 with G2, and then you go to this series here, the next split, and they take a game off of Shopify, or take a series off of Shopify.
Yeah.
So it's just been like continuous improvement, in my opinion, throughout the year. It's just really impressive.
Yeah. And it's been super competitive within Brazil. Well, just like for the LTA South to begin with, because like losing to, or at least losing that game to Isurus Estral, we kind of like, oh, maybe Isurus Estral is going to be a really strong team. Actually, like Lau was going crazy down there. Vivo K-Stars got it together. Everyone's like, oh, we were expecting this Vivo K-Star to be.
Furio's not even here.
Exactly. Furio lost 3-0, 3-0 again, like within their region. Like they all can take games off of each other. And so coming into this event and performing as they did, you can come on in, Takeshi.
Yeah, we're going to welcome in Takeshi here to help celebrate the Brazilian team winning. Congratulations on that one.
You have to.
I hope my brain's still working, because like after these 5 games, I don't know how to analyze anything in here.
Well, let's start with just immediate reactions then.
Okay.
Like how good does it feel for, obviously you've been casting the Brazilian league for a while now, and like seeing this win. This is a big moment for the conference.
Yeah, for everyone. I mean, like I think that's the first time that Brazil win a BO5 in an international stage, like against even NA teams, right? So for everyone back there, it's like everyone's celebrating, and we are hoping to get like 2 teams in rows. Like there's always this discussion that, oh, the first team, the seed 1, will not be our best. Like that's the thing in Brazil. And now if we have this shot, if we have this chance, that's gonna be awesome.
That is very awesome.
Hell yeah. I mean, a lot of the times hearing from some of you guys in the back have been 3-0, 3-0, 3-2. A lot of people had a lot of faith in Red Canids. Where's the faith coming from? Because now we didn't believe.
Did you see our prediction?
I was yesterday talking with Azil, like, tomorrow's gonna be a trio, and I'm not sure about it. Like, I think Red Canids, like, what they are good at is like punishing around mid lane, and in my opinion at least, Palafox is a guy that he struggles sometimes. APA can say it better, but like he struggles sometimes, and that's a big window for Red to play. I think in game 4, what they did was not what Red excels, right? Like they had Cho'Gath, Victor, Zeri, like, and Pyke as a last pick there. It was not that good. So playing around the mid lane, I was hoping for a 3-0. I think the game 1 we had a shot, but still.
Well, if you're hoping for 3-0, then how do you feel about how the team performed? A 3-2, is that good enough?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, a win's a win.
Right now, a win is a win. Exactly that. I think like the players are gonna scream against Vivo Kid like on this next week, so it's good for even Brazil as a region. Like I think they would have some problems, Vivo Kid, to play against FlyQuest in like getting scrims. So having Red Canids with us will be like a win for the region as well for the next matchups.
Something that I noticed watching the South has just been how competitive a lot of the teams are, right?
Yeah.
Because we would have expected in the North, it's like, oh, Furia is going to be on the way.
Yeah. For everyone in Brazil as well. You guys are not wrong. So, like, I think in this year, Furia and Loud and also Red Canids, they rebuild their team. They bring, like, new, fresh talents that are, like, hungry to win. So that made some changes really unpredictable. Like, everyone like willing to play the game, and also being young, playing leagues. Sometimes you get the ego, you get like so much confident that Furia, I think, went in that way, and they are out. But like everyone would expect Furia and Pain Gaming to be here.
So looking forward to next week, you mentioned how Red Canids look to like punish the enemy mid laners.
Yes.
I think, in my opinion, 100 Thieves, like their bright spots have been River and Quid. So like, what do you think about them and their matchup going next week?
I think that's going to be a really tough matchup for Red. I don't think Red has the advantage in this series, at least, because not about Quid, but I think we struggle with junglers that take advantage and snowball really hard. Like River in the past, Junja. We always play against Junja international stage, and he does the same thing. So against 100 Thieves, I think Quid is an excellent player. He's going to be a problem to punish, not like Palafox did in this matchup, but especially River for me is like the key. Junglers that play aggressive and know how to snowball is a problem to Brazil in the best.
And speaking of Reds, the way that they built the roster, you talked about it a little bit. It was a rebuilding, right? Like Doom coming in here.
Totally.
I talked to the RMC, one of the English co-streamers for the South, and he was talking about how this was like a big deal for Red, that they were like kind of an established team for so long, and this is a big like thing that they decided to rebuild the roster.
So Red Canids went to Rhodes 21 and MSI 22, and they kept like the same mid lane and jungle for a while. But things were not going well for them. So they needing to rebuild, and getting also Talkers, the coach, like he's maybe the best mid laner that Brazil ever had. So his brain, his knowledge of the game, that changed everything for Red Canids. I think like this way of playing aggressive, trying to not respect the enemy, I think that was the thing that Red Canids excels the most.
There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to kind of take a step back and read. I want to take a look at the Samsung SSD Fast 5s just throughout the week, because this has been a crazy week so far.
Let's take a look at the fastest stats here from this past week. We got, what, Fudge? Fastest to 100 CS?
Fastest legendary item, I just have to go to Kaze. Like, for me, it's just
so much faster than everyone else.
Yeah, it's actually crazy.
What game was that?
I mean, that's a good question. We're going to have to look back on it.
Of the last couple we just saw.
But yeah, upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs.
It's fun what 1 week of stats can show you, right?
Yeah, it really can. It really can. But you can also scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more. Please do. But yeah, so now we can take a step back and talk about it. Let's bring up the bracket just to see it, because we've been hitting on how crazy it is for Red Canids to be in the position that they are in right now.
Yeah.
Top four.
Top four. Let's take a look at it. 100 Thieves versus Red.
Yep. The winner of that bottom, bracket match, they're going to Worlds, they're going to Dallas. That's a big match to have, and like you had been saying, it's a big deal for the South Conference here at Takeshi, because your goal is obviously to get those 2 seeds. We're fighting for that last seed out of Worlds.
Yeah,
the North
you're
and
in
South.
your town, right? You're in your home, your country. I think like next week's matchup is gonna be really tough. FlyQuest against Kid.
Yeah.
I think Kid is even much better than Red Canids, to be honest. So, but FlyQuest is something else, I think. Inspired, at least in Brazil, we think that he's like the best Western player in the moment.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't think Kid will succeed on this Saturday, but I think against 100 Thieves or Red Canids, Kid has the shot.
Knowing that Bippo's not going to be playing that series, do you think that changes it a little bit?
I think, yeah, but maybe we win 1 game. I'm being honest. That's what I think.
Fair enough.
That's fair, but we do have one more announcement. NACL playoffs and LRN playoffs have finished, and the teams facing Disguise have been decided. In the North, Luminosity and Team Conviction look hungry to take down Disguised. From the South, Estral Esports with Summit and Winsome as SDM Tigres will host the North down in Mexico City. So come on, check it out. But also, come watch these teams duke it out. It's going to be on LTA North's Twitch channel and YouTube starting October 4th. So there's a lot to watch out for.
Yep.
There's a lot to watch out. Have you been watching any of the Southern teams or like Tier 2?
I think Zurus, they have a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just brought King that was playing in Dignitas.
True, and Estros,
Yeah, that as a clear upgrade for them.
Yeah.
But I think Alpha 7 in Brazil, they can beat Isurus, I think. They can try this spot for the LTA South 2000.
It's exciting, especially just like thinking about promotion relegations coming back. That's always, I mean, I was on the wrong side of promotion relegation.
Yeah. You get more experience.
I'm already feeling the palms are being sweaty, so there's a lot to be played for. But I mean, this is not going to be the last time we're talking about Red Canids. They're going to be playing next week. That's going to be really exciting.
I'm excited for them next week. Like I didn't expect them to win this series today.
What do you
honestly,
think it's going to be? How do you think it's going to be?
I was still going to put 100 Thieves in the lead, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're taking games.
Okay, so 3-1, 3-2?
I'd go 3-100 Thieves.
3-100 Thieves, what you got?
3-2 Red Canids.
3-2.
My boys.
Gotta commit.
Of course.
Respect, Cashy. Thanks for coming on and
Thank you,
chatting
guys.
with us about the Brazilian teams, especially Red Canids. We're happy to have you celebrate that one. Thank you, APA. Everybody in Twitch chat, say thank you, APA, for hanging out with
And
us
thanks to
all
Cashy.
day.
Can I
Thanks
give
to
one
Cashy.
shout out?
Yeah, what's your shout out?
Okay. So my brother's being married on Saturday, I believe. So big shout out to my brother. He's the person who got me into League.
Yeah.
And like he literally taught me about like PC games. So just big shout out to him. I'm going home Friday or Thursday to come see him, and shout out to him.
Woo! Congratulations!
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
I
awesome.
like it. We love to hear it. Okay, but that's going to be it for us, of course. But we're going to be back next week, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. FlyQuest versus Vivocade Stars. After this day, you cannot miss it. You cannot miss it.
Anything could happen. Who knows?
Take
we
it
just
easy.
got Kalunga.
Red Canids, they killed us. All right, take it easy, guys.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Today, it is the North's #3 Shopify Rebellion going up against the South's Red Canids Kalunga for a chance to keep their dreams at Dallas and Worlds alive. If this takes too long, Red Canids still looking to approach. Seos of the wall. Nice engage as they immediately kill off the enemy support, but now Rebello still does a ton of damage here with a Corki. F&B's made his way into the fight, and Fight is going to be targeted next here by the Yorick, who buries him alive. Seos on the run, but Doom continues the charge. Palafox the next target as Doom kites it out. Red fights it out. Shopify Rebellion lights out. Triple kill FNB.
As long as we're talking about it, like, what is the dream fight?
Well, it's not this. Contract's face check at the brush, nearly killed immediately, and Rebello takes him out with a focus fire. Palafox killed again with a nice seismic shove. Seos, he'll fall too. It's 4 dead on Shopify Rebellion as Red Canids show Shopify what some team fighting, what some picks look like. And Rebello do plenty of damage with just the two of them. Frosty's making his way over, and now Kaze looking for the pick here with Doom right behind him. Fudge is already down, and Palafox is forced to use his arm guard in the middle of all 5 enemy players. FNB picks up the second one, and now Shopify have to try to get away. Doom's ready to cut him off, and the flash in from Frosty with the bullet time over the top. The Red Canids are absolutely merciless. Rebello takes another. B-Boy and Contracts barely hobble away. And Brazil shows them what they're made of. Red Canids Kalunga rise to the occasion here in the Riot Games Arena. They will take Shopify Rebellion to 5 games, and they will end their season here. Red Canids, stay alive.